All right. All right. All right. I think we are live. Mm-mm. Okay. What's up, Moonstruck? First comment on Twitch. What's up, Moonstruck? Gretchen, first comment on YouTube. How you doing? What's up, Dino? Oh yeah, my bad. I forgot about you, Dino. Hold on, give me a second. Uh, rewards, channel points, channel points. There you go, Dino. I dropped the price for you. Things I do for y'all, okay? Dino, thank you for the subscription also, by the way. What's up, everybody? Phoebe, how you doing? Flyby, what's up? What's up, what's up? Cats and Cocktails. Dog Lover, Cindy, Rick, Cal. How's everybody doing today? Kermit, what up? Ruby. Yeah, W20 months. Thank you so much for getting us started tonight, Dino. Whew. All right. All right, let me get my shit fired up. We'll do the Trump topics today. Hey, Kenzie's live. Ready for a great night of debates? Yep. I gotta take a night off from the whole religion stuff. That stuff gets into like that stuff draws on for hours and it gets kind of boring. I should have just ran the slavery topic instead of the whole problem of evil topic. That shit, I was like, oh yeah, we got like one more hour, or I got one more debate, and I stayed on for like 2 more hours. It was crazy. The daddy president thing, yeah, I saw that. Daddy president topic, yeah. I like the religion debates. That's just why I keep falling asleep too. Yeah. Make sure I have my. Oh yeah, I also got some new camo shorts. Check that out. Look at that. How you like it? They're the most comfortable shorts I've ever had in my life. Love them. These things are so fucking comfortable. Holy shit. I don't see any shorts. Those aren't short shorts. These are my stay-at-home shorts. They put me to sleep as well, yeah. You're just teasing impeccable. Whew. Okay. All right. Are we ready tonight? I think we're ready tonight, guys. I have a very important question for you. Okay. Maybe model them again without the shirt. Once I'm up on the panel. Well, no, not then. Just say it now. What the fuck? It's complicated. Well, it's a tech question. Oh, you can't type it out. All right. Okay, let's see. All right, we got Parker who is on right now. I think. I don't know if he's getting off soon. Kenzie, Nemo, Brandon is live. Santana. Said another hour-ish. Alrighty. Well, let's go ahead and get started, folks. We're gonna start with the Trump topics today, and then we'll probably move into some Pride topics. I'm not gonna do a solely religious topic unless the Trump or the Pride topics run into religion. I'm taking off for religion tonight. It's just last night I drove on way too long. It was like an hour and a half conversation about the fucking problem of evil. It's like just got so fucking tired. Everybody was in the chat like, "Oh, Carbon's so sleepy. Go to bed." Ignore Hector being live. I just scrolled through the thingy. That is Star Wars Lo-Fi, yeah. Yeah. I'm donating plasma for the first time tomorrow. I'm facing eviction. Oh yeah, I hear you can get a lot of money in donating plasma. I hear, like, doesn't that hurt? Or is I heard that when I was a kid. I don't know if it's still like that. Well, good luck on that one. Hope you can hope everything works out for you. And don't be gifting me subs if you're like facing eviction, please. For Christ's sakes. I'll invalidate the sub, okay? I swear to God. Hoping it doesn't hurt. We all sleep in the Carbon's live, huh? Yeah. That's the late lives, yeah. It automatically did it. Oh, is that right? Well, if you watch ads, I do get an ad revenue, so you don't have to pay anything by watching ads, just your time. But you might miss a moment though. You get poked, but it's not like donating marrow. Yeah, it was the marrow that hurt. Yeah, not the plasma. Okay. Yeah. Yes. How much did you spend on that bottle of water? I don't know. Not enough for me to care. I didn't even look at the price. Like, water's cheap. Like, the fuck? I gotta clean. I'm only using water bottles right now because I took my Hydro Flask to my training, and it's been the dirt and all that stuff like in the field for 5 days, and I just haven't cleaned it. So I just been using water bottles until I clean it. Plasma isn't any different than donating blood; just takes longer. Water is literally free. Clean water. Yeah. All right, let's get started, guys. We got some people joining. Okay. Oh yeah, you heard that. Oh my god, these shorts are so fucking comfortable. It's smart water, not sure where the brain wrinkles are. But no shorts is more comfortable. Why are camel shorts the best? It's weird. Like I went shopping and I was like, all these stores had camo gear, like camo shirts. Like, is that in? Is that summer in? Like all over the world or some shit? It's like all the clothing lines are just selling camo stuff now this summer. It's a camel summer. It's too hot for gray sweatpants. They're recruiting. There you go. They said bomb Iran. All right, camo gear. Let's go. All right. I think we're good to stream here. Let me get a live goal in. Boom. Yeah. Bong, bong, bong. Yeah. That'd be cool. Because if I change this to green, it looks like the picture that I have in the background is like radiating onto me. It's pretty cool. What's up, Phoebe? First, let's go. Yeah. It looks like the request to debate is radiating onto me. That's pretty cool. What's up, Fandango? Phoebe, thank you for the heart, me. That's so cool. I like that. Just really adds to the vibe, you know. Anyway. All right, what's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. How we doing, guys? Cindy, thank you for the heart, me. Thank you. What's up, AZ Mike? Thank you also for the heart, me. Appreciate you. Green burning out my eye on YouTube. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome. That hot dying chick, thank you so much. I appreciate you for the popular. What's up, folks? What's up? What's up? What's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome in. It's rising a little slow tonight. Okay. Mr. Oakby with the 1,000. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate you, Mr. Oakby. Yo, Carter, what up? What's up, everybody? Hello, new guest. How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Trump?
Yes.
Why?
Because I think he's a good president, and I think he'll make it better.
Why do you think he's a good president?
Um, I think what is it called? I didn't vote for him because he's a good president. I voted for him because he's better than the other candidate, and I think the other candidate was not as good and not as qualified.
You don't think Kamala Harris was qualified to be president,
No.
even though she was vice president, a senator, a district attorney, and an attorney general? What do you
He
need to
could
be
barely
qualified
answer.
in order to
He
be
could barely
president?
answer a question on a debate stage.
She answered
Or,
every single question. Donald Trump answered
I,
one.
but whenever they weren't
What did
like,
Donald
whenever
Trump
she said
answer
no,
when they asked him his healthcare plan? What did he say?
he said he has. He said that he has. What is it called? He said he has parts of a plan.
Yeah, concepts of a plan, right?
Yeah.
He still doesn't have it. We still don't know his. It's been like 8 months. We still don't have a healthcare plan, right?
True.
Yeah, I mean, like,
But
but she answered the questions. She also released in her and her campaign released an 82-page document that had all the answers to any economic questions. She had an entire economic plan there. So I would just say that to be misinformation there.
okay. Let's talk about. So let's talk about the Middle East. Um,
Yeah, you think we should
so
be
you
bombing
think
places?
that you think in 2018 Trump should have dropped it, got out of the deal, or do you think he should have stayed on the deal?
It seems the deal was working, right? And with the intention of the deal, um, was to make sure that they weren't enriching to a certain degree. And through available evidence, we know that that worked. They had incentive to not do that, and Trump got us out of that. And lo and behold, now they have incentive to do that, right? Just like
Um,
we had incentives to build nuclear weapons. Um, all these other countries do. Iran is no different.
why did what is it called? Do you think Iran's a real threat, or do you think they're not a real threat in nuclear war? You think
Well, they are now because
um
we just bombed them, right? They're a threat now.
no, before we bombed them? You think we
No,
needed to do or you think they wouldn't nuclear anyone? It was just they just needed because every other country has it.
like, do you think we're a threat with our nuclear
Yeah, no. Do you think
weapons?
we're at threat before?
Huh?
Do you think we're at threat before?
Of
Do you
nuclear
think
weapons from Iran? No.
yeah?
There's no
Do you think
reason to
other
believe that.
countries were? What?
There's no reason to believe that.
So
Why do you
so
think
you
that they
don't
were a threat to use their nuclear weapons against us?
um. It's a good point because they're a pretty dangerous regime.
Okay, North Korea is as well. Should we bomb North Korea?
No, I
They have
think
nuclear weapons. Why don't we bomb them?
it's a
And
good
we're the ones
point.
that bombed Iran, so wouldn't that make us the dangerous regime? I don't understand.
It's a good point.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, makes sense. Um. Um. Yeah. So why? I did. Yeah. So it's like it. So you think we should make a deal with them, or you don't think they're a threat at all?
Yeah, we should stop being cavemen and sit down and speak with them and come to conclusions that reasonable people can have and not just conduct violence against people. Right? That's what we should do.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they didn't want to make a deal though.
Yeah, I mean, like, you gotta ask why they didn't want to make a deal. Like, what's the reason that they didn't want to make a deal? If they don't
It's
want to
probably
make a
because
deal because, like, it just
Trump
seems
got
like
out
this
of the first
is,
deal.
well, it seems like this was um, a conflict between Israel and Iran, not between America and Iran. It seems like Israel just goaded Iran to get involved, the U.S. to get involved personally, and it wasn't even just like let's sell the weapons. No, like, it was
Yeah,
our military who actually conducted these strikes, which is different than like something that happened in like Ukraine,
yeah.
where it's not our military,
They weren't even threatening
striking
us
Russia.
before too.
Huh?
Yeah, we weren't even like they didn't mess with us at all before.
I'm
They
sorry, I
were
couldn't
just
hear what you said.
I said they didn't mess with us at all before it happened. Like they didn't do anything to us. They were just messing with Israel the whole time.
Well,
Like it
this
was
this
they
current
didn't,
conflict is between Israel and Iran, and then the
and we
U.S.
got
got
involved in it
involved.
for like no reason.
Yeah.
Okay, I get what you're saying. And now we could put ourselves at harm because we bombed them, and for like no point, we're in like conflict
Yeah,
for no
so
reason.
if we bomb them and we start like, yeah, if we're like dropping bombs on them, then now they're justified in defending themselves against us. And so now,
That
not,
makes
I mean,
sense.
they're, we're in the United States, so I don't think we're at risk of um them striking the mainland, right? We have that's one advantage of the location, the geographic location of the United States. But not all of our people and our soldiers and our allies are over here, right? They're over there. Some are near the Middle East, some in Europe,
Oh yeah,
and that puts those people at risk. And then there's also economic risk, um,
yeah,
blocking off the
true.
strait and thing like that. So
Okay. Good talking to you. I just wanted to clear that up.
yeah, sure. All right, man. Well, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
I don't think this live is getting pushed out at all. Like we're stuck at like 70. I don't know what happened. It might be the background. Hello? How old are you? Dixon? Okay. I think I gotta restart. Let me get about a minute. Um, Hold on, give me a sec. Restart. Okay. There's a lot of ops, but still low viewers. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna do a quick restart. It looks like it's not pushing us out. I'm gonna try again with this topic, and then if it's still the same thing, I'm gonna try to change the topic and see if it's the background that TikTok is suppressing. So I'll be back in about 10 seconds. We're just going to do a quick restart of the live, okay? Audio was fine, but the video was frozen on TikTok. Let me try changing for my Wi-Fi. Oh, just on Twitch, okay. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, go live. See what happens. First. Actually first this time. What's up, everybody? All right, let's see if it reaches 100. If it doesn't reach 100, I'll have to restart with a different background. Sometime, yeah. What's up, everybody? What up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Ethan, how old are you?
34 years old.
All right. Do you vote for Trump or support Trump?
I did vote for Trump. Yes, sir. Not the
Okay.
first time, the second time.
This time. Okay. Can you give your reasoning?
Yeah, and I like to explain it in the way like whenever Ben Affleck, I was a Ben
Jesus.
Affleck hater. Right? Unapologetically, I admit I just was a Ben Affleck hater, and I'm a huge Batman fan. So when he was announced as Batman, I flipped everything. I was irate. I was inconsolable. This was just an absurd thing that could be done, and I was happy to be proven wrong. He was the most comically accurate Batman to ever exist.
Okay.
Batman was a huge dude. He's a huge guy, and Christian Bale. As much as we love Christian Bale, and he did a good job in the Christian Nolan Batmans. Like he did a good job. Except Batman isn't wishy-washy. Batman is a dark dude. He's brooding. He's huge. There's a big contrast between Bruce Wayne and who Batman is. Like Bruce Wayne is the character, Batman is who he really is. And Christian Bale does a good job in portraying the contrast in between Batman and Bruce Wayne, but he's not a big guy. He's just not dark enough. He was wishy-washy.
Can we land the plane here?
I say all this just to say that I was happily wrong about how good a Batman Ben Affleck really was. It doesn't get appreciated enough. In the same token, I was just as wrong about how good Trump really was. And that's why I voted for him the second time. He in my lifetime at least, he's the only president that actually went and did what he said he was gonna do. He didn't understand the ins and outs of everything the first time around, and he still got a lot done. But I mean, for better for worse, whatever you want to call it, I mean, he's the only president that you can point to in the last 30, 40 years that actually went out and legitimately did what he said he's going to do.
Which, like, the first time he was president or the second time?
Both.
Okay, let's start with the first one. What did he do?
He went and started. He ran on building the border wall, and he went and built the border wall.
No, he didn't.
He also ran on no new wars and did not start and actually negotiated peace in the Middle East for the first time.
Do you believe that there were a bunch of immigrants who crossed the U.S.-Mexico border under Biden?
Absolutely, yeah.
How did they do that if there was a border wall?
Well, the very first thing that Biden did, literally on day one of his presidency, was rescinded the border wall construction and, in fact, started dismantling it.
No, so Trump built a very small portion of a wall on very specific sections.
Yeah, 1,200 miles of border wall built under the Trump administration.
Well,
Yes.
it's a lot less than that. I don't know the exact number, but I know it's in the hundreds.
No, it's 1,200 miles.
But his promise was to build a wall across the entire U.S.-Mexico border. Which,
Yes.
I mean, everybody knew that was not going to be done, because that's not only would that be a massive construction, there's also no reason for that, right? Like, that's just like irrational. Thank you, love. Thank you so much for the coconut. Yeah, so like, I don't understand like why. So like, his whole thing was that he wasn't able to build it, and now he's going through different immigration routes the second time around.
What different immigration routes is he going through the second time around?
Yeah, so like the mass deportations thing, that's not something that was as heavily focused on in his first term. That's what he's heavily focused on in the second term. He's doing it presumably as some sort of response to Joe Biden, but a lot of these people, they've been here for like 10 years. So they came in under Biden, they came in under Trump, they came in under Obama, they came in under Bush, right? And he's deporting those people, right? Like, but like, I'm trying to figure out why he didn't run on that in his first term.
Well, yeah, again, he wasn't as privy to the ins and outs of how politics are ran in the first term. But to suggest that he didn't he was supposed to get the wall done in 4 years, that I don't think he ever promised that, and I don't think that was what he ran on. It's just that, hey, we need a wall down there, and we're going to start building it right now.
Yeah, like you can you can promise, something, and then follow through on that something. Wait, just real quick, like you can promise on something, and then follow through on that something, and still be a dumb something, right? Like,
you can say it's a dumb something, and you have to say why it's something. But
yeah. So like when it comes to the wall, the reason why, so like apparently the wall didn't actually like work at all. Like I don't know what the wall was supposed to do.
You're saying that it didn't work. The wall
it doesn't work.
Completed.
Yeah, like at places where the wall is, people still get past it.
Where are you talking about? Where are you getting that from?
On the U.S.-Mexico border, when people can pass, you see videos of this happening all the time. People can, if you let me tell you, I can. Just saying where isn't like listening. Okay, so across the U.S.-Mexico border, when there's sections of walls that were built not only under Trump but also under Obama, right? They have methods of getting over that, right? The methods of getting over that, sometimes they bring their own like collapsible ladders. Sometimes they dig under them. But it's also not, it's also a very irrational way of addressing immigration by virtue of the fact that most of the people who come here, who are undocumented, they become undocumented. They overstay their visas and things like that. A wall's not going to help that. right? They come in through planes, they come through ports of entry
Yeah.
and things like that. So wall doesn't actually help most immigration, and when for the immigration that it seeks to help, it's very ineffective. So it's just like
Okay.
it's a waste of money. That's all I'm saying.
So you're not saying anywhere where the wall is actually ineffective. You're just saying that there's somewhere that.
Yeah, it's ineffective because if you don't have people who are manning
No,
those
you
spots,
said
I don't know where,
literally.
like I
You
don't know why
said
you're
that
overtalking me.
where the,
So like if
no,
it's
because
ineffective
you're
by
not
virtue,
listening.
I still don't
You
know why you're
said that
overtalking me.
where the
I
wall
still don't know
exists.
why you're overtalking me.
You're
So
the
you're
talking.
still overtalking me. Okay. So it's ineffective by virtue of the reasons I just gave you. People can go over it or under it very, very easily, right? Now, if you want it to be effective, you would have people guarding those specific areas so people wouldn't be motivated to go over and under, right? But if you need people to guard people those areas, you wouldn't need a wall. That's called a smart border, where you actually have sensors and individuals who are actually looking at those locations and have QRFs. Or I don't feel comfortable using QRFs. That's just like I don't feel comfortable using the term QRF. That's like the only thing that can come, like quick reaction, somebody who's quick enough to be able to interact with those people who are crossing the border at that port of entry, right, or that unauthorized port of entry.
Right. You again, you haven't cited one instance or where the wall has been built where people are crossing through it. Again, these are 30-foot pillars that people are not climbing over. If you have a video, by all means, post it. Show us all.
Yeah,
where
just
you're
go to
where you're
YouTube, type in going
Yeah.
immigrants going over the border wall. Just do
I,
that.
I've seen a lot of people crossing where the wall isn't finished. Sure.
No, they're going over the border wall.
Where at?
I
I'll
don't
look
know
it
the
up
exact. I don't know the exact city in
I
which
will
it's
look it up
happening.
right
Yeah,
now.
go look it up
Please.
right now. Yeah, go look it up right now.
One
Go look it up right now. Just go to YouTube and look it up right now.
You don't have a single place.
There's no need to talk anymore. Just go to YouTube
Can't
and
say-
talk right now. Just go to YouTube, look it up, see it for yourself. Like, I don't understand how like this is difficult to even like conceive of, right? We're human beings, we're smart people. We know how to get over walls, my guy. Oh, did he run? Okay, there we go. Like we're not like goose or geese or something like that. We're not like these dumb animals, right? We know how to get over things. We know how to solve problems. Like the fuck? Yeah, you ran. Anyway. W geese though. Yeah, it is not pushing this live out with this background. I don't know why. I think it's the hat that Trump is wearing. I think that's probably what it is. Or maybe it's just because like he's so unfathomably unattractive that TikTok's like, you know what? Safety mode? I don't know. I see other people there doing fine. Let me try it without a picture. Here, let me make a new background, but without the picture. Souls, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you. It's not a blessing to our screens. Oh my god, Canva is always down. Like, what is wrong? Fix your fucking website, bro. Let me see. Uploads. Why do you support Trump? Trump is terrible. Why do you support him? Trump supporters request a debate. There we go. Let's do that without the picture. Okay, I'm gonna restart the live with a different background because I think TikTok is suppressing this background. We're gonna see if that works, and we're gonna try a different background to see what works and what doesn't. So I gotta download this background, so it's gonna take like 60 seconds or so. So I will see you guys in about a minute. See you then. Yeah, it's suppressing that background like really fucking hard. Okay, let me download this. Fucking works. Alright, download, PNG, JPEG, download. What's up, Suspense? That should be good enough, right? There we go. Okay, let's go. Oh, that's too. I gotta lower it. Hold on. Why is it zoom in? It's so annoying. Perfect. All right, let's see if it pushes that out. Ah, Jesus. Thank you guys. What's up? What's up? Let me restart this goal here. Set up a new goal. Okay, looks like it's pushing out a little bit quicker. That's good. All right. What's up, everybody? I didn't get your notification. Yeah, by the way, everybody, click on my name and click that notification bell. So that way you know when I go live. That way you get notified. The more people who come in at the beginning of the live, the better. The live ends up doing. All right, let's get to tapping. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, everybody. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
32.
All right. You're a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. It's just, my question is...
It's like really hard to hear you, man.
Yeah, I don't know whether you're either biased or dishonest when it comes to, like, you know, everything that Trump is doing, even though that there's already footage and recordings of the previous Democrats saying the same thing that Trump is saying. Like, how could you explain that?
What? But I don't. Are you at work? Like, it's really hard to hear you.
No, I'm trying to say, how could you explain that with the whole Democrats saying the same thing that Trump said?
Democrats saying the same thing that Trump said.
Yeah, that what he was going to do.
Like
but
what?
now it's like, well, talking about Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons, and then talking about deporting people.
Yeah, nobody.
Like, pretty much
Yeah,
what Trump said,
everybody.
they said the same exact thing.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Everybody agrees that Iran shouldn't have nuclear weapons. That doesn't follow that we should go to war or bomb Iran.
That's what Obama said.
Okay. I don't support Obama.
Obama wanted to do the same too.
Yeah, I don't support Obama. Obama's not president, so why would that matter?
But he said the same thing. And also
Okay.
Hillary Clinton,
Why would that? Why is that
also
relevant?
the same thing about legal immigrants.
Yeah, why was that? Why would that be relevant? Why would that be relevant?
No, it's the whole biasness. Like, they act like
How is it biased? I'm sorry. Is Obama president right now?
No, in general, it's like you're supporting Democrats.
No, I don't.
But you wanna attack Trump, but yet
Yeah, because he's president. Yeah, he's doing it right now.
You attack
Yeah.
your sides for saying the same shit. It's the same idea.
Yeah, I attack Obama too. What's your point?
No, the Democratic.
Yeah,
side,
I think what
side.
you're doing. I think right now you're stuck because you didn't expect me to also criticize Obama for that. And so now you're just repeating yourself over and over. Like I already told you,
Nah,
I
it's
don't.
just you guys
Nah,
don't
hold
make
on, I'm
sense.
still talking.
You
So
guys,
I already told you that I don't support Obama, and I'm criticizing Trump because he's the current president of the United States.
not just
So
Obama,
do
the
you have
Democrats, the
anything?
whole
Do you have
Democratic
anything?
Party.
Do you have anything that you wanted to talk about with respect to Trump, or are you gonna like deflect?
And also with the whole border wall, it
Did you
doesn't
want to
just mean
like talk
like,
about
oh, the
anything,
wall.
or
It's
did you
also
just want to
funding
deflect?
to the wall.
Did you want to deflect?
No, where am I deflecting?
Okay. Did you want like why do you support Trump?
Well, the things that he's doing is necessary.
Like
Kamala, I feel like we actually would have been in World War III if Kamala would have won. She didn't give a shit.
yeah, I mean you guys say that about
She let a whole bunch of
yeah.
immigrants.
Listen, y'all said that about Obama, y'all said that about Biden, and then of course you're gonna say that about Kamala. But guess who is the one that actually is dropping bombs right now? Donald Trump. So
Yeah,
you
because
can't
it's
use that
necessary.
argument
And
anymore.
plus Obama.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I would just say that. I would just say, oh yeah,
So
if Kamala
don't
Harris,
cut the
I would just say,
bullshit,
yeah, I
you
would
know?
say that if Kamala Harris were to win, then yeah, she would just necessarily bomb countries. Why couldn't I just say that? It's just
Obama
necessary
did
to
it.
bomb. You would wait. Just to be clear, if Kamala Harris won, you would support her bombing Iran, correct?
Well, you actually would have been fucking getting in a war with Ukraine. That's
You
what,
would
that's what
wait.
was
So
gonna
just to be
happen.
clear, can I get a yes or no? You would support Kamala Harris bombing Iran, correct?
No, but I'm saying
No,
if
but you
Kamala
support
Harris
Trump
would have
bombing
won,
Iran.
we would have been getting in a war with Russia
Yeah,
because
I
of
bet.
Ukraine
Yeah, I
and all
bet
the
we
funding
would.
that.
We're still
Like, come on,
funding them. What are
like
you
be
talking
real.
about?
No, but like fucking
So
getting
we
into that
didn't
shit.
get
That's
it.
the
Like
thing.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean by war with Russia. War like Russia can't even get in war with Ukraine. They would never go to war with us. Like I don't know where you get
No,
that
I'm talking
from.
about the whole funding because you know NATO didn't go all the way with Russia
Thank you
because
so
of
much,
Trump.
Texas. I appreciate you. Yeah. So I think you're just like making shit up. I can just say the same
No, I'm
thing.
not making shit
Yeah,
up.
you
If
are.
you
Like
don't,
you're just saying that
you don't go
you're just
for it.
saying that
You
she would
don't.
have put us in war
You're
with
paying attention
Russia,
to one
and
side.
you have no reason for it. You're just saying it. It's funny. Like
So we weren't
we're not
funding
on the
Ukraine,
campaign trail anymore. You don't have to say that anymore. You can be honest with yourself.
but we're refunding Ukraine, throwing fucking billions of
Yeah, and guess
dollars.
what? That didn't get us into war with Russia.
They're using our freaking
And
our
that
guns.
did not get us in war with Russia.
They wanted to step in.
That did not get us
Europe
in
wanted
war
to
with
step
Russia.
in.
That did not get us in war with Russia, did it?
NATO
I'm going to ask the
would
question
have.
again, Dixon. Did us funding Ukraine get us into war with Russia? Yes or no?
No, because Trump won.
Okay, so it did not get us in war with Russia. They're still using our
Because
weapons
Trump
right
and
now. We still have funding. They still have funding from the United States. So, and it's not funding Russia. Now, I want you to give me an argument now, since
Well,
apparently it
they.
hasn't.
Well, you want to talk
I don't
about
know what
Democrats?
why
They
did
even talked to Putin.
Why did Russia not declare war on America while Biden was president?
Did he even talk to Putin?
I'll wait for an answer to my question.
Did the Democrats even talk to
That's a
Putin?
question. I need you to answer my question.
They don't even say shit.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask the question again since you ran from it.
Yeah.
Why didn't Russia declare war on the United States while Biden was president?
Because they're going at it with Ukraine.
Okay, so if they're going at it with Ukraine, and the reason why they're going at it with Ukraine is because Ukraine is holding them back with U.S. weapons, then it seems to be that your view is that the funding of Ukraine is what's keeping Russia away from declaring war on us.
From what I remember, when the election was happening, Putin was gonna wait. He actually kept, his cool a
Which
little bit.
which election? The 2024 or the 2021?
2024.
What do you mean he was gonna wait? He started launching the invasion into
Because
Ukraine in February of 2020 when Trump was president and everybody expected Trump to win re-election. So what explains why he would try to launch an invasion and
because the whole
intend and fully plan?
presidency
Hold on, wait,
changes
I'm
everything.
still talking. All right. While Trump was president in 2020, his first term, what explains why Vladimir Putin started putting his troops in bordering Ukraine, planning for an assault and an invasion? Why would he do that if he knows Trump is president, if he's scared of Trump somehow?
Trump wasn't president then.
He was not president in February 2020?
No, I'm talking about when before the election.
February of 2020 was Donald Trump president.
Yeah, Pretty much,
Okay.
I think that was Biden's.
No, that was not Biden. That was Trump. Biden didn't become president until 2021.
Okay.
Biden wasn't even in like the nominee. There was still a primary process going on. In fact, the Super Tuesday hadn't even happened, and Bernie Sanders was above. So like none of that mattered. So anyway, uh, Donald Trump was president of the United States, and while Donald Trump was president of the United States, Russia started their plan and implemented their plan for an invasion of Ukraine. Why would they do that if Trump is president?
Because of NATO.
Because of NATO? Okay, so it has nothing to do with the president of the United States.
Because Ukraine wanted to be a part of NATO. Russia didn't want that.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the president? Because you said it was
No.
about whether he was
This
waiting. If
Ukraine
you said it
wanted
was,
to be
he
a
was,
part of NATO.
you said it's about whether he's waiting for Trump to be out of office.
No, I'm saying the reason why he didn't go and attack, like pretty much causing World War III, because there was going to be a new presidency. He kind of kept his cool. I'm trying to
There was
remember
gonna
what
wait.
happened. I
So
think it was on
so
November,
Vladimir
but-
Putin knew that Trump was going to
In
lose
November?
re-election in February of 2020.
Now what?
So Vladimir Putin knew the future that
'Cause you
Trump
know,
was going to lose
presidency
re-election.
changes everything, right?
Yeah, that's not the question. I'm asking you if you believe that Vladimir Putin knew that Donald Trump was going to lose re-election in January or February of 2020.
Not no, but he was going to decide right there.
Yeah,
What
so
was gonna
I mean, do you think that like
Whoever
president?
became president, that changes everything.
Yeah, so they planned an invasion, and given that they started putting their, I gotta turn this music down. And given that they started putting their troops around Ukraine around February of 2020, it's reasonable to expect that he was at least planning this for a few months. So at least in 2019, Vladimir Putin was planning an invasion of Ukraine and the tactics and the strategy. Again, while Trump is president and giving no good reason
They did that
that
because
Trump
they
would
wanted to
not
join
win
NATO.
re-election, given that every president in the 2000s has won re-election.
They wanted to join NATO.
Okay. If you're saying that that's the reason, then don't cite.
What was the reason?
Okay, if you're saying that that's the reason, then don't cite presidential elections as the reason. You're just contradicting yourself.
It's pretty much them saying, "Why do I want America in my backyard?"
Okay. I don't think this guy's like listening. I don't know.
No, I don't think you.
Do you know what my? Okay, can you tell me what my argument is? I don't think you know what my argument is.
You're trying to tell me it wasn't that I had to do nothing with NATO. Like
I didn't say that.
understand what you're
Okay, so
saying.
yeah, I know you don't understand. Okay, I'm gonna say it again. If the view is that it has something to do with NATO, and it's agnostic to who the U.S. president is at the time, then you are saying a false thing by saying that Russia, that Kamala Harris would have gotten us into World War III, and whether we get into these wars is depending on who's president is going to be determinant on whether we go to war with Russia or something like that. And like those because of our funding of Ukraine and things like that. Like those are completely detached statements, right?
Yeah.
So okay, so I don't want to hear anything about like if Kamala Harris won, we'd be at war with Russia because that has nothing to do with your argument.
Man, I'm pretty sure we would have been at war.
Okay. Anyway, like we're bombing other countries right now, so like, and you guys support it.
Bombed Iran.
Yeah, you're bombing Iran. Yeah, that's another country.
Yeah, because even Obama and Hillary Clinton said it too. It can't
Okay.
be nuclear
Yeah.
weapons.
Don't bomb other countries. I don't
It
care
was
if you're a Republican or.
necessary.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it,
trust
it's
the people
no,
that
it's.
say
I'm
good to
sorry.
America.
It's never necessary to like. It's never necessary. I'm sorry. You can always.
Yeah, trust the people
we're not.
that-
We're not cavemen.
that that's
We know how to sit down. We're okay. You're driving, apparently. So, like, I don't know why you're like joining if you're driving. Anyway, it's too much fucking background noise. Anyway, Isaac, hello. How old are you?
Hi,
How old are you,
I'm 14.
bruh? You got 4 years before you can come on my live, bro. That's crazy. Let's get the next one in here. Hello, how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right, you're a Trump supporter?
No, I completely agree with your panel.
All right, I'm looking for a Trump supporter. I appreciate you for coming up, okay?
You're welcome.
Thank you. So the youth opinion don't matter. Stay in the comments, bro. You got to be 18 or older to be in the guest box. Damn, TikTok is really like suppressing us today. I can't even get 100 today. What's going on? I think that the word Trump is like, it has to be the word Trump. There's no other. I don't know. What's up, Nanners? Hello? Yeah, I don't know if Nanners is here. Oh, 1 sec. Oh, okay. Yeetus La Fetus, yeah. Damn, we might have to restart with like the bathroom topic or something. We'll see. Bro, it's school night. Yeah, summer school, maybe. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If I can get you guys to tap that motherfucking screen. Let's keep it going. We're getting a little bit suppressed tonight. I don't know what's happening, so do all we can. Hit that share button. Hit that like, comment some random shit, send gifts, all that good stuff, okay? $19 shares. What are we doing?
I'm here. I'm just getting honey right real quick.
Raj. Did y'all see that lawyer that called the judge honey? Y'all see that video? Bro definitely was in like some recent arguments with his wife. Happy Canadian, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate you. He's like, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I said that. That's I'm so sorry. I got 105. Might have to do some scientific experiments. See if I restart with different topics, if it'll push me out. I wonder if like it recognizing the word Trump is pushing, or if this is like a TikTok wide thing going on right now. Let's get this guy up here. He apparently thinks a rapist is the best president. All right, Fish, you are live. How old are you?
You said Trump
How old are
is
you?
terrible. Why do I support him?
How old are you?
I'm 18. I was born in 07. I just turned 18 in April. I don't support Trump because Trump supports Israel and AIPAC, an essential banking system. We all need to wake up before this world is run by Zionists. We only have so long.
God, bro, I don't believe you're 18. Sorry. I do not believe bro is 18. Anyway. Thank you guys for reaching the gift goal. I appreciate you. Keep tapping that screen. Shout out to Texas. Thank you for helping me reach the gift goal for tonight. I will do, I don't know, I'll do like one galaxy or some shit like that. I don't know. What'd you end up watching last night? Actually, last night I watched Ironheart, the first 3 episodes of Ironheart. I was watching that. Review Williams on Disney Plus. It's not bad. Noise. Yeah. I think we gotta restart again. This is like brutal. Should I restart with like the bathroom topic or something?
Yes, you should.
Yeah, we're gonna do some experimentation tonight, guys. We're gonna see if it's suppressing based off the topic, or if it's just like a system-wide thing, or if it's a account thing. Try non-Trump, yeah. All right, I will be back in 10 seconds. We're going to change the topic to the bathroom topic and see what goes on, okay? All right, see you guys in 10 seconds. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to clear my cache and see if that works too. See if that does anything. Missed opportunity to use the fish background. Oh my god. That's traumatizing. All right, we're back. What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Stopping in the tap, hell yeah. Let's go, let's go. Tap that screen, let's go. Let me get some Tickfinity for you guys. Hot Dying Chick, thank you so much for the strawberry moon. Appreciate you. What's up, everybody? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Welcome, welcome. All right, let's get some debates in here. Welcome, everybody. Welcome joining in. If you think trans people should not use the bathroom they choose, go ahead and hop on the guest request. I'll bring you up here in just a second. Everybody else keep tapping that screen. Let's keep it going. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go, let's go. Tapping now so live will be strong later. Hell yeah, let's go. So let's see if this is a debate or not. Hello, how old are you?
29.
Okay, are you opposition?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, man, what's your argument?
Because a trans woman is a man and he shouldn't go in a woman's bathroom because it says woman.
Okay, because of the sign, that's all. That's the reason.
I mean, what do you think the sign's there for? What about the signs that say employees only? You think there's anybody can go in there?
Yeah, what if it said whites only? Would it be wrong for a black
that's
person to go in there?
Doesn't say that.
Well, if it said that, you would say it's wrong
When
for a
I
black person to go in there.
segregated-
I'm asking
No, it
you.
wouldn't.
So would it be
It's not the
wrong?
same thing.
Okay, so if a sign said whites only, it would not be wrong for a black person to go in that bathroom, correct?
No.
Okay. If a sign says employees only, would it be morally wrong for a non-employee to go in that bathroom?
Employees only, not like employees only bathroom, just an employees only room.
Yeah. So why when it says women's bathroom, is it exclusive to biological females? What's the argument for that?
Because women, you're supposed to respect their privacy.
Well, oh, so you think it's an invasion of somebody's privacy to use the same bathroom with them if you're not the same sex?
Yeah,
as them?
because what
Can
if
you give the argument for that? Because like it seems like when trans women go in the women's bathrooms, they're not looking at anybody. They're just going in there, take a piss or whatever, wash their hands and leaving. So how are they invading
So
someone's
why
privacy?
can't they just go into the bathroom of the gender that they were assigned at birth?
Well, they can go into either, but they rather go in the women's bathroom,
No.
right? So what I'm saying is like, how are they invading somebody's privacy?
So
If-
say
Wait,
I
hold on.
wanted
How
to
are they
do a
invading
thing.
somebody's privacy if all they're doing is going there, they're not looking at anybody, they're taking a piss, washing their hands and leaving, and they're not worried about other people who are in there?
Because what other reason would they go in there for?
That's a question. Why is that an invasion of privacy?
Because it is.
Okay, so it's just privacy because it is. You think that's gonna convince me?
So like, I'm a man. If I decide, what if I wanted to be a trans woman just so I can go in women's bathroom?
We're not. You think I'm gonna let you run from this? You said you made a claim that it's a violation of somebody's privacy. Now, the typical folk understanding
It's
what
wrong,
invading
yeah.
of somebody's privacy is to intentionally try to see something that they don't want you to see, right? Like their private parts. But a trans woman isn't doing that, right? She's just going in there. She's minding her own business. She's washing her hands and stuff and leaving, right? So how is she invading somebody's privacy?
Because she's not in the right bathroom.
What's the right bathroom?
The bathroom that whatever they were assigned at birth, that's the bathroom.
And
that she
that's
goes.
instantiated based off of the sign, right?
No, it's just the right thing to do.
Yeah, in virtue of what? Like you're supposed to be making an argument for that.
I don't have to make an argument. It's just
You don't have to
wrong.
make an argument to support your position.
Sick. It's disgusting.
Okay, so now we're just going into
Now
we're just going into your personal fifis.
No. It's
Okay,
just,
so like
it's-
you're not giving me any rational reason. Like if a trans person heard this argument, they wouldn't hear anything that would motivate them against using the women's restroom.
it's disrespecting people that aren't trans. Why do you
What?
think trans people should just get away with everything?
I don't know what you mean get away with. If you mean get away with something wrong, you're supposed to establish that it's wrong. You still haven't given that argument.
Because because when women go to the bathroom, they don't want men to be in there.
Well,
What do you mean?
only some cis women view trans women as men, but most cis women don't view trans women as men. So
Well,
that's
so
going to be
you
dependent
think
on. That's
just
going to be. I'm
because
sorry,
they're
hold on.
trans
That's going to be
women-
dependent on the agent, right? I would also say that a lot of men in men's restroom don't want a trans woman in the men's restroom, right?
What is a trans woman though?
What we'd already agreed on what a trans woman is, somebody who has assigned male
so
at birth.
by
I'm
your
sorry, hello.
argument, it's okay
Somebody
for
who is
a man
assigned
to
male.
just go
I'm
in
sorry.
one's
So somebody who is
bathroom.
assigned male at birth, right? They have a gender identity that's not in alignment with that. Now, if you're saying that by virtue of the fact that we don't want
Dude, you're getting
X
you're getting
inside
too
of the,
deep
I don't
into
know
it.
why
It's not
you're
that
over
serious.
talking. I don't know why you're over talking me. If
Oh,
you're
I'll
saying
go
that,
over
I don't know why you're over talking me. So
Because I
if
can't.
I know you can't. Sorry, I will
Look.
overtalk you. I will turn up my microphone and you will be muted and you will be overtalked. I'm sorry. Do not overtalk me. Wait your turn. You said you're 23 or something like that. You have roughly a fully developed brain, almost, right? You know how to control yourself. Now, if it's the case that I don't want a trans woman inside the men's restroom, does it follow from that the trans woman should not use the men's restroom?
Dude, by your argument,
I'm going to ask the question again since you didn't answer the question. The question was, if I don't want the trans woman to use the men's restroom, does it follow that she ought not use the men's restroom?
I was muted.
Mhm.
So, what? Say it again.
Okay,
Say it
I'll
again.
repeat the question a third time. If I don't want, me as a man, a cis man, I don't want a trans woman in the men's restroom, right? Does it follow that she should not use the men's restroom? Yes or no?
Well, a trans woman is a male.
I'm going to ask the question a fourth time. Does it follow that she ought not use the men's restroom? Yes or no?
Yeah.
It does follow. Okay. So because I don't want, so I don't
just
want a
said
trans
yes, you
woman.
Shut up.
Yeah, so I don't want a trans woman to use the men's restroom. Therefore, it follows that a trans woman should not use the men's restroom, right? But cis women generally do want trans women to use the women's restroom. So it seems like under your view, trans women should just use the women's restroom.
Trans women should use the male's restroom.
Well, no, you already just agreed that they shouldn't because I don't
Because they're
want
not
them
a
to.
woman. They're
No, you
trans.
agreed that they should not use the men's restroom because I don't want them as a male. I don't want them in the
Use
men's
the
restroom.
family bathroom.
They can use that if they want to.
Yeah, that's what they can do. And that's what
They can,
should
yeah.
do.
They can also use the men's restroom. They can also use the women's restroom if they choose to use the women's restroom. And
It
nobody has.
doesn't really
They're
get
not.
away with
By
it.
the way, it's mainly men who are in opposition to trans women using the women's restroom. Women are fine with it, right? So why do you want a trans woman, who looks like Megan Fox in the bathroom with you? What are you trying to do in there with her?
Because it's not about the appearance. it's about
Why are you
the
trying to like
actual-
get her in the bathroom with you? That's kind of weird, bro.
I don't know. I think trans is just weird in general. So
Well, you're the weird one. You're the one. She's going in the woman's bathroom to be protected from you, and you're like, no, don't go in there. I want you near me. That's all you're saying. You're the weird one.
I mean, if they want to if they want to do it, then let them do it. But you know,
Okay.
I just don't think it's right.
Nanners, you got something?
I like how your chat is saying don't speak for women.
Yeah, you specifically. They're talking about you.
Oh no, I thought
Us-
they were talking about
Us?
the other
No,
black shit.
no, they're talking about you. Don't talk for women because you're not a woman, so please don't talk for us. And us cis women could care less if trans women are in the bathroom with us. We'd prefer it actually.
Not about your preference though.
You did. That was your whole argument, is that they don't want them in the women's bathrooms.
Dude,
You're really bad at this, Jackson.
if you think trans women should use women's bathrooms, then you're just a fucking pedophile, bro. Pervert.
What?
Weird,
You're gonna,
bro.
you know what I'm gonna ask you, right?
So you think it's okay?
You know what
for
I'm
men
gonna
go in
ask. You
women's
want to know what I'm gonna
bathrooms?
ask you, right? You know what I'm gonna ask you?
What are you gonna ask me?
Yeah.
Bro?
Are 55% of women's P3DOs in your view?
What do you do?
I'm gonna ask you that. Do you believe that 55% of women, cis women, are P3DOs? Yes or no?
What does that mean?
P3DOs. You said
Okay.
pedos, right? Yeah. Do you think that 55% of cis women are P3DOs? Yes or no?
No.
Right. Well, 55% of cis
I think
women
women
are
are-
fine. I don't know why you're over talking me. Sissy, so like
What do you?
55,
what about transgenders that
55,
don't agree
55,
with this
55,
situation?
55% of cis women support trans women being in women's restroom. Now, you said if you support trans women being in women's restrooms, you're P3DO. That means you think that 55% of cis women are P3DOs. So you're gonna have to justify the argument that if you think that trans women should be allowed in the women's restroom, you're a P3DO, because that seems like going to be an absurdity on your view, right? It'd be absurd, huh?
I mean, if they want to get their ass
And
beat,
in fact, men are more likely to oppose trans women to be in the women's restroom than women. So your view would actually commit you to believing that women are more likely to be P3DOs than men. This is so bad for you.
very
This is
weird.
embarrassing.
How's it embarrassing?
You're embarrassed.
Yeah,
Like,
Carbon.
like your argument is just trash, bro.
Carbon, would you date a trans woman?
Sure, why not?
Wow.
Carbon would date anything.
Wait, why would that be wrong,
Date his
Nez?
mom.
Wait, by the way, how old are you, Nez?
That's disgusting. 22.
It's 22. So you said, I'm sorry, it's wrong because you think it's disgusting to be with a trans woman?
Yeah, I'm a Christian. I think the whole thing is absurdity.
Oh, well, Christianity's false, so you're like, I
Okay,
don't understand why. Yeah, so first of all, logical problem of evil, that disproves you. Also, your God condones rape and slavery and genocide, so I don't know. Yeah, he does. Deuteronomy 21. Deuteronomy 21. Okay, Deuteronomy 21. Pull it up right now. Deuteronomy 21. Pull it up right now. I don't want to hear anything else other than you turning the page to Deuteronomy 21. Go ahead.
Out with a trans woman?
Yeah, I would all tongue all up in that shit. Okay, now Nez, I want you to answer. Let's pull up Deuteronomy 21:12. Nez, let's pull up 21:12. Let's go.
With your little.
Yeah, everybody's scared. Everybody's scared. Every Christian will run away from that. I promise you. Holy shit, Grandmaster with the 25. Fucking shit, 25 gifted subs. Is that a year-long ban for Jackster? Yeah, that is. Okay.
My
Wait,
apologies.
which one said the slur? Was it Jackster or the other guy?
Both.
They both said it? Okay.
Yep.
They're both degenerates then.
Sorry, I was harvesting honey. Not really. I was getting honey for my sister, but we're gonna say I was harvesting honey.
Blossom, thank you so much for the heart. Hello, user. How old are you?
I'm 45.
All right. Are you opposition or no?
Oh, yeah.
All right, what's your argument?
Well, I don't want my daughter to see male genitalia.
Whoa.
Why would she see that in a woman's bathroom? There's stalls in there.
Allowing your child to see these things. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah. Yeah, so you do you know how like women's bathrooms, when you go in there, there's a stall and there's a lock on the stall. You know that, right?
Well, you know, either way, it's a male. It's a male regardless.
Well, I'm not going to allow you to run away from the argument that you came in here with. The argument that you came. Okay, so you said the reason why it's wrong is because you don't want your daughter to see male genital, right? Now, if that's true, then for some reason, do you know how like bathrooms work? You know they have stalls, right?
Of course, of course.
Okay, so if they have stalls, then in virtual, how would your child see them in a locked stall?
Pants, your skirts, your shirts.
Huh?
I mean,
Say it again.
as a male, sometimes I fix my pants, my shirts. I tuck in. That's why there's lockers for men. I don't want a person with a penis walking around across dressing room where they're changing all together, taking showers together. It's just completely
Wait,
wrong.
we're talking about a bathroom. We can move on to locker rooms and stuff. We're just talking about a bathroom, right?
Same
So
thing.
how
It's
would
still a
how would
male.
she? So she goes
It's
in there.
still-
I'm sorry. Wait, we gotta
for
stick you to it.
purpose to do
So
it.
she goes into the restroom. Let's say we have a trans woman, right? She goes into the woman's.
there is no
I don't
such
know
thing
why
as
you keep
trans
over
woman.
talking me.
It's
Like
a
what?
man.
Do you need to like
It's a man.
do? Okay, listen. You said you were like 50 something, right? Act like it. When somebody's talking, keep your mouth closed, and when you talk, I'll keep my mouth closed. Okay? Can we do that? Yes or no, user? That was a question for you. Unmute.
Of course.
Okay. Now, so let's take the typical situation of what usually happens, right? Trans woman goes into the woman's restroom, goes into the stall, locks the stall, sits down, takes a piss or a shit, whatever, walks out, washes her hands, and leaves the bathroom. Now, what did she do that was wrong? Tell me.
That's a man going in. There is no such thing as trans woman.
I'm gonna ask the question again. What did she do that was wrong? Answer the question.
A man went into the restroom.
Yeah. So why is that wrong? You say like you're saying it's a man, right? Now that's just your semantics, right? When you say man, you just mean male, right? Hello?
You keep muting me. See, you're telling me that you want me to talk, but you're not gonna let me talk.
I'm not muting you. So you said that when you say man, you mean male, correct?
Male, man is the same thing.
Male and man is the same thing? Was that a
There is
yes?
no such thing. Yes.
So if a child is born as a male, you would call them a man?
Well, no, that's a boy.
Oh, okay. Okay. So male and man are not the same thing. Okay. So I don't know
No,
why
no.
you said
Okay,
that. That was
well,
stupid.
a woman, it's a woman, and a man is a man. A boy
Oh,
becomes
that's
a man.
very informative. Yeah, thank you.
girl-
Okay. So why is it okay, stop muting them real quick. So why is it the case that if somebody who is not female, right, goes into the woman's restroom, why is that wrong?
Somebody that is not a female, because that's a
Yes.
male.
Yeah,
a
that's
man.
that yeah. Why is that wrong?
Because it's a dude. I don't want my
Okay.
daughter
You're
to
just
have
when you say dude, you just mean male, right?
male, man.
Okay,
There is
so
no such
you're
thing
just
as
saying that it's wrong because it's wrong because it's wrong. Now, I'm going to ask the question again because that's a circular argument. I want you to give me the reason why it's
What is a
wrong.
woman? What is a woman?
Don't try to distract. I'm not going to let you run away from
I'm not
that.
distracting.
Okay, so tell
I
me
don't
why
want
it's
a
wrong.
male
Why
going
is
to
it?
a restroom
Okay,
where my
so
daughter is
it's
there.
wrong because you don't want it to happen, right?
No, because it's a male.
Okay,
It's a
so
male.
it's a male,
There is a-
and
there-
it's wrong
there is
because
a
it's a
reason.
male,
There is
and
a
it's wrong
reason.
because it's a male. So okay, so if a woman brings,
I don't want a male.
I'm sorry, I'm still talking.
Parts.
Right. So if a woman brings her little son inside the woman's restroom to take a piss, that's wrong because he's male, correct?
That's a kid. That's a child.
I'm sorry. Is a child? Can a child be
Like a
male?
child,
Can a
yeah.
child be male?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it wrong to bring somebody in the restroom because they're male? User?
A man, yeah.
Okay, so if it's a
A-
man,
a grown
if it's an
adult man,
adult male, okay, so now we're starting to
Even-
get somewhere.
Even a teenager.
Okay,
If
now,
you're a baby to change your pampers, it's different.
yeah,
it's-
I don't know
it's
why
a
it's
whole different
different. You probably won't be able to justify it, but we're gonna keep going. Okay, so if you're an adult male, you ought not use the woman's restroom. Is that the argument? Is that the claim? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, can you justify that argument?
What do you mean justify it?
Justify.
That's
it.
gonna leave
Do you
open-
have a sequence of premises that leads you to the conclusion? Okay, listen. Premise one, yada yada yada. Premise two, yada yada yada. Conclusion, therefore adult males should not use the women's restroom. Do you have an argument that looks like that?
It's for their own safety, for the safety. See,
Safety of who?
Of the girls.
Okay, so if it's a
Girls,
safety,
women.
so what is the argument that trans women pose a safety threat to women in women's restrooms?
Trans women are not women.
I'm gonna ask the question again since you ran from it. What is the argument or
running from it, I'm
justification?
telling
Yeah,
you.
you're just saying they're
It's a
not.
safety
I don't
issue.
care about your semantics. I'm asking you for
It's not
context.
semantics. It's
So what
reality.
is the argument? What is the
It's
argument
reality.
that trans
That
women are a
men should
safety
not be
threat?
in women's
What is the
restrooms.
argument that trans women are a safety threat to cis women inside a woman's restroom? Give the
There
argument.
is no such thing as cis woman either. There's only
I'm
men
gonna
that
give
do.
the. I'm gonna keep asking the same question over and over and over again until you answer the
It leaves
question.
the opening for perverts to actually use that.
Okay, so if it leaves
Yes.
if an action leaves an
If the
opening,
threat is actual dirty
if an
men,
action leaves an
dressed
opening,
like women.
if an action leaves an opening for perverts, then that action is wrong. Is that the principle you want to go based off of?
No, that action will.
That's not your argument. Okay, we're gonna throw that one away and we're gonna try this again.
I didn't say
Give
that's
me
not
the
my- that's
argument.
part
Give
of
me
it.
the argument that trans women pose a safety threat to cis women in women's bathrooms.
People are gonna take advantage of it. Like,
Okay, so
dirty
okay,
people-
yo,
big
now we're
men
back to
people
this
that-
argument. People are gonna take advantage. So people are
They're
gonna take
dress like
advantage.
women, and it's happened already. It's happened already several times.
Okay, so it's not inherently wrong for trans women. It's wrong for a
It is
cis man to
wrong.
do it. Okay,
Because trans
so
women are not women. They're
okay,
men.
so do you want trans men using women's restrooms?
There is no such thing as trans people.
Do you
There's
want?
just-
Do you? I'm sorry.
there's
I'm gonna keep
people
asking the question. I know
There's
you
stories.
really are
They're
scared of it,
thinking ahead.
and you want to
Trans
run
people are
away from it.
thinking ahead.
I know you
Listen
want to
up.
run away from the question, but I'm good.
I'm
That's not going to
You're-
stop me from
You're
asking the
moving
question,
goalposts, brother.
right? So I'm just
You're
going to
moving
keep
the
asking
goalposts.
you. Do you think
You're
it's
moving the
wrong for a
goalposts.
trans man to use the woman's restroom?
Yes.
Yes.
Because
It's
they're
wrong
trans.
for, but they're biologically
Males
female.
should go to males' restrooms.
Do you know what a
females should go to
trans man
females'
is?
restrooms.
Do you know what a trans man is?
It doesn't exist.
You don't
It's
think?
just- they're just cross-dressing people.
Okay, so some females
just
should not.
because I think I'm
Okay,
a cat
cool.
doesn't
So
make me a cat.
females should not use. Some females should not use the
There's
woman's
men
restroom.
and there's women. That's
Right.
it.
So
There's
some
no
females
trans
should not
women.
use the woman's restroom under your view.
There's no cis people.
I'm gonna
That
keep
doesn't-
asking the question until you answer it. Some females should not use the woman's restroom under your view.
Only women should use it.
Okay, so
And
let's say we
girls.
have a trans man who is born biologically like they are female and they look like you and they go into the
Well, she
woman's
go to the
restroom. I'm
wo-
gonna
she's not
I
a-
need you to
she's
stop
not a
over
man,
talking me.
she's a
I need you
woman.
to stop over talking me. Let's say we have somebody who is born biologically female, 6 foot tall, hairy, muscular, with a bunch of tattoos, lesbian, walks into the woman's restroom. Should they be able to use it? Yes or no? That's all I'm asking.
She should go to the women's restroom.
Okay, cool. Now
a woman. Even
let's
if
say
she
now.
thinks she's
Okay,
a
let's
man,
go with that.
she's a
Let's go with
woman.
that. Now you're opening the door for perverts to dress like men going into the woman's restroom
She's
and
not a
claiming.
man.
I don't know why you're over talking me.
She's
You
not
are
a man,
opening.
she's
I
a
don't
woman,
know. I
bro.
still don't know why you're over talking me. You are opening the door for perverts to dress like men to
That didn't
walk
make
in.
sense.
I still don't know why you're over talking me. You are
didn't
opening the
make
door for perverts to dress like men and go inside the woman's restroom and then just claim to be trans men. You see how this is a parody argument?
It's not a perfect argument because that person's still a woman.
What?
It's
I'm
not a
sorry.
trans
I
person,
gave
it's a
you the
woman.
I said a pervert, which is like I'm saying a man, a male, a
No, you
cisgender
said
man.
someone that was
I'm gonna
born
say it
a
again
female.
since you're not tracking. I need you to track. Keep your ears
You said
open.
someone that
The
was born
reason
as
why
a
you
male,
don't
6 foot
understand
tall,
the argument
beard,
is
and
because
bald.
every time I try to present
That's
the
still a
argument,
woman.
the reason why you don't understand the argument is because every time I try to present the argument, you like start over talking me and start talking about other stuff, semantics and stuff. So I need you to put your big boy listening ears on, and I need you to understand. Okay. Now your argument was very clear. Somebody who is male ought not use the woman's restroom if they're a trans woman by virtue or a cis man, because somebody who is a pervert could exploit that and go in there and say, well, look, I'm a trans woman, so I should be allowed in here. Now, that exact same thing is true. You said, oh, they could dress up as like a woman. Okay. That exact same thing is true and more likely if you allow trans men to use the woman's restroom. Trans men being somebody who is born biologically female but self-identifies, presents as a man. Now, if that's the case, then what you're doing is you're opening the door for somebody who is that same pervert to dress up like a man and go inside the woman's restroom and claim to be a trans man and say, hey, I am biologically female and therefore I'm allowed in here. Now, what is your counter argument to that?
just because they consider themselves a female doesn't make them a female. Doesn't make
I didn't
them a
ask that. What is your counter argument?
I'm telling you that.
That's not a, okay. Okay, cool. All right. So just because, okay. So if that's your response,
are you gonna let me talk, brother?
yeah, I'm just responding to what you said. If that's your
That's what I'm
response,
saying. Just because somebody feels that there's something doesn't make it a reality.
okay. Now,
So,
I didn't say the pervert feels. I didn't say the pervert feels like
No,
they're
no,
a
no,
trans
hold on.
man.
No, no.
I said that they're saying that they're a trans man. Now, that's what you said, right? You said in the case of where we allow trans women to use the women's restroom, some pervert could say, even though they're not really a trans woman, they could say that they're a trans woman and use that as an entryway into the women's bathroom. That is also true for that same pervert can start saying, well, listen, I'm saying I'm a trans man. User believes that only females should be allowed to use the women's restroom. I'm saying I'm female, therefore I'm allowed inside the women's restroom.
No, okay, it's not what you say, it's what you were born with.
Okay, cool. So it looks like, so you reject your own argument then.
Change your gender.
Yeah, you reject your own argument then.
No, I'm not. Not at all.
When I throw your argument back at you, you run away from it. It's really funny. I love
Just
it.
because that person considers it.
Shut up. He literally used your argument against you, bro.
It didn't even make sense because he's changing the
It's your
definition.
same argument. If you
No, it's
allow,
not.
no, shut up.
No, it's not
Shut up.
because first of all, that
Shut
person.
up. The woman's talking. Anyways, if you allow this process to happen and say that trans men have to use the bathroom with the sex that they were assigned at birth, they're going to go into the women's restroom, even though they look fully man, because they are a trans man. Okay? Are we catching what I'm putting down? Okay, cool. Now that is going to allow cis pervert men to use that to their advantage. They don't have to do jack shit. All they have to fucking do is be themselves, their perverted selves, and use that as an entryway to get into the bathroom.
If that happens, that should be a crime. It should be a crime for
Yeah.
any man to enter.
It should be a crime for any pervert to try to. It should be a crime for a. It should be a crime for a. It should be a crime for a pervert to try to prey on
Not a
a
pervert,
woman. Now,
a male.
oh, it shouldn't be a crime for a pervert to prey on women.
No,
I'm sorry.
listen, it should be a crime for a male to enter a woman's.
You're not going to be able to justify that argument. You still haven't given an argument for why it should be, why it's even wrong, much less it should be a crime.
Basic biology. You're trying to change reality.
Basic biology doesn't
based on
give.
feelings.
Basic biology
I can
doesn't
feel-
inform moral and ethics. Now,
And I'm
my
not.
question to
I can
you:
feel.
you're supposed to
I don't
be
know that I'm
presenting.
black. I'm not black.
You're supposed to be presenting an argument why it's wrong. So far, you've been up here for 10 minutes. I don't know why you're over talking me. You're supposed to be presenting an argument for why it's wrong. So far, you've been up here for like 10, 15 minutes. You so far have not given a single argument that justifies why you think it's wrong. And now also you want to make it a crime. Yeah. Now, I know you're conservative because conservatives only draft irrational policy.
I'm not conservative.
It must be because you're advocating
not.
for irrational policy right now.
I'm not. That's not irrational.
Yeah, it's based off of nothing.
It's
You
not
haven't given an
irrational.
argument
It's
for
not
why.
irrational.
You haven't given an argument that would
Everywhere
motivate
else in
any
the
person
planet, people don't
for
feel
why.
like that.
Okay, so because other people.
It's
Wait, so
never
if
been
I'm
like
sorry,
that.
if another country adopts a policy, therefore you should adopt that policy, correct?
I mean, try going to Palestine. Let's see what happens.
Okay, so just to be clear,
trans
if okay, is that the view? If another country adopts a policy, then we should adopt that policy.
It's wrong. It's wrong. I don't.
If I'm gonna ask the question again, if another country adopts a policy, that follows that we should adopt that policy, correct?
I never said that.
Okay, then don't fucking use
Never
other
said
countries.
that.
Stop being an idiot.
Also, I don't think Palestine is concerned about these kinds of things
Hey,
because they're literally being.
They don't fucking have bathrooms. All their bathrooms are blown up
They don't have
You're
time.
willing
by
to live with
Israel,
a black
the
person,
IDF.
but you're gay.
They don't have time to worry about this. They're trying to survive and
Bro
get
said
food. They
Palestine.
don't have.
You want to adopt the views of Palestine?
Any
Is it
dude
wait?
that's
Do you
using
want to
somebody who
user?
has a
Do you want to
feeling
adopt the?
bro?
Do you want to
What are you
adopt the
talking
policy?
about?
Do you want to adopt the policies of Palestine? Yes or no?
Hell no.
Okay, so don't talk about them
Yeah,
as
but
if
then you
they're
go protect the
okay. So
flag,
cool.
bro.
Now, so wait. So like just because you cited Palestine, right, as like a policy, some sort of virtue
That's a
in their
policy,
policies
bro.
that they
As an
implement,
Irish,
but you don't even
that's
support it.
independent.
So I don't know why you brought it up. Okay, so
Well, then
now
you get-
we're gonna move back to your argument.
Why
Now,
does you-
since every argument that you haven't really given an argument, so now we're gonna
You
start
go
from the
back.
top. In virtue of what should a trans woman not use the woman's restroom? Go ahead.
Because a trans woman is a male. Or
Yeah,
a female.
when we say trans woman, it's included in the definition that they are male.
Woman
Now,
is a
it's
biological
included
thing.
in the
Biological.
definition that they're male. So you're just saying
Okay, so what's a woman?
so you're just being circular. So now, in
No,
virtue
you're
of
circular.
what,
What's a
in
woman? I
virtue
think
of
if I was a
what,
woman.
in virtue of what, ought a male not use the woman's restroom? Go ahead.
What is a woman?
I'm
What is
gonna
a
ask.
woman?
I'm gonna keep asking the question over and
I'm
over
gonna keep
until you
asking too,
answer.
what is a woman?
You're
You
asking
have
a
to
question.
define these
You're
things
asking a question.
because a trans
I'm
woman-
letting you. I'm letting you define the terms. You're saying a woman is an adult human female. You're saying a man is an adult human male. Now you're saying an adult human male ought not use the woman's restroom. I'm asking you why. What is the argument for that?
Oh, sorry, that was preemptive.
Virtue. And virtue.
Hello?
Yeah, just
Hello?
give me the you gave me the definition, or at least your definition. Let's go based off of that definition,
my definition,
and I want
it's
you to give me the argument for why an
Nature.
adult. I don't know why you're over talking me, and I want you to give me the argument for why an adult male human being ought not use the woman's restroom. Can you give me that argument?
Yeah, because males should only be with male.
That's just
that's
begging.
right.
Do you know what begging the question
Yeah.
is?
Do you know what circular definition
I'm gonna ask.
is?
Yeah, that's exactly
what
what
a woman
circular.
is.
Yeah, so that's a circular
You can't define
argument.
what a woman
So
is.
that you already defined what a woman is. An adult
you
human
can't
female.
define
Is
it
it
because
an
you
adult? I'm
trans
sorry,
women
user. Is it an
women.
adult human female or is it not?
An adult human, yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's go with that definition.
why
Now,
we're
give me
yeah.
the argument for why an adult male human being, by virtue of the fact that they're male, ought not use the woman's restroom. Why is this so difficult for you?
It's unsanitary. There's a lot of reasons.
What?
A male is gonna have to pee standing up.
No, he doesn't.
It's unsanitary.
Males don't have to pee standing up. What are you talking about?
No, I was a single mother. Guess how my son learned how to pee? Sitting down, and he still does to this day.
Wait,
It's
what?
actually better for men to
It
sit
sounds
down.
funny, gay.
So, well, I don't understand. It sounds like you don't understand biology. Why do you think a male has to pee standing up?
We always do.
I didn't ask if we do. You said we have to.
That's
What's
why
the
we
argument that we
decided
have to
because
pee?
we-
What's the argument that
because
we have to pee standing up, user? Don't run away. I'm not going to let you run away. You said it, and I'm going to stick
I'm
you
not
to
running
it.
away, bro.
Okay,
It's beautiful
so
because-
give me the argument that a male has to pee
I didn't
standing
say
up.
has to.
Yes,
Males
you did.
pee standing
That's
up.
exactly what you said.
Yeah, males always pee standing up.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. Grow
So,
up.
like, just to be clear,
males don't.
user. Let's just test that logic. Do you agree that some trans women get bottom surgery? Yes or no?
Trans women are male.
I'm gonna ask the question again. Do you agree that some trans women get bottom surgery? Yes or no?
Yeah, they do.
Okay. Do trans women who get bottom surgery, are they male?
Well, if I cut my dog,
I'm gonna ask the question again. If a trans woman gets bottom surgery, are they male? Yes or no?
Oh my god! If I get into a car
I'm gonna
accident,
ask the
if I
question a
get-
third time. If a trans woman gets bottom surgery, are they still male? Yes or no?
Yes. Because
Okay.
they have
All right.
X
Okay.
and Y
Cool.
problems.
Now we're gonna go here. Okay. You said that males always pee standing up, right? And males don't pee sitting down. Now a trans woman who has had bottom surgery is a male. Do you think that a trans woman who have had bottom surgery pee standing up or sitting down?
No, they don't. I mean, yeah.
Which one?
Accidents can happen too.
Which
but
one?
That's not the general
Wait, which
rule.
one, user?
Huh?
Which one do they do?
They sit down, of course.
Okay,
They have
so-
to sit down because.
So when you
because
said
they
when
end
you
up
said
falling off their
when
chair.
you
That's-
said
that's-
when you said that all males pee standing up, that was a lie, right? That was false. Parker,
Well,
thank
in
you so much
general-
for the motherfucking
in
raid. I
general,
appreciate
in
you,
general,
Parker.
too. Women
W
are
Parker in the
deciding-
motherfucking chat. Shut up. W Parker in the motherfucking chat. W Parker, I hope y'all had a great motherfucking stream. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Okay, so since we agreed that your statement was false, that every single male pees standing up, right? So I want the argument for why trans
No, you
women
didn't.
should
Males
not
are
use
supposed
the
to
women's restroom. Go ahead.
Males are supposed to pee standing up, bro.
No, they're not.
What
They
when you
are
say
supposed
when you say supposed to, what do you base that off
So
of?
like things can happen. Like somebody can get a disease, have surgery. Have
Yeah,
an
let's
accident,
say they haven't
have
had
a
any of
mental
that.
disease,
Why
some
should
kind of
they
penis.
wait? Let's say they haven't had any of that.
That's not how they.
Okay, let's say we have a normal, like average, typical male, and they haven't had any accident or bottom. Why are you over talking me? Just wait until I'm done. Let's say we have the average male, right, who hasn't had any accident. They haven't had bottom surgery. Why should they pee standing up?
Because that's how it's supposed to be done, bro.
Yeah,
If I-
yeah, that's just restating the claim. Why? Why is that how it's supposed to be?
here's your logic, bro. Just because
I just need you to answer the question. Answer the question. Why should they pee standing up?
because that's biology, bro.
It's biology? What do you mean it's
Yeah,
biology?
That's how we were designed to do.
Wait,
That's how
by
we were born to do.
design? By like God? Oh, you believe in like God and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
So God thinks it's immoral for a man to pee sitting
Not-
down.
Well, forget about the morality.
No, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about whether something's right or wrong. Why would I forget about
Exactly.
morality, you
Yeah,
idiot?
I don't want.
Wait,
I don't want to
wait,
be around no women.
Wait.
Only
You,
sex-
Wait, you think? I'm sorry. Wait, you think that if a man sits down peeing, that makes him a woman? I thought a woman was an adult human female.
I didn't say that.
I
didn't say
think so. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I got a
25 to
question
kick, by
for
the
you.
way.
User, how do you feel about me as a cis woman, born a woman?
Are you straight?
What?
What is
So what is a woman? What is
Anyways, moving on. I'm a cis woman,
what is a cis woman? Define it.
a woman who aligns with the gender they were assigned with at birth. Okay. Anyways, my question to you is, how do you feel about the fact that me, as a cis woman, stands while peeing? I bet I have better aim than you do. I can almost guarantee, because you think it's unhygienic,
Over the
because
place.
you're over here splish splashing, sprinkling the whole bathroom. I can guarantee. Let's have a pee off. I bet I have better aim than you.
I've seen girls pee when they were drunk at parties, like on the curb. It's dirty as hell. You got
No. I don't have to pee on a curb. I can pee into a toilet standing up. This is what happens when you're raised with 4 brothers.
Bro looks at women while they're peeing outside.
I did it. They were
Yeah, no, you said. How did you know? You
I
were just
see
looking at.
homies-
No,
I
you were
see
just
homies
staring at
girls
them. You were
doing
just
it
staring
out
at them like a fucking creep.
I'm
You're a
not
fucking
staring.
creep. Yeah, you
That's
are
just-
staring. So you're the person that. Yeah, listen. You shouldn't go in the women's restroom, right? Because you're a creep, right?
You like dick, bro. What are you talking about?
I don't, but I mean, it seems like you
Dude,
just
like
like women
what?
peeing. Like, yeah, listen,
Like,
Mr. R.
dude.
Kelly. Listen, if you're like, listen, if that's your thing, right?
Thank you.
Then there's consensual ways of doing
Like
that.
titties in your
Right, but
mouth,
like
bro.
you're like there's consensual ways of liking the urination stuff, but people in bathrooms don't consent to that. People in public
me ask
who
you
are
a
doing
question,
that
bro.
out. I don't know why you're over talking me. That's your thing. That's your creep. Yeah, that's you. Okay.
Galaxy for the
Can I
shark.
ask you a question, bro?
Brilliant. Thank you so much for
Have
the
you ever been to a
$5
trans-
super chat. I appreciate you. Caller, do you enjoy crossing the streams at urinals? Never cross the stream. Thank you so much, Brilliant, for the $5 super chat. I
Have
appreciate
you ever
you.
dated a trans woman?
No, but I would. What about you?
I was married to one.
Was the trans woman a man or a female?
A trans woman.
Would you date a
mean,
trans man? Wait, would you date a trans man?
Who, me? I will date a woman only.
Yeah. Do you think a trans man is a woman?
I think a trans man is a man.
Oh, I agree. Hey, we got a look, we got a
A
trans,
trans man-
a
what are you
pro
talking
trans.
about?
We got W. Hey, I agree. Trans men are men. Yes, let's go.
So you mean like a man that switched to a man or something?
Accidental
I mean, that was
ally.
A
Love it.
man who turns into a man, folks. A man who turns
Hey,
into
that's why I do
a
these debates to
Well,
change your
I mean,
mind. Okay.
You, which means you've always been a man. W trans men. We love you. You guys are always been men.
Can trans people be gay?
Yeah.
Okay, same shit.
Wait, so you would, just to be clear, you would date a
Gay,
trans.
bro.
So you would date a trans man, right?
Anyone can be gay. What?
So user, let's say, wait, user, answer
And
this
they're both
question,
gay.
answer this question,
It makes
answer
so
this
fucking
question,
straight.
answer this question, user, right? So you have somebody who looks like Dwayne Johnson, right? But they're born female, and you date them. Are you gay?
I will only date a woman.
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you that. Okay, wait. So if you're born female and you're adult, that makes you a woman, correct?
Yeah, but then you gotta be cute too.
Okay.
I'm not gonna
Now,
say no.
well, I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you if you would date them. I said if you were,
no.
would that be gay?
If I did it, hold on, repeat that.
If you dated a woman that looked like Dwayne Johnson, does that make you gay?
again. No,
No,
because it's a woman.
that doesn't make you gay.
It just means you got fucking shitty taste. It just means that
Bite the bullet. Bite the bullet. I love it. Now,
It just means
let
that
me
you
let me
got
do this in
shitty
the
taste,
op.
bro.
Let me do this in the
Why would you
opposite.
wanna
I'm
say
gonna do it.
someone
I'm
that
gonna
doesn't
do
have
it in the opposite direction now. So let's say there are certain intersex conditions. One like androgen and sensitivity syndrome, right? And the way it works, and I'll just give a brief overview of how it works. I'm not gonna go into like the details, but basically, this is somebody who has an expressed SRY gene. And it produces testes. The testes produce testosterone as they're developing in the womb, and the cells surrounding it don't respond to that testosterone. So the testosterone gets aromatized into estrogen, and they go down a female developmental pathway phenotypically, but genetically they are male, right? So before I ask you my question, do we agree that this is a male?
So you're saying that was it word a female or a male?
Yeah. So genetically they are female.
How often does this happen?
I'm sorry. Genetically they are male. Doesn't matter
So
how
that-
often.
so that's a
'Cause
mutation, right? That's a mutation.
all
like
human
a-
all human traits are
it's kinda like-
mutations.
It's
So
kinda like
hold on,
being
wait.
born with
So
eyes, right?
all human traits are mutations. So do we agree that do you think that if somebody is genetically male, that you would call them a male, correct?
Well, that's a deformity.
I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna keep asking you the same question. I don't
I'm
know.
gonna keep
Maybe
telling
you
the
maybe
same
you
thing,
haven't
but
maybe you haven't
you're
learned
gonna
this
use the
enough.
exception.
Maybe you haven't learned this enough. But you running from my questions does not stop me from asking the question, right? So I'm gonna ask the question again, user. Do you agree that this person is a male? Yes or no?
It's not a male. It's not a female. It's something else because they're deformed.
Oh, so you
Somebody
wouldn't call them
born blind,
you
they're
would
supposed to
so
have
far I don't
eyes.
know. I don't think you understand what a deformity
They're
is.
supposed
So
to have
you
eyes,
think
but they were born
that
without
there are
eyes.
people who are neither man nor woman?
W, another accidental ally.
People
Can I
that
get
are
a
born
W
deformed.
non-binary in the chat, folks? WND.
Non-binary stuff, all that stuff, it's like a rare.
Who would you what would you
It's
call this
really,
person?
Really, is less than 0.01%.
Wait, that doesn't matter. Who would you
And
call
you're
this
trying to make
user?
that a rule?
User. No, I'm not. I'm
And
trying to
make
get
a
to it. I'm trying to
generality
get
out of
nope,
it.
I'm not. And I'm gonna tell you why, but I need
That's
you to
not
listen.
how-
Nope, I'm not trying to make
don't
this a
make
rule.
rules
So I
and
need you.
laws
I'm
out
not
of
making
exceptions.
rules based off exceptions. You haven't even
Well, that's
understood. You
what
haven't
you're
even.
doing.
I
The whole
haven't.
gender thing,
I
you-
haven't.
the
And
whole
I'm
gender
going to.
thing.
I don't know why you're over talking me. Okay. So user, the question that I'm asking you, first of all, since this person is neither male nor female, we wouldn't call them by he or she, correct?
Does that person have XY chromosomes?
Yeah, they have XY chromosomes.
So then they're male then.
Okay, now you answered
They
that
just were
question. Okay,
born
so
deformed.
now
They were
they are.
born deformed
Wait.
without a
Okay,
face.
so cool. That's that. I don't care about any of that stuff. Okay, so we have this
It's not-
person. I don't know why you're over. I don't know why you're over talking me. Okay, so we have somebody who is male under your view, and just to be clear, an adult male is a man, correct? I just need a yes or no before we continue.
XY chromosomes, bro.
Yeah, is an adult male is a man, correct?
XY chromosomes, yes.
We already crossed the bridge.
Okay, so cool. So we have XY chromosomes, they're male. They grow to adulthood, they're a man. Okay. Now, this person, because they have androgen sensitivity syndrome, they were born with a vagina. With IVF, they can get pregnant, right? And there have been people who have had this condition who
That
can
doesn't
get
happen.
pregnant. Haley Haynes was her name, right? So she has androgen sensitivity syndrome. Under your view, she is a male, and because she's an adult, she's a man. So you would say that this man got pregnant, correct?
That person is deformed.
I'm gonna ask the question again. You would agree that I'm gonna ask this question again.
That doesn't happen.
I didn't ask if it was an abnormality. I asked if they were a man. I'm gonna ask if Haley Haynes was that a man who got pregnant.
You're generalizing an exception.
Okay, we're gonna go through it
That's
again.
like a-
We're gonna go through this again, and I need you to understand the logic. Okay, so Haley Haynes, it has androgen sensitivity syndrome. You agreed that if you have androgen sensitivity syndrome, you are a male. If you're an adult who has an androgen sensitivity syndrome, you are an adult male, which means
Wait,
you are a
that's a
man.
syndrome?
This person is a adult male who got pregnant. So you would agree that this is a man who got pregnant, correct? I
It's
just
a
need
syndrome, right?
yeah. So I just need a yes or no.
So what
Is this
what
a
the
case?
definition
Is
of
this
syndrome?
is this a rare case of a man having gotten pregnant? Yes or no?
It's a syndrome, right?
Yeah,
So it's
yeah.
an abnormality.
Okay,
It's
so
an abnormality, yeah.
so that's a yes.
It's it's an abnormality.
Okay,
because
so
that person
so
is
it's
not
poss
really a
so
male.
it is
It's a
possible
it's an
under
hermaphrodite.
so it is
That's
possible
both.
so it is possible for a man to get pregnant under your worldview, correct? No matter how rare, it's possible.
Normality, yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so okay,
possible.
cool.
Yeah.
All right, so we
But
got
not just because of
so okay,
penis.
cool. We got you to say that trans men are men. We got you to say that men can get pregnant. Now, last question I
He's
got
not
for
a
you,
trans
user.
person
Now I
because they didn't.
now I got last question for you. Let's say you or me date
They
this.
were born like
I don't
that.
know why you're over talking me. You're stressing out
They
really
didn't
hard right now.
change.
You are stressing out very hard right now because I'm getting all these
They didn't change,
concessions.
brother.
I'm getting these concessions. I'm collecting them like infinity stones. Okay, I need one more because my dopamine is like rushing right now. Okay, so user, my next question. Let's say we have a man who is dating this person, and this person having androgen sensitivity syndrome, which you agree that is a man, and now they have a vagina. So now I'm gonna ask you, user, is liking vagina gay?
Hell no.
Mm.
Yeah,
So
but
you can
that's
so a
I don't
man
that's
so a man can date another man under your view and not be gay.
that's not what I said. That person is an abnormality.
Concession number 3. I fucking love it, bro.
That's not a
Bro, this is so
bro.
easy. Y'all can
That's
have
an
this. I gotta get
abnormality,
some water,
bro.
man.
So
My mouth is on fire
just
right now.
because
You're cooked, my guy. You're cooked. I'm sorry. There's nothing you could say.
that's an abnormality, bro.
Can you just stay the fuck quiet, please? You're giving everybody ear cancer.
You're making you're making the exception.
Shut the fuck
You're
up. Jesus Christ.
fuck.
There you go.
You're fact. You cannot make the exception.
Hi, Annie.
Hi, buddy. What's up?
I just woke up.
He ran.
No, you lost, bud.
Yeah,
You
he
lost.
literally walked away to use the bathroom. You
did
had
not.
nothing.
You lost, my
worthless,
guy.
you
I did
worthless
not.
fucking
I
loser.
did not lose because your whole premise is wrong. Your whole premise is
Aww.
I'm not singing tonight. That ain't happening.
Where'd he go?
He ran.
Sleepstar Nerve, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. He only understands basic biology. Did he study anything at the middle school? Doubt he graduated yet.
Did he drop the F slur? I didn't hear it.
He
Did you drop a slur?
tried to, but I kept cutting him off.
Oh, he cut him off half slur.
He was like, fuck.
Jesus Christ, bro. All right, let's get the next person in here. Thank you, everybody. Keep tapping that screen. I appreciate you. We got another
That's
user. How
Mr.
you doing?
Fuck to you.
Yeah, exactly. How old are you?
36.
Okay, what's your argument today?
I'm just wondering, are you against men in women's restroom?
Cis men, not trans women.
Biological men?
By biological man, you just mean somebody who's a born male and they're an
Yes.
adult? Yeah, I'm not against them. That's up to them. You can use the bathroom that you feel comfortable with as long as you're not trying to harm anyone.
Okay, what about my teenage daughters in school who have trans?
Are they
Who have
Trans
trans? Huh?
Like if they're like
Are they
girl,
harming
if
people?
they're boys trying to be women, you think that my
Are
daughter
they
should?
harming people?
You're not letting me finish the question.
Answer
you-
the direct question. Are they harming people?
No, they're not. But what if my daughter's not comfortable
So you
changing
have
in
your
front of a
answer.
male?
Yeah,
So,
if your
hold on, you
daughter
have
if
your
your
answer.
daughter's not comfortable with somebody who's in the restroom, then your daughter shouldn't use that restroom, obviously. Like that's what I would do. Like as a
So
man, if I go into the men's
biological
restroom,
daughter should
listen,
change
I'm sorry,
her
hello?
ways because of a boy being in the restroom.
Yeah, so
or
like I would,
acting.
yeah, so your comfortability guides your actions. It doesn't guide other people's actions. There's a lot of different types of people
Okay.
that I'm.
So is that
Can
double
I?
standard
You mind
much?
if I finish?
Because
Thank
that
you.
trans woman needs to
I don't
be.
know why you're like over talking me. So your comfortability guides your own actions. It doesn't guide your, other people's actions. So if a trans woman, if like the minority of women feel uncomfortable with like a trans woman in the women's restroom, that, well, first of all, I would question why they're feeling comfortable, but let's just say that they're uncomfortable, right? Then they just shouldn't use that restroom. The trans woman is using
So my
her.
daughter should go
I
to
don't
the
know. Like,
male.
I'm almost done. I'm landing the plane. So your daughter, if she's uncomfortable going in the men's or women's restroom, she shouldn't use either. If she's uncomfortable going in the women's restroom because somebody in there, then you wait until that person comes out. That's the obvious thing to do. I don't know why that's controversial to you.
The obvious thing to do is the biological males use their restroom.
The obvious.
How is that obvious?
Because you're telling me that my daughter should be okay with it, and no, they're not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's the
raise your daughter
justification that she would be not okay with it?
Because my daughter's not going to cater to men and
Well,
boys
so
like
first of all,
that.
I don't know if have you ever met
But
a
it's
trans
okay
woman?
because
Have
I
you ever
live in a
met
state
trans
where it's
women?
never gonna happen.
Have you ever met a trans woman?
I don't. Oh, I've seen them.
You've seen them, but you never. Okay, so you should know that trans women, you know, their friend groups are not men, right? They don't hang around men at all. Men don't want to be around them. They don't want to be around men. It's usually cis women. You know that, right? So like you go to
I
the
know that I live
club,
in a
like you go
state.
to the club or something like that, and you see like a bunch of women around, and there's a trans. They all go in the bathroom together, and they're all fine with it, right? Trans women don't hang around men. They don't have a lot of common with men other than their biology. Okay,
And
so
no
like
boys.
that's why they go in there, because they're trying to be safe from cis men. That's the same reason, I presume that's the same reason that you think that cis women use the women's restroom.
So yours is scared to use. So you're saying that boys who are wanting to use girls' restrooms are scared to use the boys' restroom?
Yeah, because so
But
the
then my
reason,
girl's not supposed
yeah,
to
I'll
be
tell you.
scared when a man that's pretending to be a woman
Yeah,
comes
so
in.
like the difference is,
Okay.
so the difference is,
It's called
so
double
when it comes
standard.
to trans women, right? Cis men they're like 4 times more likely to be assaulted, harassed, essayed
I
by
don't care
cis.
what
I don't know why you're
gender
over talking me.
you are.
They're more likely to be assaulted, harassed, essayed by cisgender men, right? Cisgender men view them as, I don't know how they view them, but they view them as women, generally speaking, and that's that explains why they assault them at those high rates. And for the men that don't see them as women and see them as like maybe just feminine men or something like that, that's also another reason why they would attack them, because a lot of these people are grown up in like these degenerate religions and stuff like that teaches them these degenerate behaviors, to treat trans women and gay men particularly too this way. So that is why trans women do not use the men's restroom, all things considered. They usually use the women's restroom. Women are generally more comfortable with them being in the women's restroom. It's mainly men, so you're actually adopting the position of men, not women.
I don't have an issue with gays. My best friend's gay.
I didn't ask
But
that.
I have an issue when biological male are trying to come in the restroom with my daughter.
I don't have an issue with black people. My barber's black.
I don't have an issue with black people. Why
I don't
is
have an
racism
issue with
going
black people. My barber's black. But yeah, black people, you should use the bathroom that says blacks only. Yeah, you should do that one.
Also, the way you said
Why do
gay,
you bring
you-
race into anything like that?
How is it
Anything
different?
like
Christ, are
that?
you not
How is
able
it
to
different?
understand a hypothetical?
You brought
Fuck's
up your
sakes.
gay friend by like this is
I
somehow
said gay.
I wasn't even
Well,
talking about like
that has nothing to do with your
argue.
color, your skin tone.
Yeah, it has nothing to do. Yeah,
Hold
you're
on,
born.
wait,
It's an
wait,
immutable
wait.
trait. Your skin color is an immutable trait. So is your sex, right? Why discriminate on one and not the other?
Why not all?
That was a
trans
question.
people?
Why discriminate on one and not the other?
Stop dehumanizing.
Because I'm not racist.
No,
Okay,
no.
but instead you're sexist.
Yeah, you probably are.
Yeah, I guess if that's what you want to call it.
Okay, all right, roger that.
Can I go
User-
down this line of questioning? Sorry, Annie.
It's safety reasons for my daughter, and I'll have a voice, and I'll continue to use that voice.
Your daughter's
But
not.
luckily, I live in a state. See, I'm not.
No, hold on. Your daughter is not at risk to being harmed by trans women. Not in the slightest.
The person who's most likely to harm your daughter is going to be her father, her uncles,
Oh,
her
bull fucking
brothers.
shit. That's so damn
This is
stupid.
a statistically proven fact. Majority of girls and women who are victims are victimized by somebody that they know. It's almost never a
You
stranger.
mute me, and you never
Because you won't let
Because you're
anybody
over
talk.
talking.
because you don't let me finish.
Because I was in the middle of speaking. This is like a proven like statistic. It
Sorry,
is
we're
very
doing
I
rarely
live in
for
Alabama.
a stranger.
Good
We're
thing I live
doing
in
what
Alabama.
your brother husband does and not letting you finish.
Oh, so it's her brother and her father.
Her
Okay,
husband,
I get
her
it.
husband is her brother.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Brother. But your daughter is not at risk of being harmed from trans women.
Oh, it's not going to happen here. Thank you for Trump. Thank you.
Wait, Alabama passed a
Yeah.
law that says that trans women in public can't use.
Oh,
that's
she
not
can't
how you
even
leave
run
the
for it.
app. That's
You
not
you
how
know
leave
you know
the
you're
app.
still on the live. You know that, right, user? Wait, does she think that Alabama passed a statewide law? And wait, why did she say thank you, Trump? Do you think the president has the power to go into like localities and tell private businesses whether they should allow trans women to use women's restroom? Does she think that?
And considering she got really upset when I brought up the brother husband thing,
Oh, that she
kind of
ran.
seems like her family tree is a circle.
It's a
Crazy
wreath.
word.
That good old family wreath.
Sly, how old are you?
What's up, my man? I'm 30.
30, man. What's your argument?
Real quick, I actually, I do have an answer to your question, but before I give my answer, I kind of just want to gauge on where your position is. Would you say that it would be okay for cis men to use the bathroom that they choose as well?
When you say okay, you just mean morally wrong?
I mean,
Like morally right?
when you ask the question, why should trans people not use the bathroom they choose?
Yeah.
I would assume you believe they should use the bathroom that they choose, correct?
Be able to. I wouldn't say it's a right thing to do. I just say I have no good reason to restrict them from that behavior.
Okay. And would you hold that same position for cis men as well?
Yep. In fact, many women, there's specific cis women that cis women that are okay with, especially specific cis men going into women's restrooms. For example, gay men, especially ones that they know they're gay. So
Yeah.
as long as you're not trying to harm anyone, yeah, it may be weird,
Gotcha.
depending on the
So
person,
this
but
isn't really
nonetheless,
like
I don't have an argument for why it's morally wrong.
Yeah. So it's not really like an argument for like trans people specifically per se. You're essentially you're really just arguing any human should be able to use any bathroom.
Yeah, it's a
they
public
choose.
restroom. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It's a reasonable position. Because I mean I do get where you're coming from because people just go to the bathroom to go to the bathroom. I would still disagree with you though on the basis that it's a little disrespectful to cultural norms. We have two separate bathrooms in America. It's been like that for over 100 years. And yeah, you're a free man, and it's not illegal to use the bathroom of the opposite gender that you are. But it is culturally disrespectful though.
Do you think that that's morally wrong?
Do I think it's morally wrong to be culturally disrespectful?
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit of a gray area. I mean, you could
Because
argue
the
that there
problem
are-
is like the reason why I asked that is just, there's a lot of things that are culturally disrespectful, and some you might say are valid disrespects, right? So like for example, like you wouldn't say, because it was the culture for like there to be segregated like bathrooms on the basis of race, right? But we wouldn't say that it would be wrong to violate that cultural norm for an African American to go into a white woman's
there are
restroom.
definitely
So it's not
things
necessarily the
that-
case. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are things in the past that cultures did, such as segregation. That is complete BS and wrong. Like me and you can agree on that. But on average, though, we should still try our best to adhere to the cultural norms of whatever area that we're in. So for example, if I go to Japan, it would be disrespectful for me to walk around and eat. That's just something that's culturally normal out there.
Would you
Now,
say
am
that
I
this
harming-
is
am I harming anybody if I do that? No, but because I'm a respectful person, I would still abstain from doing that.
So
And
you
I
would-
would still hold that principle to America as well. In America, it's culturally normal to use.
Well, that's what I was gonna
bathroom
follow up
of the
with.
sex
Like,
that you are.
it depends on where you're at in America. You think it would be wrong for a trans woman in like San Francisco and New York to use the women's restroom, given that that's the cultural norm there?
No, even in San Francisco, that's still the cultural norm to use the bathroom of your sex.
Well, like it's the cultural norm, like everywhere in
Yeah.
San
Well,
Francisco. Like
I live in the
most
San
people,
Francisco area, so I'm
yeah, but
speaking
like
from
you would
experience.
agree that most people in San Francisco are fine with trans women using women's restroom, and they also see trans women as women and all that stuff, and they would say, yeah, they should probably use the women's restroom. That's the cultural norm there, right?
I mean, I can acknowledge that some people feel that way. I wouldn't say most, no. Like
You-
I said,
you don't
I-
think
I-
in
I
San
live 20
Francisco?
min- Yeah, I live 20 minutes from San Francisco, so I know the point you're trying to get because there is a lot of that in San Francisco, but I wouldn't use the word most.
All right, so but you don't think that that's the cultural norm? You don't think it's the norm for trans women to
No,
use
it's
women's
the
restroom in
it
San
is the
Francisco?
cultural norm for men to use men's bathrooms and women to use women's
But
bathrooms.
like we're
That's the cultural
specifically we're
norm
talking about a
any city
subset of
in America.
we're talking about the subset of males, right? Who are trans women, right? So do you agree that that is the cultural norm in San Francisco for trans women to use the women's restroom?
I'm sorry, repeat that one more
got.
time.
Do you think that it's a cultural
You're
norm?
speaking low and fast, and I couldn't hear
Sorry,
you.
do you think that it is a trans woman using the women's restroom? Do you think that that is the cultural norm in San Francisco?
Is that the cultural norm in San Francisco?
Yeah.
Well, now we're talking about the cultural norms of trans people. I'm just speaking.
No, I'm talking
men
about
and
the
women
cultural
using the
norms of
bathroom,
it,
though.
a specific area in America.
Yeah. So when you're asking me, is it the cultural norm? Are you saying, or are you asking me, is it the cultural norm of the trans people, or is it the cultural norm of like the city?
The city, like, because San Francisco has a lot of its own culture, right? That's distinct from a
No,
lot of
I would
cultures.
still say no, because I would still say there are still more people that are against it than for it.
Okay, do you have like a study for that in San Francisco or something? Or
No, I mean I don't keep papers in my drawer of studies. No.
well, you
But I
don't
can
have to
tell you
keep
from my
papers, but
experience.
like,
Yes, San
okay,
Francisco is
anecdote.
around 25 minutes from my house, and I do acknowledge that there are some people that are okay with it, but I still know more people who are not okay with it.
So you're going based off anecdote?
Well, you brought up San Francisco, and like I said,
Yeah,
it's
because if
25
I
minutes.
gave you a study of the United States that showed that 51% of Americans are fine with trans women using the women's restroom, then you would say that that's the cultural norm, right?
Sure.
Okay. The Gallup poll has 51% of people showing that trans women they're fine with them using the bathroom of their gender identity. And it's actually more for cis women. It's actually
What's a
55.
Gallup poll? I don't know what a
Gallup, you know
Gallup poll.
Gallup, you know who Gallup is? They do like massive polls.
No, I don't know who Gallup is.
Yeah, it's a pollster. It's a data. They're one of the most largest pollsters in America. They poll the American public, and we get like a heartbeat of what Americans feel at any particular time. They've been around for probably older than you and me. Yeah, I think since like the 70s. But yeah, they do poll. I mean, it doesn't. You've heard of Pew Research as well, right? Pew.
Okay. No.
Okay.
How
These
old
are
are
like
you?
these are he said 30, but like these are massive pollsters, and they ask Americans, and they sample and equalize for like they adjust for population and demographics, and they come up with like, and usually it's pretty consistent. It's about more than half of the population are fine with trans women using the women's restroom, and it's actually more for women. Women are actually more fine than men for trans women using the women's restroom. The opposition for trans women using women's restroom primarily comes from men. So like it
Okay.
seems to be under
So
your
you're saying
standard, it is the cultural norm for trans women to use the women's restroom.
Yeah, okay. So just again, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said according to this poll, guys, it's new
Multiple
information
polls.
for me.
Do you know what
you're
a
saying
poll
that,
is?
over 51% of people in the United States are okay
Yeah,
with
51%
trans
exactly.
individuals
Yeah.
using like whichever bathroom that they choose.
Yes.
Okay.
Would that change your mind or?
Yeah, I mean, if I have to do research on it because, like, I mean, in my spare time, I don't just go on Google and type in,
You're not going
I wonder what percentage of people actually.
not
do
going
this.
to look
Well,
it up.
That's.
But what
so
I'm saying is,
what you're
if
saying,
you don't do that on your
finish
spare
speaking.
time, yeah, I'm just saying if you don't say that on the,
interrupting. Yeah, so
I-
if what you're saying is true, then I'll happily concede to that.
yeah, just look up that poll on Gallup. There's also another poll on, there's actually an actual survey from Springer. There's one from Pew Research, and I forgot the other one. But there's many different polls, and they all say the same thing. So
Okay, cool. Let me ask you this question though: why do you think bathrooms are separated?
there's different reasons. Usually it's because men probably don't want to be around women in the bathrooms. I mean, it's not a relevant reason. Like if like whatever the historical reason is, to follow such a reason would just be an appeal to tradition, right? And you have to actually go based off the arguments for why it is. So I think it's probably because men, they were like mainly public restrooms were only for men, and women wanted to use those restrooms if they were out, and men didn't want to use the women's restroom, so it's kind of like keep you in your place, separate ye from me type shit. I don't know, but like I don't know if it's too relevant. I don't think it's that relevant.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if you're guessing those reasons or if those are reasons that you've done in your own research.
I've looked into it a little bit, but like the reason why I haven't looked into it that much because it doesn't inform any. It's not informative.
It's arbitrary.
Yeah, it's like
well,
it's like
the
it's like
reason
saying
why they're separated is pretty relevant to this topic. I mean, you're
no, it's
arguing that
not. The
trans
reason
people should
why.
use whichever bathroom that they do. So
Yeah,
I mean,
but the reason
obviously,
why I
it
would
is a
say it's
different
not relevant.
question, but it is still relevant to the whole overarching topic.
I don't think it
So
is
in the
because
research- in the
we're
research
we're
that I've
talking
done-
about. Can I respond? So I don't think it's relevant because when we're talking about whether like somebody should go into a particular bathroom, right? That's not informed based off of some other person's reasons 100, 200 years ago for why there should be two separate bathrooms, right? Now, all that matters is the argument, right? Whether they had that reason in the past is not actually relevant. All I want is the argument for why they shouldn't, right? And
If
so
there is a
if the
cultural
reasons
norm
why
that is
people like
occurring-
segregated bathrooms is because somebody
So
had an irrational
if there is a
reason, then of course we
cultural
should
norm
reject
that
it.
is occurring in a particular area that you disagree with, you're not going to wonder why that's the norm to begin with.
No. So like as a result of like asking me to respect a cultural norm, I'm just gonna ask the argument for like why do we have that, right? Now it
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
Exactly.
Yeah, no,
I'm saying you should.
no,
you
I'm
should
not asking.
question
I'm not
why
asking. I'm
something
not
is
asking.
normal in
I'm not
society,
asking.
especially if you're against it.
I'm not asking. You said why did we segregate them, right? That's a different thing from why ought they be segregated. You realize those are two different questions, right?
No,
One is
you're
an
making
argument from tradition,
You're making
one
the
is an
argument
actual
that people should carbon. You're not letting me speak, man. So you're making the argument that people should be able to use whatever bathroom that they choose because there's two different bathrooms. So it's fine to make that argument, but I just find it a little weird that you've never pondered, well, why are there two different bathrooms?
I did. I told you I pondered it and I looked it up a little bit, but it's not too relevant
and
because
I thank you for telling me those reasons because I researched it myself and I actually discovered different reasons. From my research,
do you agree
at
with
least
those reasons?
So at least. No, not necessarily.
Okay, then it's not relevant.
Well, I'm trying to explain, but you keep interrupting me.
It's not relevant.
So from my,
If you don't even agree,
can I
why is
explain
it
or no?
relevant?
So am I allowed to talk or no? Because I keep getting interrupted.
If you're here to like
People are
waste
long
time,
fucking
like
diatribes.
listen, like if you're gonna reference an argument
I
that
mean, if you're
you don't,
perceiving it as
well, just
wasting
real
your
quick,
time, then just keep
if you're gonna reference an argument, right, and that argument is not what you agree with, and it's not an argument that I agree with, then yes, that is a waste of time because I want your reasons for why a trans woman should not use the women's restroom, and very clearly that reason is not because somebody in the past had reasons for segregating bathrooms, right? That's very clearly not your argument.
It's just very strange for me for you to disagree with something that you've never pondered over. You have, but you haven't done actual research on it.
I have done research. Like it's
No,
just
because
like
the reasons you gave me don't align with the research.
Disagree with it.
I don't
and I'm
know.
trying
Like
to give you the research, but you keep interrupting me.
yeah. So do you agree with the research? Like I'm not agree with the research. Do you agree with their reasons for segregated bathrooms?
Not the reasons you gave me. No.
No. Do you agree with
Yeah,
the
so
people?
the
with the people
reasons you
who
gave me
segregated?
are
I'm gonna ask.
basically-
I
you
gotta.
said
I'm sorry.
that
I'm gonna be
men-
very,
Guys,
very
shut the fuck
direct.
up.
I'm gonna be very direct with the question that I'm asking you. The reasons why they segregated bathrooms, are those valid reasons? Yes or no? In your
No,
view.
and I'm trying to
Okay.
explain why, but you
Then
keep
we're
interrupting
not
me.
talking about them. Then I don't want to hear about them.
Okay, well, I can't force you to listen to me. So
Yeah,
go ahead.
if like, what's the
If
point
you
of
don't-
us
if you don't want
debating
the
on something that?
conversation, go ahead and
Why
take it.
would we debate on something that we agree on?
Because again, I find it very weird for you to be so passionate about people using whatever bathroom that they choose, but being against considering the reasons why they might be segregated.
Bro, he
If those are-
literally just said he's researched these things, so I don't
No.
know why you keep saying this.
Yeah, and he's used wrong research because those aren't the reasons.
Wrong
You
research
haven't
is
looked into
crazy.
Oh my god, Slice, shut the fuck
I
up.
have looked into it.
Segregated because men didn't want to be in the same spaces as women. Shut the fuck up. Get over it.
The reason-
Move on.
That's not the reason.
Yes,
That is
it
the
is.
reason, because they weren't separated prior to the 1800s.
No,
Shut
it's
the fuck
not.
up. Moving on.
I'd share their
Moving on.
If you let me speak.
No, moving on.
You don't. Hold on. Why the fuck will we talk about it? You don't even agree with it.
I just want, like, listen, Sly. The
Why are you
only,
guys
all I want is an argument for why a trans
Your
woman
voice is
should
giving
not
me
use.
cancer.
All I want is an argument for why a trans woman should not use the women's restroom. I just want an argument. Premise 1, yada yada yada. Premise 2, yada yada yada. Conclusion: therefore, trans women should not use the women's restroom. Do you have an argument like that?
What do you think my argument was? We had a whole conversation.
So that do you have an argument like that?
Do you remember what I said?
Yeah, you said cultural norms, and it looks like you would concede to that. So do you have a different argument?
Yeah. 10
What's
minutes
your
ago,
other
I
argument?
literally,
Go ahead.
yeah, so 10 minutes ago, I literally said I concede to that. But again, I still find it very weird.
Okay, so
that
you don't have another
that
argument.
you
just to be
give
clear.
your own.
So you don't have another argument. So it looks like, yeah. So you just
argument.
concede. Yeah, you just concede. You either concede or you have another argument for why trans people shouldn't use the bathroom that they choose.
So if you actually consider the reasons why.
Which one? Wait, I'm sorry. Which one did you pick? Which one did you pick?
Can I speak without being interrupted?
No, no. So listen, answer the question. You're running away from the question right now. All I'm trying to do right now is get an argument for why trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose. And you're obfuscating. You're trying to run away from that argument. You said, with respect to the other argument that you gave, you would concede to that given the data. Okay? Like if that data was true, and it is true, so I just take that as a concession. Now, do you have another argument for why trans women should not use the women's restroom, or vice versa for trans men? It's just a yes or no.
Can I speak without being interrupted?
As long as you start with a yes or no, and then you can clarify after.
I don't need to start with the word yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna take that as a no. You don't have another argument. Okay. Well, thank you, Sly, for coming up. I appreciate you. Yeah.
So
Listen, thank you for coming up. That you don't have another argument. I'm looking for arguments. So you don't have that argument. So you're getting kicked. Okay. I take that as a concession. Okay, buddy.
Listen, I want to give you the reasons why other people think. I don't actually think this, but I want to give the reason other people think this thing should happen.
If you don't hold to these, if you don't value these reasons, then it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, it's like, oh, why is being gay wrong? Well, there's some people who believe that it's wrong because X, but I don't think that's the reason. Okay, well, that's not the fucking question I asked you. I asked you why you think it's wrong. Anyway. Who next? Finds it weird that you want him to have an argument. Yeah. All right, let's get the next person in here. Hopefully somebody with an argument. Hello?
Y'all are fucked in the head.
What's up? How you doing, man? How old are you? Hello? How old are you? Oh, did he run? Okay. I guess he didn't have an argument either. A lot of people don't have arguments today.
So y'all are fucked in the head. Yeah. Why do you think I'm here?
It's your fault, by the way. You're a conservative. Anyway, yeah. If you actually have an argument for why we should why trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Thank you so much. Let's get up to 69,000 likes. Let's go. I want to hear it. I'm gonna clear the guest request because I don't think these are opposition.
Are you good?
No, I'm dying.
Well, don't.
Why 69? Yeah, just arbitrary. You never know.
Which, by the way, I do love the number that is above my head right now, but it's kind of fucked up that I have.
That's crazy.
I'm the least liked on the panel.
That's very true to the nature of this panel.
All right, anybody else? I'll put it up. Yep, there you go. Now you got 72.
Oh, okay.
How many coins do I got? Am I beating them? Yeah, I got 2K. Let's go.
W.
Yeah.
The Missandras.
Yep, W. Missandry.
Let's see. Do we get any shout outs for Twitch? Mr. Oakby, thank you so much for the Gigantify Orange Dino Nuggy. Missed that, sorry. Itchy and Scratchy, thank you for the 50 bits. Appreciate you. Volpix Vivi, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. And Mr. Oakby, again, thank you for that 30 bits on the Gigantify. I don't remember if I shouted this one out, but I'm gonna do it again. I think I did. Yeah, I did. Sleep Star, $5 super chat. Appreciate that.
Grandmaster says trans women shouldn't use the women's restroom because they use an extra 2 squares of toilet paper.
Grandmaster's getting blocked.
No, you can't block Grandmaster.
My income. You can't do that to me.
Go back to Twitch.
He DM'd it to me, so.
Leave my job alone. God.
Yeah, I don't know if. See, the Parker raid like was good. I don't know, like it was suppressing us when we were talking about the Trump topics. Then we switched to this one. It did blow up, but I don't know if it blew up because of the Parker raid or it blew up because we weren't talking about the Trump topics. So my results were a little skewed. Is it going up for the raid? Yeah, true that. Alright, I think this person was in here earlier. I think they dropped. Hello, how old are you?
Yo,
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Alright, you opposition?
Yeah, I just want to get your take on this.
Roger that. What's your argument?
Oh,
I can't hear him.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
No, I can't. My desk is
Maybe
right
get
next to me.
maybe get closer or go into another room.
Oh, hello.
There you go. Sounds better. All right, what's your argument?
So you think anyone should be able to use any bathroom they choose?
Not any bathroom they choose. We're talking about public restrooms.
Yeah, any public restroom.
As long as they're not out to harm anyone, yeah. As long as they're just going to go potty, wash their hands, and mind the business, yeah.
So I have a question for that. What system would you put in place to make sure that they don't have bad intentions and that they just want to use the restroom?
Single-use bathrooms.
Yeah, gender neutral, single use, floor to ceiling doors that
It's
lock.
like Florida. What?
So
Floor
and
to
like,
ceiling.
what about in like restrooms where it's like multiple stalls and that? there
Yeah,
are
we would
multiple
have
people in
these stalls that would go from the floor to the ceiling that can lock.
Mm-hmm.
So
No,
it would
I'm
be
just-
individual stalls in the same room, and then a big
Yeah.
thing sinks. But you can go into this stall, and it's a completely closed-off little room with a toilet and maybe a urinal, and a few that have like a changing table, a little baby seat thing, accessible ones. But they would all lock and be floor to ceiling, where you can go in.
What
with
is-
private.
Yeah,
All
instead
right,
of
but-
being able to like crawl underneath the stall, it would just be like a small room.
Because I don't know about you, how much nicer that would be for me with a toddler who is feral, and if I didn't have them on a leash, they would go under all of the stalls and say hello.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'd be really
Yeah.
great if you could hop on that and
Yeah.
feel that.
So would you think it's still okay in the bathrooms we have right now? Like let's just say you go to a mall, like the bathroom we have in the mall. Would you think it's still okay for anyone to use like any public restroom?
Again, as long as they're not harming people, yes.
No, like yeah. So I asked you that question to make sure like is it okay for people to use the restroom as the restrooms are right now? Like,
As long as they're
Yes,
So
as long
we-
as they're not harming people.
I think it's like the third time we answered this.
yeah, so how can we like in the bathrooms we have right now, how can we make
Well,
sure that they're not
we-
harming people?
We don't even do that now, right? Like a cis woman can go into the bathroom and hurt a cis woman. It has nothing to do with gender. It all depends on like the person. Like what?
Yeah, let's just say you allow like biological male to go in a woman's restroom.
Wait, what parameters do we have now to stop cis men from going into women's bathrooms and causing harm?
right,
What?
like predators are still
parameters?
going to be predators. They're still gonna
Yeah.
go no matter what.
We don't have
parameters.
any safety parameters now for that. So like
I mean, they would get in legal trouble, right?
no.
They wouldn't?
So six.
If
By the
they
way,
harm
thank you so
somebody,
much for the
yes.
69,000. Thank you for the 69,000 likes. Appreciate you.
Wait, what did you say?
If they harm someone, yes, they would get in trouble.
But
But
if
if they
want
just
them to go potty,
if they
no.
just if they just walk in, piss, wash their hands, and leave, there's no legal trouble.
Yeah, I do believe that there should be legal trouble for that.
For
For
just walking in and taking a piss.
Yeah, because
Well,
that
Why?
would be Huh?
Whose rights do they
Why?
violate?
Huh?
Wait, why do you think we have laws?
No, what did you say? I didn't see nothing.
Okay,
What rights
whose
did they
rights
violate?
did they violate?
I didn't see that.
You said, wait,
Bro,
just to be clear, your view is not that it should be illegal for a trans woman to use a woman's restroom? Is that not your view?
Yeah, that is my view.
Okay, so if it should be illegal, who are they physically who are they physically harming?
No, I think it should be like that to prevent potential cases of biological male
Okay, so
harm
just to be clear,
biological
you agree that that's not violating anybody's rights, correct?
just you going in there, no.
Right. Okay, so like what do you think the purpose of the law is?
To stop
To
any
protect people's rights, right?
yeah.
Okay.
I don't think we have any other preemptive laws like that on like in any fucking state.
Yeah.
Especially if it's not rights
But like
violations
if
or like a
if
case
that's
of
true,
neglect.
then you would have to not allow any two people to be in the same restroom at once, because it's also the case that a woman could hurt another woman in the woman's restroom. So by that same logic, you would be only legislating for there to be single-use bathrooms.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you should not allow the males to go in there to prevent
Because
potential cases of them
potentially
harming.
yeah, you're saying that the male should not go in there because potentially a male
Yeah.
could attack a woman in there, right? That's
Or
what you're
be
saying?
yeah.
Okay, so could a woman potentially attack a woman in the woman's restroom?
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore a woman should not be allowed in the woman's restroom if there's another
No,
woman in there.
but we can prevent the male from going in there. That's the difference.
Let me ask.
How?
I need to ask this question. Does this apply to trans men as well? Should trans men be forced to go into the women's restroom?
Wait, trans men are so they're biological women, right?
Biologically female, they're not biologically women.
Biologically,
And they're going
this means
into what?
living. So yes, they're alive.
And they were going into what restroom?
They'd be going into the women's restroom. You would say a trans man should go into the women's restroom.
Trans man. Yeah, they should.
Somebody who looks like say somebody.
Wait, I need to do this. So what's to stop a cis man from just saying they're a trans man?
No, I believe it goes both ways. Like a biological
You're
male.
not
should be
hearing
able
me.
to
Did it
go
answer my
into-
question? Did it answer the question?
Well, I think I'm getting lost. Say it again. Wait.
If there is just call me daddy.
Well,
If there is a trans man and you are forcing them to use the woman's restroom,
all right.
what is to stop a cis man who wants to harm women from
Yeah.
simply saying they're a trans man?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. It goes both ways. They said like a biological male should not be able to go into the biological women's restroom, right?
You are not getting it.
Not tracking at all.
You are not
That's
getting
literally
it.
what you said.
No, it isn't. You're just not smart enough to understand. Huh. So are you saying you want like a bouncer outside of every bathroom just going around and patting everyone's genitals to see what they have underneath?
No, I think there should be, if they're caught, there should be legal repercussions for that.
How would they be caught?
No, let's just say like, it's a trans.
How
would
do you
they be
know?
caught? I'm asking, are you having someone outside the bathroom just doing some field checks when they walk in?
No.
Okay. Are you having a bouncer check IDs before they walk in to take a shit?
No.
Okay. So how the fuck would they be caught?
That's only going to put cis women in more danger. And
Yep.
actually it's been proven that this harms cis women. Cis women have been unalived because of this kind of stuff.
There have been multiple mask presenting women who have been attacked because people thought that they were trans women. Transphobia doesn't just hurt trans women, it hurts every woman.
Also, all women, trans and cis, are biological. There's no such thing as a non-biological woman.
Thank you.
What?
Humans are biological.
You
Trans and cis, they're all biological.
He ran. Too many big words.
Like, are we doing what are we doing? Like, what's the guard doing? Is he doing like the Spider-Man method, or is he
Oh.
using the cupping method? I wonder which one is he doing.
I got something you can cup.
You know, Southernly Belle, I sent you like 2 invites now. Go ahead and hit that accept button. Let's go.
What's a cook aid? Is that like something you use in the kitchen?
Huh?
Is it an aid for cooking? She said we drink the cook aid. What's the cook aid?
Oh, she
Cook-aid is
doesn't know how to spell.
Is that something you use in the kitchen? Southern Belle, you would know all about that, wouldn't you?
Let's see if this guy wants to debate. J Trey, you are live. How old are you?
28.
All right, what's your argument?
Like, why do we need to do this? Bathrooms identify sex.
Well, that's a question. What's the argument?
What do you mean?
Do you have an argument for why trans women shouldn't use women's restroom, or trans men
Yeah,
shouldn't use men's restroom?
They're attacking women.
When you say attacking, hold on, real quick, guys. When you say attacking, what do you mean?
Like, there are people dressing up in women's clothes and attacking women in bathrooms.
So every single trans woman attacks every single woman in the women's restroom?
No.
So they're not attacking.
Well, it's not an all or nothing situation. What are you talking about?
Can you give me?
Well, okay, so what did you mean when you say they're
yeah,
attacking? When you said they're attacking, you're saying trans women are attacking women in women's restroom, correct?
Yes, it is happening, yes.
Okay, so when you say they are, you're not making a category, a categorical, right? You're just saying that you've seen it be the case that a trans woman has attacked a woman in the women's restroom, right? Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yep.
Okay, so by that virtue, have there been cis women that have attacked cis women in women's restrooms?
Sexually, no.
No, never. It's never happened.
That's crazy.
Yeah, so it's obviously happened. So there have been like lesbians who've attacked. There's been just like people who have like attacked and assaulted women in women's restrooms. So it seems to be that I can just say. It seems to be that I could just. It seems to be that I can just say cis women should not be allowed in women's restrooms because they're attacking women in women's restrooms.
No, because if they weren't allowed in that bathroom, it never would have happened.
Okay, so if what it means to say.
You see how that works?
No. So if what it means, I'm using your argument, and it looks like you're rejecting your own argument, right? If what you mean by they're attacking a woman in women's restrooms, what you mean by there is that you've seen instances in which that happens, right?
No,
then if I don't know why you're over talking me. Mute your microphone. Mute your microphone. Mute your microphone. And then wait your turn, okay? When I'm done, then you can respond and give your rebuttal. Okay, you said trans woman, right? Which you're predicating there on. There is trans woman, right? Are attacking cis women in women's restrooms, right? And what that means, what it means to say X is attacking cis women in women's restrooms is that you've seen instances in which trans women have attacked women in women's restrooms. Now, I can use the exact same argument. I can say, well, listen, I can predicate there on cis women. I could say cis women, there have been instances in which cis women have attacked cis women in women's restrooms. So it follows from that, under your view, that they're attacking cis women in women's restrooms. And by that virtue, cis women should not be allowed to use women's restrooms. But you don't accept that argument. So where did I go wrong?
Your argument is technically protecting
No, it's
rapists.
your argument, by the way, not mine.
No. Your argument is protecting rapists, though.
You just used your argument.
I'm using your argument. Can you respond to the argument that I just gave against you?
No. And we know this cis males are way more likely to commit this crime than women.
Nobody was talking about cis males. Everyone was specifically using your argument.
I'm using cis male as a man that transitions into a woman.
That wouldn't be a cis. That would be a trans woman.
That's not.
Anyway, so
Goober.
So why is the argument that you gave to me, why is that no longer valid?
Run.
You're off the app. Is he gonna run? That's crazy.
Bruh.
I've never heard an argument for why they shouldn't use the women's right. Like, I've been holding this debate for like a year and a half. Not a single argument. It's crazy. Oh, there it goes.
Can y'all at least learn how to fucking leave a live? I beg of you.
Stupid fuck.
That's his Satan laugh.
It's perfect, spot on. Ends across the board. Stop now, I'm gonna start laughing.
Was like fucking evil ass laugh.
I fucking hate stupid people. I fucking hate them so much. I hate them so much. Oh my god.
Oh. All right. If you think trans people should not use the bathroom that they choose, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to have you in here. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Thank you so much. We're at 75,000 almost. Appreciate you guys. You're doing really, really good with your fingers. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I'm using cis men to say that they're men that transition into women. Like, what? That's crazy.
You ever just see somebody their profile picture, and before they even speak,
You just know it's gonna be bad.
You know they didn't graduate 5th grade. That was that guy.
Y'all, here's Cyrus is now occupied. Thanks for the press. Fingers is crazy. I was like, Cyrus, Miley Cyrus is occupied. Beep, thank you so much for the bow knot. I appreciate you.
He dropped out of homeschool.
He dropped out of homeschool.
I got my GED from homeschool.
Gee, stop. Kazak, thank you so much for the perfume. Oh, that's a little feminine for me, man. Sorry.
Oh, but the bow wasn't. That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Grandmaster, you really just pull out a Warriors reference? The movie's like 60 or 70 years old.
To be fair, okay.
No respect. Not a lot of people know that movie.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right, Laura Croft,
No, say the full name.
Womb Raider. Laura Croft, Womb Raider. Okay, I'm done with these. Like, okay, how do I turn off feminine gifts and only allow the alpha ones? How do I do that?
Saying you're an alpha and then having the sniffles after is crazy.
We're alphas over here. Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
I
I'm
went to
banning all of you.
Ballers University. I am an alpha now.
Thank you, Sunday.
By the way, my mom packed my lunch.
Mom packing the lunch is crazy.
Oh,
cut off
gifts.
the front.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
need the
have the front.
masculine gifts only. Yeah, exactly. All right. Keep tapping that screen, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Your fingers are getting tired from liking the live. Oh, is that why? Thank you for tapping. Appreciate you.
When you dig down deep and suck it the fuck up.
Oh my God, boy. Jesus. What is up with all this shit, bro? Garland. I didn't give the animation. Oh, shit.
No, bro, you reminded
Right
it.
when I said it.
You reminded it.
Oh, man. All right. Anybody debate or we gotta fucking restart? Let me know.
Please do politics if you restart.
It was suppressing the politics live, so I that's why I switched it to this one.
Why does it only suppress like your life when you do politics?
I don't know. Well, I mean, I don't think
Everybody
you
else
can.
pops off.
I don't think you can suppress Parker. Like, he just naturally has 3,000 people in there. Like, you can't really suppress him. Kazak, thank you for the potato. Thank you for the what do they call those? The gondoliers, the Venetian gondoliers, the guys who like sing in Italian and yeah, with the black and white stripes.
You know that generic ass music in the background.
Is it a gondola? Yeah. All right,
Wouldn't
let's see.
gondola be the thing that they're steering, and then there would be the gondolier because they are steering it?
Wait, what's that thing on like? Wait, what's the thing on when you go to like a ski resort? It's the thing that you like transport on the wire. Is that called a
A
gondola
ski
too?
lift?
It's a gon. Wait, no, it's a ski. Wait,
Yeah, it's a
no,
ski lift, but it starts with a G. It's a gondola as well, right?
Yeah.
I don't think the ski lift is referred to as a gondola, but I think there's
Oh, it's
something that's
gondola
similar
with
to
like an
that.
A.
I think a gondola is like an enclosed one, like in the air.
Mm, if it's enclosed, that's
Yeah,
weird.
see, I'm
Okay,
right.
See, I'm
Carbon
right.
mentioned
Brandon
it.
says I'm right.
Hey, there we go. Linda, that's masculine. See, be
And
like
some money
Linda.
talks.
Be like Linda, y'all. Be like Linda. No, we don't believe in God. Dot. Well, I don't at least.
3/4 of the panel do not believe in God.
Damn, calling me 3/4 of a person is crazy.
Oh my God, Carbon,
It's
no!
fucking wild.
God, you just aren't.
Boyd,
It's just
Boyd is racist confirmed.
No!
You know what? It's your turn.
at least they gave us 3/5, right? Jesus Christ.
Wait, 3/5 is less.
Okay.
3/5 is less.
Oh, so you're saying you're only giving him a little bit more?
Oh,
Wow.
clipped. Where's
Shut
clipped at?
up.
Where's clipped?
First of all, we all know who clipped is now, and they're not fucking clipping it.
Yeah, it's me, and I'm definitely clipping.
No, bitch, don't even.
Told y'all so. I told y'all it was logic.
Yeah, you gave me 25% more humanity. Thank you. Thank you for that, Boyd.
But you don't get the full. You don't get the full of it.
Yeah.
You got,
Jesus.
Boyd's gonna keep a little bit first.
It's only because I'm half
Yeah.
white. That's why she gave me that extra percentage.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I just imagine someone coming into the live for the first time and them hearing that.
Yeah, and then me immediately getting canceled.
Phoenix. Phoenix. Thank you so much for the
The voice
motherfucking
crack is
galaxy.
crazy.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
you don't know that reference, do you, Boyd?
No.
Wow. Boy Meets World, Mr. Feeney. Phoenix.
Girl, yes, I know. Boy Meets- I thought you said Phoenix.
Yeah, but
I
Phoenix,
know
but
Mr.
like
Feeney, yeah. I didn't make the connection. I know
Well,
that one.
I feel like you're just saying that now because
Don't even start because whenever is it Sean? Yeah.
Phoenix sent the galaxy and then gave a command, said kick Daddy, but bring him back. So that's why he got kicked, Satan.
No, because one of my favorite episodes was when
It's all right,
Sean dressed up as a girl.
Phoenix.
Well, that's gonna be stuck in your head now.
Nico, be so serious.
What'd you call me?
Oh my God, Carbon.
Damn, 2 times in a row. That's crazy. It's not even been 5 minutes.
It's not even been 5 minutes.
It's crazy.
You know what they say? Once they start showing their racism, it just comes out of them.
They just, they feel all comfortable and everything, All right.
I can say the N word. My best friend is black.
Yeah, my shadow's
Excuse
black,
me.
No. Is wild fucking.
I'm not gonna. So the Grandmaster said 3/4 Nico.
All right. The cake book daddy on top, yeah. All right, I'll give it another minute for a request. If not, then we'll restart the live and get some more debates in here for you guys because it probably stopped sending us out before you page.
Christianity.
Bro, I did a Christianity topic last night. It was boring as fuck. So I gotta be like, I gotta have the slavery one or something because it was
Do
like it was like an hour and a half of just problem of evil. Both Void and Manners just went to sleep. They were like, "I'm done with this."
Did not go to sleep last night.
Well, y'all quit or something.
Yep.
Yeah,
did
I
not
got
fall asleep.
bored.
I just didn't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, very much that. I had nothing to
Brain's
contribute to the conversation.
bullshit for so long.
Yeah, it's fucking annoying after so long.
Man, nobody paid to kick, so
I under because to be fair, right? Usually the ones they pay to kick on are unhinged, but if they're just
that's
like
what I'm saying. Like, you gotta go only get unhinged people here. So somebody who defends
that was
slavery.
verbal melatonin is crazy. Just like
Sly, you didn't have an argument, you thick fuck.
Yeah.
Nobody paid to kick because we're all asleep.
that part.
Jesus.
The one person who pays the kick actively passed out.
Yeah, usually people just pay to kick to support the stream. They don't even care if the person's like. Well, I think that's Grandmaster. Well, he's probably also annoyed by them
Grandmaster
too.
very much pays when he's annoyed, trust me.
Unhinged, repeating. What? All right, I'm gonna use the bathroom. If I don't have a request by the time I come back, then I am gonna restart the live.
Carmen, I'm worried about you. You're peeing more often. You gotta go to the doctor.
That's a sign of diabetes, Carbon.
Diabetes.
Diabetes.
Or stuff with your prostate.
Never mind.
Prostate cancer is not a joke, Boyd.
I know it's not.
Wow, like how
Neither
insensitive.
is diabetes logic.
be
You're ever
to
making
that.
fun of diabetes?
Huh? I can make fun of it. I have it.
So do I. Leave me alone.
All right then. But you were making fun of prostate cancer. You don't have a
I
prostate.
never. No, I didn't make. Actually, females do have a prostate.
Do they?
Yes. Give me 2 seconds. I'll find the fucking name of it.
I'm pretty sure they don't.
They do. They do.
It's
You wanna put money on it? You wanna put money on it?
Is it actually a prostate, or is it
It's
something
the
that's similar to a
it's the
prostate?
female prostate is what it is.
So it's not a prostate.
It's the female. It's the female prostate. Are you saying males are the standard?
No, oh God, show me. Just bring the
Okay.
report.
All right. All
By
right.
my camel shorts.
It was a study. Hold up. Let me find the fucking name of it.
You can't see the camel shorts on there. You can see it on Twitch, but you can't see.
Carmen, put that thing
Wait.
away.
Let me see who this is. Hello, how old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18. How old are you?
All right. Okay. Did you have an argument or what?
Oh yeah, I have a question, but it's not about what your screen shows. It's like
what you got?
It's off topic. Off topic. So y'all don't believe in God, I'm guessing? Or
I
yeah.
don't. I think there's.
you
I think
don't?
Nanners does, but I don't know.
No, I
so
call
may I-
myself atheist for logic because I'm a devout Christian.
I love that. I love that. So may I ask why you don't believe like that there's no God, or
Yeah, I haven't been given arguments that would convince me of that. And I take a much stronger position on the specific religions,
Mhm.
like Abrahamic religions, Christianity, Allah, all that stuff. Like, yeah, I think those gods don't exist, right? I think they're just like incoherent gods.
so you believe that they're like not made, like basically made up, but like
Yeah, I think those gods are just like imaginations of the human mind. Yeah.
damn. It's my bad for laughing, but
No, you're good. Did you have anything else?
do you know about Jesus?
I've heard of him. I think I've heard of that guy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the name of my cousin.
This for so this for so you
Dude,
know,
I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna be the nicest I've ever been in my entire life right now.
go ahead, bro.
Don't do what you're about to do.
What happened?
You're
what's
about
my-
to all of a sudden try to make an argument for why Jesus Christ is God and that God exists. We have this argument 10 times a night.
Uh-huh.
I'm giving you an opening to leave.
No, I am, but I'm not even trying to make an argument. I'm just trying to have a conversation as like 5 human beings.
Yeah, and you're gonna. I'm telling you.
Uh-huh.
5.
Listen, it's a debate live,
How
so
much
we're gonna be
people-
trying to debate you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is the nicest I've ever been. Walk
I
out the
respect,
door.
I
It
respect
says
that. I respect that.
Okay.
request to debate.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, y'all just have a good day, alright?
All right, man.
You
Yeah,
too.
have a
Bye
good one, man.
bye.
God bless. Bye.
Take it easy.
Thank bless.
Okay. What we're gonna do is a quick restart so we can get some debates in here. So we'll restart with this topic, see if we can get a couple more debates on that, and then we might move over to the slavery one. That might bring them out the crowd. Okay, so I will see you guys in about 10-15 seconds. When you see the live in, just count down 10-15 seconds, and I'll be live again. Okay, that'll push us back on the For You page and get us some more debates. So see y'all then. Okay. Okay. Video quality 720p. All right, go live. How's Satan? Alrighty. You're not ready for any of this discussion. Oh shit. Just Joe. First, let's go. Yeah, you thought I was lying when I said 10 seconds? You thought I was lying? You thought I was lying? Alright, what's up everybody? Welcome back. Welcome. Welcome back into the motherfucking channel. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the motherfucking stream. Thank you so much. Everybody joining on in here. What's it on the motherfucking TikTok stream? Let's go. What's up, Grandmaster? What's up, Phoebe? Grandmaster with, what is that? Sent Community Fest. Thank you. Appreciate that. What up, everybody? I got that you're live with someone else's chat. Huh. Welcome, everybody. Audio test?
Hello?
There you go. Okay. Glitch? Did it glitch? Are we good?
You're good.
Okay. Fuck it, we're doing it live. All right, 69 people watching. All is well. All is well. Yeah.
W number?
I did restart the live again. Yes. Yes, Gunther. Oh my god. Gunther.
Gunther's crazy.
Gunther.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome. See, you guys are joining on in here. Sit back, relax, put your feet up. We can get some more debates in here. If you think that trans people should not be able to use the restroom that they choose, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. Let's go.
Careful mentioning feet, Carbon. Grandmaster is here.
The Garth's father. Hell yeah. What's up? All right. So it looks like Macaroons wants to debate. Macaroons doesn't have live access. Oh well.
Tragic.
Maybe Crystal wants to debate and doesn't. I'm gonna have to hear it from outside the club because Crystal doesn't have live access. Everybody wants to talk to can't get up here and defend their view. It's crazy work. Let's see. I'm just gonna start inviting all these people. The fuck?
Are we good?
No.
And where's Atheist?
Might have went to bed.
Of course.
Battery 30%.
Oh, there he is.
Let me just start inviting you motherfuckers because y'all are all scared to come up. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome. My name is Bradley, also known as Carbon. Yeah, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. Waiting on you. Everybody else keep tapping that screen. Let's go.
It's not a prostate, Void.
Not him looking it up.
It's considered the female prostate, yes.
Like, but what is a
Considered,
prostate?
but
What?
not a
I'm
prostate.
sorry. Define a prostate.
What?
Define what a prostate is.
bro, I'm just talking about the female prostate. I'm not talking about like the standard of what a male prostate is.
It's like because if it's something, well, I want to know what a prostate is.
Isn't a prostate? I don't know exactly, but isn't a prostate something like an organ that regulates?
It's an organ.
I don't know. I don't know.
Motherfucker said organ. Okay, a prostate is a gland surrounding the neck of the bladder in male mammals and releasing prostatic fluid. Let me get more.
Wait, okay. So
Anyway.
technically, the Skene's gland is an organ that surrounds the female bladder and produces that same fluid.
Oh, it's an accessory gland of the male reproductive system and a muscle-driven mechanical switch between urination and ejaculation. That's why it's considered. So, like, that's why I think he was confused with saying female
Okay,
prostate,
so
because like if it's definitionally a male thing, then it can't have a female prostate.
wait, okay, wait, no, because this was specifically done on a study about water gunning. Okay,
Hmm.
I can't say the word on TikTok, and the
I see.
reason that this happens is because of the stimulation of the female prostate, and the compounds in this liquid was uric fluid and something else, which is caused by stimulation of the female prostate. So the only thing that it's not fitting definitionally is the male aspect. Everything else still applies.
Can it get
Uh,
cancer?
Yes.
New guest, how old are you?
I'm 25.
All right, are you opposition?
Yeah.
All right, what's your argument?
I don't think that trans people should use the bathroom that they aren't assigned at birth.
Right. Well, I assume that's the opposition claim. Do you have an argument?
Oh yeah, the argument is I just don't think that they should. I think that if
That's
you're
the
clockable, I haven't completed my
that's
sentence. Thank you.
correct.
I think that if you're clockable, you shouldn't be able to use that particular restroom.
Okay, so what do you mean by clockable? You think if you're just saying if somebody perceives you to be male, you ought not use the women's restroom?
Correct.
Okay, so if a woman was perceived to be male, she ought not use the women's restroom.
Correct.
Okay, so you think some women should not use the women's restroom?
I think that if you look to be as a male, then no.
So that would include some women, correct? Under your understanding?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Does that include
And why would
trans
that?
men?
Yeah, I guess it would include trans. She's conceding. She's dying on that hill. But like, okay, so what's the argument that like if you're perceived to be male, then you ought not do it? Wait, just to be clear. Wait, hold on. Are you saying that the person who appears to be male, they would know whether they're clockable as male?
I'm not claiming that. I don't know whether they think they're clockable or not, but to majority of individuals, if you look to be majority clockable, you should not be using that.
Well, how would they if they don't know that they're clockable? Like, let's say you have
That's none of my business. If I see somebody that looks clockable, I don't think they should be in my.
Do you
Like
think
if
that?
somebody come,
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to like. I don't think you're understanding the question I'm asking. Because you're saying there's something morally wrong about somebody who goes in there.
I never
If
made the claim of morally wrong.
that's the question that I'm asking. What do you think I
Where,
mean by
where does
wrong?
where does it state morally wrong?
What do you
in
think
the-
I mean by wrong?
There's no. You're asking me about the question at hand. There's nothing including in the question morally wrong. You just
Okay,
said,
what do you think I mean by wrong?
no, I'm literally telling you. There's no. You didn't state wrong in the question.
What do you
What do you think
he
I mean
means
by wrong?
That they should ought not do it.
Right. Okay. So
But I'm telling you in the question you didn't state wrong.
okay.
You should have said why should
When you
trans
say ought
people-
not do it, you think that means morally wrong, correct?
Wait, if you're gonna make the wrong
was a
argument, why didn't
question.
you put that in the statement? You should have said why should trans people not use the bathroom?
Yeah,
which
that's
is-
a moral
because
claim.
it's wrong.
That's a moral claim.
No, I'm asking you why you didn't include it in the question at hand.
That's what should not means. It should not means wrong. Do you not know
Not
that?
always.
Okay,
Not necessarily.
Okay, so that's what I mean when I say should
Wait,
not.
are you making
Okay,
a claim
I'm
that
sorry.
we
Can
state-
hold on, wait, real quick. I'm still talking. Right. So now that we've cleared up, that's what I mean by should not. That just mean wrong, right?
Okay.
So, do you think it is wrong for that person who is, to let's say the majority of people, appears to be male? Do you think it's wrong for them to go into the women's restroom?
Do I think that it's wrong? Yes.
Okay. Now, in order for them to be doing an action that is morally wrong, they should know the facts about the matter, right?
No, not always. I wouldn't I wouldn't automatically think they would think that it's right or wrong.
So if somebody is sleeping, like, and they don't know that they're like unaliving someone, are they doing something morally wrong?
If they don't know it, no.
Yeah. Okay. So like, it seems to be a necessary condition for judging somebody's moral behavior is that they know that they're doing it, right?
I think that your question though kind of insinuates that they already imply or understand that it's wrong. Well, that's not always the case.
No, that's not the question I'm asking. If somebody is, let's say the majority of people around some person, they perceive this person as being male, whether they're male or not, but this person does not know that they're being perceived as male. Is what they're doing still wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
To the other person, to the person that perceives it as wrong.
Okay, so we wouldn't morally judge that person.
We wouldn't morally. Okay.
Yeah, we wouldn't morally condemn the person who's being quote unquote clocked,
I
right?
wouldn't feel comfortable saying we, right? Because you're asking me specifically.
Would you? Okay, yeah, you would
Yeah,
you
yeah.
morally
Yes.
condemn this person if they did not know that they were clockable as somebody who is male?
If they didn't know, actually, no, I would not.
Right.
I
That's
would.
that's what I'm asking.
Yes. Okay. I would not, because if they genuinely did not know, I would just inform them that what they're doing is wrong, and if they still continue to perceive that as not wrong, then at that point.
Well, you would inform when you say wrong, you would be informing them, hey, the majority of people think that you're male, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you would have to prove that, right?
I would have to prove that.
Yeah,
Why
you'd
would I
have
have to
to
prove that to them?
because if let's say we have a woman in there who's going into the women's restroom, and let's just say it's the case that a majority, it's a true fact of reality that a majority of women or a majority of people, whatever, perceive this woman to be male, right? She doesn't know it, and then you are informing her that, well, that's only n equals 1. That doesn't tell her that a majority of people think that she's male. So you'd have to kind of like gauge everybody around her, right? So you have to do all this before morally condemning her.
Not necessarily. I wouldn't say that. I would
Why
say
wouldn't
that
you?
if
You'd
the
have to
individual-
prove it to
I
her.
wouldn't. I would. I don't agree with the statement. If I'd have to prove it to them, if that individual came into the bathroom and if they were born female, but they presented, in my opinion, right, as male, I would inform them they look like a male, and I would ask them what they're doing in the women's restroom. I don't think there's any indication of like I'd have to prove that they are not what they say they are. I would just say, hey, you look like a man. You should
Yeah,
use
but
the men's
but
restroom.
your argument is not whether you think that they look like a man. The argument is whether a majority of people believe that they look like a man, right?
Not necessarily.
Because you could be the minority. I don't know your name,
Sure.
D.
Yeah,
Like
I'm not
you
disagreeing with
could
that.
be one person who believes that this person looks like a man, but every woman around you says, no, that looks like a woman.
Yeah, I never claim that. I'm just saying if someone was male presenting to me, because I can't, it's obviously subjective, right? Like I can't determine what other people view that individual as, but if they look like a male, I'm going to say something.
But are you saying something? Because now it seems like we have two arguments, right? It seems like it's wrong in virtue of the fact that most people would clock this person as male, and you're saying that it's wrong because you perceive this person as male. Which one is it, or is it both?
I would say that it is maybe both. However, what would you do in a circumstance? Let's say that someone came into the bathroom that was in the I'm sorry, what do you identify as? He, him, she, her?
I'm a man, so he, him, yeah.
Okay, he, him. So I'm assuming you wouldn't care who comes in the bathroom, whether it's a cis. Would you care if a cis female woman came into your bathroom?
Seen it happen
No.
before. I don't care.
Okay. So what if the majority of men, though, in that particular restroom did? So would you then have to prove to them in the bathroom at that moment in time?
Well,
that it didn't
one, I don't
matter?
hold that view, but two,
Okay.
yeah. So I would just say that's an irrational view. I mean, like,
Okay.
why does it matter what what you perceive this person to be, in order for them to use the restroom?
Understood. So you would prefer for every bathroom to be all gender?
Yeah, that'd be probably better.
Okay, awesome. So in that particular case, since you're the odd one out, right, which is kind of like coming back the argument on me, would you then have to prove that it didn't matter to every cis male in that bathroom, that who cares what they present as?
No, I would say the argument, like, you'd have to give an inference, right? If every male in there is uncomfortable with this person or perceives this person as being female, therefore you ought not do it, right?
Mhm.
Well, that's an inference that needs argumentation. I don't accept that. I don't accept that claim.
Why do you think it needs argumentation? So kind of back to what I was saying, right? If there's 4 men and you're one of 4, and 3 of the 4 men, 3 excluding you, is saying, hey, we don't feel comfortable with this individual, you would then prove in that instance that this person, it doesn't matter what they present as, you would make an argument in that case? Or what do you
No.
mean?
So they're saying if I'm 3 out of 4 and you're saying, like in this case, it's somebody who appears to be female, right? That's what you're saying, going into the men's restroom?
Correct.
Okay, so if they're saying, well, listen, 3 out of 4, I'm the minority, they're saying this person appears to be female, therefore they ought not use the men's restroom, right? I don't have justification, like me personally, my views, I don't have justification for why that would be a motivating factor for that person restricting themselves from using the restroom. So I would just say, well, I ask them what the argument is.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm a little bit confused. So,
This is, just to be clear, this is your argument, and you're asking how I would respond to your argument in this situation.
yeah,
I
exactly.
I don't hold the view that if somebody appears to be female, then they ought not use the men's restroom. Vice versa, for appears to be male, they ought not use the women's restroom. Right? That's your argument. So I'm like, I could just ask you the argument for why would that matter? But you're putting me
you're
in the
asking.
situation where
Yeah,
I wouldn't
well,
hold that
because-
view.
Understood. So, well, actually, it
She's
would kind of tie
confused.
into your view as well, wouldn't you say? Because you don't, if it was to be the fact that 3 out of the 4 men, you including, right, did view this person and was uncomfortable, it would still fall, the same question could still fall on you. You don't
Like
have
what?
to hold the same view as me.
What question would fall on me?
The question of, because you asked me, right, to then prove, okay, you'd have to prove that that individual, like, is majority clockable, correct?
Well, under your view, I didn't say that you, like, simplicator, you have to prove it. I said in order to morally condemn them, you'd have to prove it, because your standard for morally condemning this person is that they believe that a majority of people find them clockable as a male, right? And therefore it follows that you would have to prove it to them.
Understood, but couldn't the same argument then apply to you if you're saying that we don't have to morally condemn, but 3 out of the 4 individuals in the restroom does believe that?
But can you rephrase the question? I don't know what you're asking me.
Yeah, so you're asking me why, right? I would morally condemn that person because they are aesthetically presenting themselves as a male individual, right? Why? Then I would have to prove how a majority of people would also find them clockable.
If you want to morally condemn them.
Correct. So if I'm wanting to morally condemn someone, I have to then say, hey, does everybody look at this person and think they're male or female? Right?
Yeah, you'd have to prove that to that person that you're trying to restrict from using the women's restroom.
I'm asking, I'm kind of asking the question in reverse, because it would still apply to you because you don't agree with my viewpoint, right? You say, who cares? People should use the restroom. It should be all gender. It doesn't matter if they're presenting male or female. So I'm asking you, if those 3 individuals, right, were like, hey, they had the same viewpoint as me, would you then have to prove that it doesn't matter in that case, whether they're male presenting or female presenting in that case?
No, I would just because the burden of proof would be on them, right? So I would just say, like, well, currently your view is unjustified.
Wait, why would you just automatically state that it's unjustified?
Because they're just making the claim. They're not justifying the claim.
What justification is needed?
Okay, so if you're making
three out of 4 individuals, right? If majority rule that individual, they feel uncomfortable because they are female presenting, what more justification are you wanting at that point?
Well, the argument, presumably the claim is that if a majority of people in would clock this person as that opposite gender from what's on the sign of the room or sign of the bathroom, right? Then that person is doing something morally wrong by going in there, right? That's a conditional statement. And if that's a conditional statement, presumably there's some sort of argument that supports that conditional statement. So that's what makes it unjustified if you only give the claim, but you have not given the premises that lead to that claim.
Wait, so are you asking for more backing on why it would be uncomfortable for somebody that's, in my case, male presenting to enter the female bathroom? Is that what you're looking for?
Well, that wasn't the original argument you gave me. I can grant that it's uncomfortable to them,
Well,
but
well,
I'm trying to there's an inference that needs to be made that you're uncomfortable with this person who presents to be male using the bathroom. But
Right.
then you're not just saying that, you're saying therefore that person should not use that bathroom. That's the claim that needs
Yes.
support.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I just asked you. So you want support for that claim, correct?
Yeah, I want support.
We haven't
That's
really
an if
dived
then.
into that.
Yeah, that's an if then statement. I need support for that if then statement. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So do you want me to explain why? Yeah, of course. So I would feel uncomfortable if somebody's male presenting, because in my mind, I'm thinking this is a male individual. I'd feel uncomfortable because most men would do SA on women. They're in a private space. They tend to be bigger, stronger. Therefore, I would be uncomfortable with a male using the female bathroom, whether you're presenting or not. I don't care what your genitals are. If you're presenting as male, I would feel uncomfortable.
Okay, so do you think I'm asking you why you think it's uncomfortable?
I would assume so, yeah.
No, that wasn't the question. I granted that you're uncomfortable, and let's just say that that's the reason why you're uncomfortable. But that's the antecedent to the argument. What the consequent that you're giving is you're uncomfortable, therefore they ought not use that bathroom. That's a conditional statement, and I need yeah. So that's the argument I need for it, not the
So
argument for why
you're asking me why me specifically, why my individual opinion on why they ought not should use the bathroom matters or holds weight.
Why would it motivate them to not use that bathroom? Yes.
So you're asking me why, because I feel they shouldn't, why they shouldn't.
Yes.
Essentially. Okay. I mean, I don't have an answer for that. They can do whatever they want. But I thought the question was, so why should trans people not use the bathroom that they choose? Okay, understood. I feel like they shouldn't use it because it would
I got you, Grandmaster.
make the majority of females, right, that are female presenting, feel more comfortable. And I think that it's selfish if you are male presenting to enter a female bathroom in order to make just the common space more comfortable.
Okay.
Simple as
Well, okay. So, that there's two ways I can go, but it seems like you said you didn't have an argument for how the comfortability motivates somebody's action in public spaces, right? Like I'm uncomfortable all the time, sometimes around people, but that presumably I don't have an argument for why my uncomfortability motivates their actions, right? You know, like in a public, like I can see that argument in my own house, right? Like if you're making me uncomfortable in my house, then therefore you should leave. Like I could probably generate some sort of argument. It's my property. I own it. Therefore I own the rights and jurisdiction or whatever. But in public spheres, I don't see how that argument holds. I could go that route, but I think the more fruitful one is, well, what's the argument that, it would make women more comfortable? Like
Okay,
you have
well,
studies on that.
Understood. So two things. One, so you're justifying uncomfortability in that sense, right? So you're okay with majority of women being uncomfortable in that case for that one individual, right?
Well, I don't think that a majority of women are uncomfortable, but if they were, I don't
There's
see how
nothing to
that
back that claim. I'm asking
Yeah.
this is a hypothetical. So if majority of women were uncomfortable, you would be okay with that for this one person.
When you say okay, do you just mean like it would be morally wrong for them to go?
No, sure.
Or
yeah,
morally
like,
okay? Yeah, it would,
morally right.
Unless there's an argument that would justify how majority of people being uncomfortable around you somehow entails that you're doing something wrong.
No, let's say
then
there is.
I wouldn't say that there's
justification.
then it's just trivially true that would be wrong if there is justification for it.
Of course. Okay, perfect. So wait, I'm confused. So if majority of women are stating that they are uncomfortable because of this one individual, you're saying that's okay, it's morally right, even though they're uncomfortable for this one.
When morally right means obligatory in my semantics, so I would just say it's morally like permissible, right? Because they're not doing anything wrong. Like here, like the analogy, like if most white people were uncomfortable around a black person, I don't say that the black person is doing something wrong. That's a good analogy that I'm looking for.
Okay. Wait, let's kind of dive into that. Well, actually, let me make my second point. So although this is a public bathroom, it's still a private space. Would you agree or disagree?
I think the stalls are the private space, not the public restroom.
So the stalls within a public bathroom are private.
Yeah, the stalls are private, right? Because that's
Behind
the
the door
place
and it's locked.
that you're going to be like dropping everything and yeah.
Okay, awesome. But in general, it's a public space.
Yep.
Okay. So let's go back to the analogy that you used, right? So you stated, do you mind just repeating it, right? So a black individual, if a white person feels uncomfortable.
Well, if a majority of white people were uncomfortable around a black person, it
A
doesn't
black person doing
follow
what?
that the black person is doing something wrong just because the majority of them are uncomfortable. Yeah.
A black person doing what? I guess in this case we could
Let's say
a-
going in a whites only restroom or sitting at the front of the bus or something. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I guess to make it more analogous, let's say a whites only restroom.
Okay, understood. So you're I guess comparing a black individual to a trans individual. Would you say they're one and the same?
Like, do they have the same properties?
Yeah.
No, they don't have the same properties. That's why one is called black and one is called trans.
So why would you use that as?
But there's no morally relevant distinction, right? There's no property equalization process that you could do that would make it morally irrelevant for one that's not the other. That wouldn't be true of the other.
Wait, could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Like if you trait equalize, so they have different. There's something that it means to be a black person. There's something that it means to be a trans person, right? Now, by virtue of the fact that they're not identical to each other, it doesn't follow from that that the analogy wouldn't work, because the analogy would only become disanalogous with respect to the moral argument. If there's a property of African Americans that would be morally relevant, but not for trans people. And there's no property there, so that's what's going to make it analogous, even though they're different.
Okay, I'm sorry. If you don't mind just diving a little bit deeper on that. So
Sure.
so you're saying that the properties of a black individual is similar to that of a trans person.
No, that's not what I'm saying. The properties are the property distinction between a black person and a trans person are not morally relevant. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but what is relevant between the two?
Morally relevant, so first of all, they both are. When you're discriminating based off of who should go into a bathroom, in this case you're doing it based off of their sex, right? That's an immutable trait, so is skin color. Right? So I see,
So
like,
sex and race to you are one and the same.
no. When you say same, do you mean identical?
Yes.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so when you
They're
okay,
more
would you-
they hold the same morally relevant status to me. What somebody was born as holds the same morally relevant status with respect to whether you should discriminate them against them, like an inherent property, right? Like in this case, one person being born with black skin or brown skin, and one person being born with male genitals or female genitals.
Understood. Okay, so would you agree that somebody that is a trans individual can still present as a male? Like, could they have male characteristics even though they feel they are female, or they know they were born as female?
Yeah.
So could cis women.
Understood. So how, I guess I'm just a little bit confused on how a person's race would correlate with that.
Correlate with whether you can discriminate. So listen, like if you have a whites only restroom, right? You think that that's wrong to do, right?
Yes.
Okay, why is that wrong?
It's wrong because those individuals can't help the way that their skin color is. I don't think that you should segregate based on race. I think
Can you help whether you're male or not?
I think you can help whether you're male presenting. I don't
Can
think
you help whether you're male?
Can they help whether they are male?
Yes.
No.
And then you're saying you can help whether you're male presenting. So you
Correct.
think every single male could appear to be female?
Yes.
You think so?
Yeah, I
So
think
you think
that
like
every
Dwayne
single-
Johnson could appear to be female?
Absolutely.
Okay, I would say that I would take that to be a bullet to bite. But okay.
Well, that's my opinion.
Like what do you
I think that
what does it mean to appear to be a female?
absolutely. I think that there's feminine characteristics that would apply to the female sex. I don't know if I can say that on TikTok. I apologize, but yeah, definitely softer features, facially, softer jawline, cheekbones, long hair, smaller frame. There's multiple things actually that fall into the
I
female
feel like this
category.
is going to start going into some like xenophobic or racist rhetoric
Whoa.
because not all cultures of women have these features.
This is very like
Yeah,
a
but-
Eurocentric.
Yeah,
But,
but,
like-
but that's
Very
major-
Eurocentric
But that's
ideal.
majority, correct? Wait, are you guys African American at all?
No, I'm Mexican.
Okay, then you shouldn't be included in this conversation, respectfully. Do you think they should speak for black people?
I wasn't speaking for black people.
Okay, understood. Well, that's the conversation
Wait,
at
so
hand.
wait, there are some African Americans who can present as white. You know that, right?
Wait, are you saying that there's black individuals that can be white? I would
That can
disagree.
Do you
that
know
can
what white
present as white.
passing and white
Yeah,
presenting
there's white
means?
passing.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
You
I
don't
think
agree?
no, I think there's African Americans that can
So,
present as white, but not black
do you
individuals.
think there are white people that can present as black people?
No, I never said that. Wait, do you
You
know
don't.
what's the difference between race and like
Wait, I'm
ethnicity?
just talking about skin color here. I don't care about the
Yeah, so
semantics. So
race, right?
when it comes
Hold
to
up.
so like for example, Robert Downey
Mhm.
Jr. He kind of looked black there, right? From
No,
Tropic Thunder. You don't think he? I think he looked African American. I think he
no.
looked African American. You
Here's
could tell it was
what
Robert Downey Jr. But if you didn't know it was
I
Robert
need to
Downey Jr., you
know.
could tell he
I
was
need
African.
to
You'd be
know.
like,
I
okay,
need to
he looks
know.
African American.
If you think those that are mixed or those that white present
Hmm.
aren't black, I need to know if this is your thought process.
If so, I'm mixed, right? So when you look at me, would you say that I'm black or white?
I wouldn't have assumed you were white. No,
Okay, what would you assume I am?
I don't like to assume. That's the thing.
Oh,
I
awesome.
don't.
So you want me to
I
tell
don't.
you. But
I
do you
don't
think
like
do
it
you think that
because I
people
don't make it my entire personality to look at someone and assume things about them because I have
Yeah.
better things to waste my time on
I
than
got you,
assuming
Grandmaster. I
something
got you,
like that
Grandmaster.
about them because I'm not an insecure person.
I just wanted to
Like
clip
I
it real
don't
quick.
spend my time at wasting my time thinking that deep onto a person.
Wait, can you please without muting myself because you keep muting me? What is race?
Yeah, it's how you phenotypically present.
Yeah.
Correct. And when you phenotypically look at somebody, are you look like without speaking with them, right? Because I just asked you, what would you say that I am? Without me speaking with you, if you just saw me walking down the street, what would you assume that I am?
I wouldn't. That's the thing. I
Well,
wouldn't.
like you got a
wouldn't
small
your
profile
mind would
picture.
just go
Well,
blank.
you got a small profile picture, so I thought you were a white woman in here. So
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, perfect. So Carbon thought that I was a white woman, correct?
so
When I'm
therefore,
actually mixed.
yeah. But like
Right.
under that
So-
basis,
Can I
under that
ask a
basis,
question?
you would be allowed
the-
into like a
the-
white only
the
restaurant.
point, yeah, if you don't mind. The point that I'm making, right, is I could tell you that I'm black, right?
Cool. And I
Mhm.
believe you.
But
And I
my
wouldn't
fe-
be down for
okay,
that.
perfect. But Carbon would think that I'm white if I never spoke to him a day in my life. That's why race exists, right? There's systemic racism, which why race exists. Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
Can I ask really quick what
Awesome. You're not gonna answer the question.
No, I haven't said anything this entire time. I just want to ask a question.
Mhm.
You said you're biracial, correct? Can I ask what two races?
No.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's valid.
Yeah, we'll just go with Carbon's since he assumed that I'm white, right?
Yeah,
So
I
if
said
I
you look white.
perfect, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
so like under that view, you should be allowed into like the whites only restaurant because you look white, right?
Right. There would be no repercussion for that. If you assume that I'm white and I walked into the white
There
restaurant,
was repercussions for that in the Jim Crow South.
why?
Yeah.
If I'm assuming
Like
I'm white?
biracial individuals weren't allowed in whites only
But you don't
restaurants.
know that
Even
I'm
if they
white.
were,
You just
yeah,
said I'm white presenting.
even if they were quote unquote white passing, they found out you were African American, they would kick you out.
Yeah.
But you just presented me as white.
So
If they,
like I'm
unless
just
no one speaks to me.
like yeah, just because I presented you as like just because I misidentified your very small
Right.
profile picture as white has no relevance to whether somebody would if
It
they found
does.
out that I
That's
don't know
not-
why you're over talking me.
Okay.
If they found out that you were biracial, they would absolutely kick you out, whether you were initially misidentified as white and only white upon initial assessment, right? So the point of the dialectic here is that you're saying, like, first of all, you haven't given any reasons for why we should accept the argument that if somebody presents as X, therefore that person who has that property X or presents as X should not be allowed in the bathroom. We still have an argument for that, right? And then we haven't presented any disanalogy between why we should discriminate based off of like how somebody's presenting skin color wise versus how somebody's presenting sex wise, right? So what argument could I use that would make it disanalogous why I shouldn't be able to make like white presenting only bathrooms?
Okay, I'll speak now. So I actually did multiple times. So you just stated something actually, which I really love the analogy that you used because you said, "Oh, I would have figured you were white." So if I went into a segregated white individual's bathroom and you were in there, it's just me and you in the bathroom, you wouldn't say anything because you would assume that I'm white.
Oh, that
right?
doesn't follow.
How does that not follow?
Yeah, because I'm not looking at like a small circular profile picture. Like
Okay,
you're talking about me
if
seeing you
my
in person, that doesn't follow just
if you
because I
want
misidentified you
to,
in a very small circular profile picture as white with like a shadow over you, right? It doesn't follow that if I saw you in person, I would misidentify you as white.
okay, let's say in person, I looked like my small individual profile picture,
Yeah,
and
so
you thought I was
I
white
thought you were
presenting.
white. Uh-huh.
Perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
You think that I'm a white person,
Uh-huh.
and I'm in the white bathroom.
Uh-huh.
I'm using your analogy.
Uh-huh.
You would not peep a word to me in the white bathroom.
If I was a
Then
racist?
I haven't finished
If I was a
speaking. Yeah,
racist?
yeah, segregation is racist,
Yeah.
right? And that's why I use the
Interesting.
analogy. Yeah. So if we're in a white bathroom, you wouldn't say nothing to me. But
Okay.
if there's segregation and a black individual were to walk into a white restroom, absolutely people would make comments and they would say things, get out of our bathroom.
Okay.
Right?
Now,
So I'm
what is the
using
morally
that.
relevant difference between discriminating based off whether somebody's white presenting or male presenting in a bathroom? What's the morally relevant distinction?
What's the moral irrelevance?
No, the morally relevant
The more
distinction.
relevant distinction.
The moral relevance distinction? I think that it's dependent on the era, right? So morally
The
at the
era?
time,
Yikes, chat.
All right. Grandmaster,
That's
thank you
so
for the
funny.
25 to kick. I
Thank
appreciate
you,
you.
Grandmaster.
Say this, please, Carbon. She's mad that you assumed her race, but I feel like she was assuming yours because she's like, we'd both be in the white bathroom.
Like, what you mean?
Yeah, I was about to ask, do you think
Carbon
Carbon
wouldn't
is
be
white?
in the white bathroom, ma'am.
Carbon
Do you see? I'm sorry. Do you see these lips? Okay. All right. Listen.
I do. I'm trying to touch him anyway.
Oh my God.
I'm trying to do more than
I'm
touch
sorry.
him.
Listen, I haven't made a joke all night.
I haven't either. I've been well behaved.
He was talking about massive polls earlier,
Oh
and I
my
was
God.
really holding back.
She never did answer my question though. Are people who are biracially mixed, like black and say white, are they still black? Because that's what it felt like she was saying, is that someone who's mixed does not get to claim their blackness. And that's gross to me. I deal with this constantly because I'm mixed with Scottish and Mexican and Indigenous. I don't get to claim one because I'm too little of each. I'm too much of one to be the other. And so I'm in this weird ethnic limbo.
Thank you again, Grandmaster, for the 25 to kick. Sorry for the delay. I just had to get I had to get her answer to that moral distinction question, and we got it. So
Hey,
I love it.
hey Chode, or whatever your name is.
Oh my God! Don't say that.
I asked you this question and you ran away from it so fucking fast and tried to flip the script on me. So don't even, okay? Also, they're not gonna pick you, honey. Okay?
Oh. All right. If you want to debate, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Keep tapping. Gift the panel. I don't know why they have 0 and 3 respectively. Bailey with the motherfucking coconut
Bailey.
tree. Holy shit. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, we got a new guest. Park, how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right. Oh, this is Leo.
No, I just want to ask a question. I don't know if I can really debate too much on this topic.
Thank y'all for the gifts.
All right, what you got?
I just want to ask, like, why do you think the trans people should choose the bathroom, that they choose?
Well, so there's a combination of. So first of all, it's a public restroom. So in public restrooms, it's my understanding that it's open to the public. And I see no good reason. I don't have, I don't have a moral framework, nor have I been made aware of any moral framework that coherently restricts trans women from using women's restrooms and trans men from using men's restrooms. So therefore, I'm unjustified in making claims of restricting that kind of behavior. So I just say that it's morally permissible.
I mean, I think my only concern with this whole thing is probably the safety of it all. Because what if I just had an epiphany and just decided I'm no longer a man, and I go into the women's bathroom, it's dead.
Are you an unsafe person to be around women?
No.
And how would it be a safety issue?
But many people don't know that. I'm a stranger if I walk in there. Nobody knows
Well,
me.
whether somebody knows you're safe is not going to be a safety issue, right? Like if somebody thinks you're unsafe, but you are a safe person, then that's not a safety issue. This is like so. For example, there are white people who think that it's unsafe to be around black people because they're racist, but nonetheless, it's not unsafe to be around
Thank you,
black people,
Brandon.
right?
No, but at the same time, when people say that someone's like, no one can definitively say. Because me personally, I believe that everyone is unsafe. That's just how I am. I always assume the worst when I walk out.
Well, in that
But
case, nobody should be allowed in the bathroom with you or any woman. Like, women shouldn't even be allowed to be in the bathroom with other women in that case, if everybody's unsafe.
no, it's more like I think everyone is capable of doing wrong. Is what I mean. It's like they can do.
I mean, I agree, but like, how would that like, what's if that's the safety issue, then that's true for everyone, not just trans women. It would be cis men, cis women, and things like that. Now, if you wanted
It
to
is.
say, yeah, but
It is, but more so if a trans woman came in there, but he wasn't really saying he's not really a true trans person. He's looking there for, let's say, little girls and stuff.
so somebody,
Then-
yeah, that would just be a predator. Of course, that person shouldn't use the restroom. They should be locked up.
But that one person claiming that such would probably put a bad, I want to say, reputation, I suppose, because most people don't look into the full thing. Like they don't.
Yeah, it would probably give a bad reputation among irrational people, right? If somebody like yeah, like I agree, but that would just be an association fallacy. Like, hey, I'm dressing up as a trans woman and then I'm gonna violate somebody's rights or something like that. And then somebody makes a conclusion that therefore it's wrong to be around trans women. But that's just irrational. That's an invalid inference.
Yeah, and unfortunately in America, this is why I say it's that because there's a lot of irrational people in America.
Yeah, but trans women shouldn't like restrict their behavior because somebody's making an invalid inference about their behavior.
I suppose,
Mm-hmm.
but it's that's just a concern. Like I said, I don't know too much about the topic, so I don't have many rebuttals or
That's
any
fine.
real claims. But that's all I wanted to ask.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming up, Park. You have a good one.
No problem.
All right, we get the next person up here. Donald, you are live. How old are you?
I'm 47. What's up, buddy?
What's up, man? Yeah, what's your take?
My take is in America, if you don't want to like black people and you want to stay away from them, you have every right to, and you can cry about it too.
I can't hear what you.
Racism.
Wait, what
You
did he
said
say?
If you want to stay away from black people, you have the right to.
Yeah, you have the right to be racist. Not like structurally, but
I mean,
like mentally, you have
sure,
the
I
right to
guess
be.
Let me ask
Why?
you this: if I'm not attracted to black people sexually, am I racist?
Probably, yeah.
Depends on the reason why you're not attracted to them, but most likely, yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Color of
there's
their
only
skin.
because there's only one trait that all black people have, right? And that is that they're black. So if you strictly don't like
Yeah, I'm
include
just
black
not
people in
attracted
your
to
dating
skin
pool
color.
because for the simple fact that they're black, that is racism.
Yeah.
So
Like there,
I'm
like
just
I
not
don't see how
attracted
skin
to-
color like, so like you can take a really hot woman, right? That's let's say white. I don't know. Pick somebody.
Anya Taylor-Joy.
Yeah, okay, she's hot. If she just like woke up, if she woke up tomorrow with like blue skin, I wouldn't become unattracted to her.
I would.
I wouldn't.
I would.
Like I would like she's still she still has the same facial because what I'm attracted
not
to is
attracted to men.
what I'm attracted to is the facial features, right? And all that stuff. But if she had blue, like you think Gamora and like
Rar.
Gamora and yeah,
Guardians of the Galaxy.
yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy, yeah. Like she's green, she's still like attractive. Like
Also, you
Hella
just
hot.
I don't think
proved
so.
that you're a
don't think
racist
so.
because you said that you would no longer be attracted to her based on the changing of her skin color.
Yeah.
That is
It's
proof that
sim-
you aren't attracted to black people because of their skin color.
Yeah, which is
Let me be clear
by
here. Am I
definition
not
racist.
allowed to be attracted to what I'm
Oh
attracted
yeah, you
to?
can be attracted to whoever you want, right? But the simple fact
Right.
is you have a racist bias.
So you don't like other people's choices. You don't
No,
respect
I
other
never.
people's
No, no, no.
choices.
wait,
I
Donald,
never
what do you
said
think
It's
it
just a
means?
choice.
What do you think it means to be racist?
I think it's just means I don't really even know, man.
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
what
say-
it means to be racist, generally speaking, right? is to have a discriminatory outlook on somebody solely based off of their skin color, right? And in this case, like, you're trying to oppress them in this way, but in this case, it's racist in that sense because you're categorically saying that they're unattractive by virtue of their skin color. Now, you're discriminating your attractiveness based off their skin color. Now, listen, we can't force you to be attracted to African American woman, but I'm saying that
Allow me
the
to
reason,
clarify.
wait, just real quick, the reason why you are is probably a result of racism in this country, right? So that's going to be a racist attraction or disattraction in that case.
I
What's-
enjoy
wait,
the
I have a
company
question.
of black people. I'm
I
just
have a
not
question.
sexually attracted to black people.
What specifically about black people are you not sexually attracted to? Like, what specifically? What
Well, the
trait
kind of
does
hair,
ever?
I don't really like the hair, the way the hair is on black women. I don't really like the skin color. I don't like a lot of the.
You're racist. You're
Why?
fucking racist.
You're just a racist.
Because I don't.
No.
You are right. You literally just said, I do not like their skin color. I don't know how hard you have to hit the nail on the head to fucking realize what you just said, but you're fucking racist, bro. Like, by all means. Actually, you know what? I am actually glad that you don't date black people because you are fucking harmful to them.
Yep. Stay the fuck away from them. You, my friend, need to stay away from black people because you are not.
Right. Don't even have black friends at this point. Don't, because you're just gonna
Don't
end
even
up
look
eventually
at them.
hurting them. Yeah,
You
don't
see a
interact
black
with them at all,
person,
and they will be
your eyes
they will
should
be
drop.
better off.
Yeah.
They will be better off for never fucking knowing you.
Yeah. Yeah. So going forward, Donald, you see a black person, your eyes are supposed to drop. Okay.
Yeah.
You do not get to have the honor of making eye contact anymore. Sorry, friend. That too, Angela.
Yeah.
Just stay away from
you did a classic racism. That's insane.
Oh.
B.
Matt, they need to be
I
quiet.
don't understand what was the point of that with respect to the bathrooms. I don't get it.
He wanted to be racist.
He just wanted to do a racism.
So what does it have to do with the bathroom, Donald?
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. I believe African American people have
Bathrooms,
life, liberty, and
Bathrooms.
How's it related?
Well, when I flipped to this conversation, you were talking about racism.
Yeah, that was just coming off
And
the
you were
bat.
saying
That was
that
just
people who are
but that was
racist-
related to bathrooms, right? So how's this related to bathrooms?
I
Did
just
you
heard
just
what I heard there
jump
was
out of a
racist.
plane?
Yeah, too much, bro. Like, let's get into the next debate. Hello, how old are you?
Hello, I'm 23 years old. Actually, I heard a take and I don't agree with it. You can't dress up as a trans woman because transitioning is a medical process that you go through.
No, it's not.
Like you need to take. Yeah, I'm a trans woman, and you need to take HRT, and you need to take
Are you a
estrogen, and
trans
you take this.
medicalist?
Your privilege is showing, friend.
Yeah.
Being trans.
You don't know. Sorry.
I'm sorry, but being trans
let
is
me
a
explain
gender
myself.
identity that's in mismatch with that's
That's-
incongruent. Wait,
that's-
hold on, just if
You're
you
just a
can
trans medicist.
just stop talking, please. Please, thank you. So what it means to be trans is an incongruence between one's gender identity and their biological sex. Now, nowhere in there does it say anything about whether you've taken HRT, right? Whether you've taken HRT, is just a result of what most, I won't even say most, at least some trans people go through. If
Yeah.
that in order to kind of resolve or relax that incongruence, right? So
Yeah,
that's
but-
not defined whether you're trans based off whether you take HRT.
Yeah. Yes, that's true. That's true. And I just explained my point like in a wrong way. But what I wanted to say is that a trans woman who is not on HRT will probably not go into women's bathroom because I'm as myself, because before I started HRT, I didn't go into women's bathroom because I felt like I may scare people or I may scare women who are in there. I mean, many trans women think like that, but obviously it would be.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
heard that before. Like there have been people who have So for example, in locker rooms, they've come on the stream, and you know, they will say that, well, I'm doing this because I don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable, regardless of the reasons of why they're uncomfortable. They might say it because like I just don't want to, like, I don't want them knowing anything. I don't want to like out myself as a trans person right now. Like there's a lot of different reasons, right? That's not really the argument, or whether somebody through their own accord chooses not to go into the women's restroom and choose to go into the men's restroom, or just chooses not to go into the restroom in period in public. The argument is whether somebody issues a moral prescription on a trans woman who does go into the women's restroom, and whether they have an argument for that. That's what we're talking about here.
Okay.
So I agree with you that people do have their reasons for restricting themselves, and that's actually my position. If you don't feel comfortable going in the women's restroom, and maybe the reason why you're uncomfortable because you think that it might let other people feel uncomfortable, that's a valid reason. That's your comfortability. You don't have to go in there. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, they're gone. Okay.
Okay. That seemed like a very medicalist argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's how it present. I don't think they were trying to make that argument though. They probably just yeah.
To be fair, it also did seem like English may not have been their first language. That's an assumption, but that could also, yeah.
Mex, thank you so much for the heart meet. I appreciate you. If your opposition, go and hop in the guest request. We would love to talk to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wish Satan was here so we can do so he can yell at people, because I'm thinking about switching over to the slavery topic. But then there's also Nanners.
What?
What?
What do you mean to me?
Slavery.
Whoa.
Chi-Chi, thank you for the heart meet. Appreciate you. Alright, this fuck guy again.
Oh, Donald.
This is the racist.
It's really a non-issue because
you
most
made it an
everywhere
issue
else,
because you brought it up.
See, I can't even speak. She just immediately starts talking. I don't know what to do.
Well, I don't really like to hear racist, so you know.
It's back.
Well, I mean,
hold on real quick, Donald.
Thanks for the label, I guess.
James,
I'm gonna
how
say
old are you?
most of the world, except for the United States.
James, how old are you? 45. Are you opposition as well?
Hi, Bayou.
Yeah,
I
I don't think they should. Why should trans people not use the bathroom they choose? I don't agree with that.
Yeah, why?
Because they don't. Because they need to use the bathroom. Whatever they are, if they're man or woman.
Why though? That sounds like the same statement.
Man,
Why?
What do you mean why? If I had a daughter and some dude in a freaking dress try to, man, you have kids?
Not that I know of, but these two do.
I do.
Yeah, so ask them. So Void,
And if you agree with this, you should be arrested for child abuse.
Wait, why? Wait, tell me how
That's
I'm
sick,
abusing my
man. You don't
child.
love your kid. That's sick. Man.
Wait, hold on,
Like
James.
how?
James,
don't
hold on.
love
Let
your
me
kid
ask him this question. You think it's wrong for a child to be in the bathroom with a man? Yes or no?
For a child?
Yeah.
In general?
Yeah.
I'm not. Come on, man. I
Wait,
know.
I
where
thought
you're
you
going
just
with
said
this.
you should be arrested if a child is in the restroom with a man.
If a man who thinks, if a man who thinks they are a woman goes into a woman's bathroom and my daughter is using the bathroom,
Okay.
it's gonna be a problem.
So if you had a son, and your son goes into the men's restroom, and that trans woman goes into the men's restroom, would you have a problem then? I didn't fucking think so, James. Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah.
Also, I just purely to
You
piss
missed the
him off.
point, dude. You missed
Hold
the
on,
whole point
James,
of it, dude.
James, hi, hello.
You know how many child molesters
Hello,
are saying, "Oh, I'm a trans"?
Jimmy,
Dude.
hi, hello. Really quick, just to piss you off because I'm in the mood. My oldest child, I created with a trans woman.
Okay.
Yeah, so do you think that mother's oldest child, or even that mother should be arrested because she decided to have a child with a trans woman?
So you have? Are you? I don't know. What I'm mixed up.
Okay, so
Yeah,
a
so
trans woman is
let's say
I
the
know what a trans woman is.
let's say the trans woman is the parent, and then brings their daughter into the woman's restroom and allows their daughter to use the woman's restroom. Would you have a problem with that? Oh, that's gonna tug on both, like
For
all.
what now? Repeat
That's
that
gonna,
now?
yeah, that one's gonna tug
I
on.
didn't hear
I
it.
haven't asked that question before. Hold on, wait,
A
this
trans
is
woman?
interesting. Wait,
You're welcome.
so let's say we have a trans woman, right? And this
Okay.
trans woman is a parent to a little girl, and then takes the little girl into the woman's restroom to use the bathroom. Would you have a problem with that?
I'm getting mixed up. So if someone transitioned to a woman,
Yeah.
if someone transitioned to a woman or the other, if someone
And they have a
transitioned to-
daughter, right?
Okay, if someone transitions to a woman and has a daughter,
And then they go into the woman's restroom so their daughter can use the bathroom.
you know what? That's just the. I mean, come on. That's like.
Bro, I think we
That's so
broke
many-
him. We broke him.
I mean, that was kind of that's like a. I don't know. Connect Four or something.
Yeah, I bet. It's like chess, huh? Yeah.
Very much.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What?
I'm
You
still
have an
very
answer?
confused.
But see, I don't have a problem with it, trans people or what. I
You
really
do,
don't.
bro.
You do.
No, I
literally
really
just
don't.
I wouldn't say it's
Shut the
abuse.
fuck
I would be. No,
You
I'm
literally
friends
just
with them.
said me and Witchy should be fucking arrested because we have children and we have this view. You clearly have a fucking problem with it. You just can't fucking justify it.
Well, I don't think. I mean, you have to look. You have to look at what you're teaching your children. I mean,
To accept and love all people regardless of, you know, their sexuality, their race, their sexual or their gender identity.
Yeah.
I'm creating a loving, safe, wonderful person by teaching my children this. There's nothing
Okay.
wrong with teaching your children to be accepting of all people and to judge them based on the character of their heart versus the outside stuff
Yeah.
like that. Not saying that gender
that's fine, but children change
I'm
their
not
mind all
going
the
to
time.
teach my
One minute they
children
might want
to
to be a
hateful.
firefighter.
No.
Next minute
no.
they might want to feel.
What real abuse is, what real child abuse is teaching children to be hateful. It's disgusting, James. You should be arrested if this is what you're teaching your children. We don't teach children to be hateful because this just continues the cycle of abuse.
Who gave this clown 10 fucking coins?
Can I
Bigotry and
say what I
hatred
have to
is
say?
wrong.
I don't want to hear racist. Sorry, but no.
It's not
you're
about racism.
What's your
At
take,
all.
Donald?
So, United States does have male and female bathrooms.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. They have women and men.
Women,
It's
men,
women and
whatever.
men.
They have
No, it's
two
not
different.
whatever. They're very
Most of
distinct for two
I
reasons.
can't. Who this? Can you mute her just for a second so I can
No,
speak?
no, we like her more than you, Donald. You're a racist.
Yeah, thank you. Also,
I mean,
thank
you
you,
want to
Bobby,
have
for
a
the coin.
discussion, but
Nah,
you do
Donald,
not want to
nah,
hear
Donald,
anybody else's point of view.
No,
Which
I'm
means
correcting you.
you're probably single and he left you, and now you do DoorDash for your babies and probably get child support.
No.
That's
Wait,
what
what's
it's
wrong with
happening.
being? What's wrong? Oh, wait, you must be a Trump supporter. You hate the working class, don't you?
Excuse me. I
Yeah.
can't even speak.
Yeah, you're a Trump
edgewise
supporter. You
because-
hate working class Americans.
Okay.
Yeah,
Europe,
I
there
simply
is no,
just
there is
corrected
no
you.
women and female bathrooms.
Tyrell, thank you so much for the $25 to kick Donald. I appreciate you. W
Here's
Tyrell.
my thing. I think the men who just like throw on a wig and do all that. I think they have bad intentions. That's what I think. I think you should not be able to tell. I mean,
Yeah,
if someone is transitioning and really wants to be the opposite, you should not.
That's a
the
very
judge-
classist way to look at things because not everyone can afford to do the medical side of things.
Yeah.
Because guess what? We live in a really shitty economy.
Okay.
Yeah, and that shit's expensive. You got
I
money
understand.
to drop thousands of dollars on top and bottom surgery? No. And do you know how much
Oh,
HRT
shit,
costs
Virillion,
a
do you
month?
want this for
Get
him?
fucked, dude. Get fucked with your classist ass bullshit.
All right. Well,
Just let people be. My fucking god.
that's fine. I don't care. People can be what they want to be. It doesn't matter to me. But just watch out when
Clearly,
you.
it does. Clearly, it does matter.
Well, I don't know. I put my 2 cents in. I ain't got nothing against trans, but just
Yeah,
the
you
bathroom
do.
issue is it's an issue with the bath. That's all.
No, it's
Yeah,
not. There's
you
no
don't-
fucking issue. You have no argument.
Oh, all right.
All right. Virillion, thank you for the $30 super chat to kick James. Thank you so much, Virillion. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, thank you to everybody who gave me coins. I am not necessarily paying attention to my phone because I'm kicking Dark Souls 3's ass for the second time, y'all. So, but I appreciate you.
Let's go. Yeah, I gotta put that one in my arsenal. If you have a trans woman who has a daughter and takes her daughter into the women's restroom, would you be against?
You know,
That's a good one.
I just love the procreation story I have for both my children, because if you think about it, neither of my children were created with men. Neither. My oldest child's other parent is a trans woman. My younger child was created with science, and I had the DNA inserted via a woman. So neither of my children were created with men. Because men are... I say that as I'm literally married to a man.
Yeah. Get your DoorDash ass out of here, okay?
What's wrong with doing DoorDash? It's a great way to earn side cash.
Yeah, like I bet he uses it too. Like how you gonna bash something that you use? That's crazy. Twisted Demon, you're a Christian. You really are the one role playing here, buddy. Alright. Anyway. Sorry. I didn't mean to lash out at you like that. Yes, I did.
You can lash out at me all you want.
Papa said something, but never
Crazy
mind.
work. Maybe this guy wants to debate. A lot of people I'm sending invites to, and they keep like denying my requests. What's going on there? You know, if you do 2,000, I think it's 2,000 trips on Uber Eats or Uber in general, which includes Uber Eats, I think. I'm not sure. Then you get free tuition at Arizona State University, like for a whole degree.
Wild work. Also, Nico, I saw your
Crazy.
comment, and I so fully agree that they're trash for doing that, but there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. So I'm gonna make my money however I can, because I got mouths to feed, and I've got things to buy for my children, and I will not go without. Like, my morals and ethics are there, and I agree that that's trash, but I gotta do what I gotta do.
And you will obey
Yes, I will.
You will obey Zoran Mamdani, who is going to be the next mayor of New York City, okay? You will obey him.
Wait, did you see Charlie Kirk's tweet about that?
Yeah, he's fucking insane. I responded to it. He doesn't want to debate anybody anymore. That's why he's lashing out and be like extremely like unhinged, because he's running away from every debate now.
Carbon, what's good, bro? It's been a minute. It's been so long.
I feel like I remember you.
Do we know you?
Oh yeah. I was trying to see if he was gonna be a co-host one time. I think it was last year. You fucked up on something, didn't you? What'd you say that fucked up on?
I don't know. I said something, bro. It offended somebody, but like, yeah, I didn't mean it that way. Like, I said something that made it sound like I was saying something, but like, I wasn't trying to be like that.
Wait, I want to know the
It
context.
It wasn't bad, but it was like
it wasn't bad.
It was bad enough to I'm like, nah, this not gonna be a co-host.
Wow, sucks to suck.
It was actually really funny. I remember that.
Give me the details. I'm nosy.
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
It was like a year ago.
Damn.
I could have sworn Nanners was here.
Probably.
Maybe.
I used to do a lot of lives, bro, but like I just haven't been doing them as of recent.
Yeah.
Bro came in here and the tea was ice cold.
Nosy person here
Frozen
too.
even.
Do you still host lives?
I did this week. I just actually got off my live just now, but earlier this week I did too. But I mean, I've only done it like twice in the last year. It was mostly last year during election season.
But you're in school or something?
Yeah.
What are you
It's been a
studying?
lot. Yeah, business.
Oh.
Yeah, but bro, I just haven't had that much time, and also things during election year were a lot. Yeah, for sure. What happened to your Trump authoritarian prompts? You just kind of went away from that, or?
Well, I still have it. It's just way far back in my photos. I don't scroll up to it anymore. I tried to do a Trump topic today, but it keeps suppressing the Trump topics.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because my live wasn't getting that many viewers. There was like 20 people. 20, yeah. Wasn't very good.
You gotta pump them numbers up, buddy.
I mean, to be fair, you only have like
Chill, bro. Chill.
9K followers, so that seems like typical like engagement, honestly, for this app.
Yeah, right.
No, that's not even
yell like
shade,
that,
I
bro.
promise.
Damn,
No,
bro.
that's not even shade. Actually, if I wanted to be shady, I would have said it was 8.8. I gave you two.
Yeah, if
two
I wanted to be shady, I
numbers.
would say when I had 10,000 followers, I was hitting like 200 average viewers. But
Okay, I used to get
Wait, Carmen.
a lot more last summer. Don't get it twisted, bro.
Wait,
Right.
Carmen, that's not even shade though, because like now you have 60,000 followers and your viewership
well,
really
like
hasn't improved.
yeah, that's because I took that 6 months off and it dropped a
I
lot.
took a year off and you're throwing shit at me.
All
Oh
right.
my goodness, bro.
Change topic to religion, Christianity. Oh yeah, you're a Christian, aren't you, Weston?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm kidding.
I'm not. You should be ashamed.
Yeah, that's fine, bro. I don't
October,
get it.
thank you for the donut. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I just don't like Trump, and I'm a Democrat. That's really it. I don't really get into too many debates about religion or like philosophy or anything like that. I just like.
I think if you watched my streams enough as a left-leaning Christian, you'd probably become an atheist, or at least an agnostic. As I watch religions, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think you would.
I mean, anything can happen, I guess. I mean, I'm open-minded for sure, but that would have to take a lot. But I mean, I
Yeah,
think
probably.
it's fine to still have religion. I mean, like
Jacob number 2.
Harris and all them. I mean, they're still Christians, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It kind of gets blurred sometimes, but it's okay. It's all right. I'm glad you remember. I appreciate that.
I think you have the same profile picture. That's why.
Yeah. All right, bro. All right.
Profile picture for a year is
Sorry, to
crazy.
be fair, it has been a year, and you did remember that my little comment that was taken. The
It
wrong
was
way?
about race.
Oh God.
It wasn't race. It was like, oh yeah, okay. I remember Nanner said something. It's like it's not racist, but it could be perceived as that. No, yeah, it was a black person that we were debating.
Yeah.
And you said something that wasn't necessarily intentionally racist, but it could be perceived as that.
Yeah,
Like,
I think I was making a point or saying something, and then
What
like I
the
used
fuck
like an
did you say?
analogy. I don't know what I said, but like the race had nothing to do with it. Like I was genuinely like not considering that at all. And
Well,
then
that's
it
the
came
thing about
across-
microaggressions, right? Especially with white people, we don't understand like the impact that they have, and it's really impact over intent. So you really have to like deconstruct those like minute things.
And it's a constant thing. Like,
Yeah,
I would say I'm a
deconstruction never
relatively-
stops.
No, I would say I'm a relatively like well-versed person in these things, and I still find myself from time to time doing microaggressions because it's inherently a part of who I am as a white woman. And like, no, as a white woman, I will never understand the strife of someone who's black, but I understand the strife of Mexicans and Latinos because I see it every day. I see the microaggressions that happen against Latinos.
I just want to say something.
wait, hold
Trans
on,
women
real
are-
quick. Panos, how old are you?
19.
Okay.
2006, January 26th.
All right, what's your argument?
I think there should be a trans bathroom because there's no such thing as like trans women are not women and trans men are not men.
Okay.
So they should have their
So,
own-
well, that's just your semantics. Obviously, we're going to disagree with that, but that doesn't actually inform us, or at least not my views on whether trans women should be able to use the women's restroom, right? Because I think even if you're not a woman, or you're not a man, you should still be able to use the bathroom that you choose. So, what's the argument that a trans woman should be able to use the women's bathroom under your view?
that they should or shouldn't.
Should not.
Because should not because they're not women.
Okay, so what's the?
How would you
well,
feel?
that's
How would
just
you
like
feel?
So you're just saying when you say that they're not women, you're just saying they're not female.
Not female. Trans
Okay.
women are not female.
And why would that be a discriminating factor?
What do you mean? Why would that be?
Why would whether you're female be a discriminating factor to whether you can use that bathroom?
Because how would you feel?
That's a
if you were-
question. I need you to answer the question.
What was the question?
The question is, why would a trans woman not being female be a discriminating factor?
Because they're not women.
Okay, that's just stating that you. Do you know what a circular argument is, Panos?
Yeah, I know what that is, but I'm
Yeah,
just
so
saying.
just restating. If I were to say trans women should be able to use the women's restroom because they're male, and then you say, well, what is them being male? How does that give them? And I just say, well, it's because they're male. Would that convince you?
No.
Of course
Yeah,
not, because I'm
now
just
I'm starting to
restating.
see where you're coming
Yeah.
from.
So what about them not being female makes it to where they can't use the women's restroom?
So I think it's like I don't know, because like they identify themselves as females, but they're not really females. You know what I mean?
We know that trans women are not females, at least under your sense that you're probably using a female, right? There's senses that they could be considered, but under your, I'm assuming gamete production, we're granting that. So why would them not being female be like a motivating factor or discriminating factor? That's all I'm asking.
I don't really understand. Can you elaborate?
Like, okay, so
My
we
brain's not brain. I've
we
had
have
a long day. That's why.
sure. So we have, let's say there's a big force field, right? In the woman's bathroom, and it only allows a certain, like, it only allows females in, right? Now, why would you program it to only allow females in?
Because number one, they don't have urinals like men use.
Do you need a urinal?
Yeah,
in
but
order-
if you let me finish my point, I'd be able to speak.
Wait, okay, so it's just a practical thing to you. It's not a moral thing.
No, so what I'm saying is like, it's like, so if the toilets are full and there's like a pregnant woman,
Then it wouldn't matter whether the person who is occupying that, who is not a pregnant person, is male or female. So try again.
I gotta go to bed. Y'all have a good night. Bye.
All right,
Bye.
Weston.
See you in a year.
my point is, I don't think trans women should be able to use the bathroom.
Yeah, we know
the
that,
women's
Mitch.
bathroom, 'cause
We
they're not women.
understand that. We understand that's your point, but we're asking for the argument to justify your claim.
We know what
Because
your
they're not
point is.
women.
Yeah,
That's
like that. Okay,
circular.
that's just you stating the claim over it. Do you think I'm asking you to repeat the claim? You already
What?
said you understood
Why
that
does
just
it
saying that
matter?
over and over, like if because
You
they're
wanna
male,
prove
they
to
should
me
be
why
allowed to
trans
use the
women
women's
are
restroom.
women?
I don't like under your semantics of woman, you just mean female, right? An adult
Anyone
human
that
female,
has
right? You're
XX
saying adult
chromosomes,
human
yes.
female, correct? Right. We're granting you that trans women are not adult human female. We know that. Now, why does that matter with respect to whether, again, back to the force field? Why would you program the force field to only allow adult human females in?
Because that's how it should be. Like,
Thank you.
women,
Justify
women's
it.
bathroom. Women's
Please
to the
form
women.
a fucking argument. I beg of you. Use the two fucking brain cells that are fighting for third place, rub them together, and have a fucking argument, please.
They recycle.
What?
Jesus Christ,
Bro.
bro.
Bro, you're hella lagging, bro.
Then get better Wi-Fi.
Then get better Wi-Fi. All right, bro.
Yes.
No, he repeats other people's claims too.
Are you just like
Eric? Are you
is this just like a is this just like a tick you have where you just like repeat what everybody else says? Like you have to like it's a thing of repetition.
Yeah, because if it is, I don't want to like. I don't want to like
wanna know
bash
your guys'
bash you for it.
I just want to know your guys' like world view on this.
Well, we're
No,
trying
yeah.
to get your worldview. And
My
you don't
my
even-
worldview is I don't have good reason to program that force field to only allow females, unless you can give me one.
And why is that? What the fuck am I saying? But I'm gonna get out of here.
Yeah, good idea. You embarrass yourself.
Take that L.
I had a roommate named Panos. He taught me how to fire twirl.
Now who?
Then he moved to Greece.
Then he moved to Greek. Yep.
Yeah. Then he moved to Greek.
Oh god.
Ah. Jesus Christ, man. He taught me how to fire twirl, the twirling. It's pretty
No
cool.
idea
It's
what that
actually
is.
easier than you would think. Like the
Alright,
sticks with the
sure.
fire at the end. I don't know.
Oh, okay,
I didn't
yeah.
master it, but like, yeah.
Right, show us.
I want to learn how to do it.
What?
Yeah.
Master it.
You can master something else.
My God.
I knew it. I was gonna pop on it too, but
Hey, I can hop
speaking
on
of
it,
hopping on
Carmen.
it,
Hey, I've been
the look, this side eye is crazy.
so behaved tonight, okay?
Oh god, that actually scared me. It glitched out, and the next thing I seen was just your fucking eyeball.
360 people. I know somebody disagrees, so go ahead and hop on a that guest request. 369.
I can do a 360 on that thing.
Oh my god.
Sit and spin.
Fire sticks. I don't know if that analogy works because it shouldn't be on fire. Oh shit, I got banned. Oh fuck. Damn it. Oh, why did I get banned? Tell me why I got banned. Go ahead. Hate speech. Generate. Oh, they give you clips now of what you did wrong? Oh. Let me see if it does it. Let me see if it plays the clip. Nope, it didn't even give me the clip. That's great. Okay, so next. No, I don't agree with this decision. The stick fire, yeah. Appeal. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I submitted the appeal. See what happens. Oh, creepy. Yeah, RP TikTok, yeah. That was funny. I guess if it comes back in the next 5 minutes, I was gonna end pretty soon, but if it comes back in the next like 5 minutes, then we'll just do it again. We'll do it live. Just appealed. All right, we're gonna take a few minutes to see if the appeal comes back. If it doesn't, then we'll just try to come back tomorrow. Yeah, they said no more flirting. Even get to see him pull out the fire stick before dropping. I think sit and spin might be a, I don't know. Or maybe it's that Panos guy who's probably reporting. How long is the ban? Hold on, let me see. If it's a week. Yeah, I think it's a week, if I'm not mistaken. Chode pick me. Well, I was gonna end in a few minutes. So if I don't get my live access back in like, okay, yeah, I got it back. Okay, we'll go live again. All right, appeal approved. All right, that's quick. That was quick. Woo, yeah. Jesus Christ. Still eating ice cream and can't end yet. All right, we're back. Okay. I got a couple more debates in me anyway. Taken by Black Ops. All right. Audio test.
Hello.
There we go. There we go. Okay.
I'm so sorry, Senpai, for getting the live taken down.
guess they couldn't handle Carbon's fire stick.
Oh my god.
I could though.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. Welcome. My name is Bradley, also known as Carbon. We are live tonight. We just did a quick unintentional, non-consensual restart. So yeah, we're back, and yeah, let's get it in. If you disagree, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. We would love to talk to you. Everybody else keep tapping away at that motherfucking screen. Let's go.
Blake, I will not behave. I'm so sorry. I made promises to Carbon to misbehave.
Behaving isn't in my nature.
Crazy work.
And well-behaved women hardly are remembered, so can't do that.
Yeah.
Carbonatrix, what the fuck? That's crazy. My kids won't sleep. Someone got us fucked up. Anesthesia.
Okay, that's kind of crazy.
You know, that would be a cool like defense for like a home defense. Like somebody's breaking into your home, you put on like a gas mask, and like anesthesia just comes into the house and just knocks out the intruders.
Or like sneak up behind and keep your house completely black.
Or
What about black?
Carbon, I swear to Christ.
Crazy work.
Void, it's your turn. I've been
Are you
dealing with
assuming
it.
that the intruder would be black, Void?
I'm talking about the room.
Uh-huh.
Dark. No?
Wow. Just won't be the allegations.
Keep the lights off.
Nah, Carbon, we can keep the lights on.
Crazy work.
Not me. I got autism. I can't make eye contact.
I won't need to be making contact with the position I'll be in.
That's crazy.
Is that a thing? We can't like look.
Yeah, like it's an actual problem.
Crazy work. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome, 134 people. If you think trans people should not use the bathroom that if they choose, go ahead and hop on in that guest request. I'd love to talk to you. Everybody else, again, keep tapping that screen. Yeah.
Also, though, to Bree, baby, I agree. Summer's got our schedule fucked up, and it's only been a week. I don't even know what day it is. We don't wake up till 10:30. I what is life? I love it.
I look back at it is crazy.
That's
what
crazy
Twitch?
work.
W
Who said that?
Baby. W.
No, it's like I'm not gonna say that. All right. Anyway, yeah. If you wanted to pay, go and hop onto the guest request. Come on, waiting on you.
So we now know what Carbon likes.
Not only bang. Punishment. You don't look at me. I'm pulling anyway.
My jaw. Wait. My jaw is on the floor along with my pants. That's insane.
I've been doing this for 2-3 months, and finally I've gotten Carbon to do it. No.
Whatever happened to candles?
I fuck with candles.
It just got taken down. Yeah, let's be serious. So if you want to debate, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you. Raptor, if you want to debate, come on, get on up here.
Hasn't he been here like 17 times before?
I only remember him, I think, once, because I remember the profile picture.
Right.
Not if you use the right kind, Nico.
Yeah, you gotta get the low temp wax.
Crazy. What happened?
You can't just use. You can't just use regular candles.
I mean, you can if you like me, but I mean, don't do that. What? I like a little bit of pain. Leave me alone. We don't shame, Void.
Not that one. I will shame very few.
Anyways.
Just not that one.
Anyways. I have 4 kids for a reason. Oh my god. I will mute you.
Period. Not to get dark or anything, but I definitely have had a few spontaneous ABs, so you know.
I technically have 3.
No, I saw. Oh my god, this fucking comment. It was it was about a movie that's come out, but like one of the actresses in there is like showing a scene with her, doing some action scene, but like she's like, you know, I forget which movie it was, like last year. But anyway, like she's like attractive or whatever. So the top comment, this man said, I will be the kind of man where you don't want to abort my baby to you, or some shit like that. I was like, it had like 100,000 likes. I was like, TikTok is crazy, bro. This fucking app is wild. Sounds like a threat. Yeah. It's either like I'm gonna be a really, really great guy or a really, really bad guy. Like, which way could that go?
It's either I'm a good hanging up to the radiator in my basement.
Yeah.
I'm automatically assuming that I am going to perish. And my child is going to be stolen out of my womb.
October's Odyssey, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you. Jesus. Looks like it's not pushing us out anymore.
Just a few more minutes. Have some patience, Carbon.
It's usually a lot quicker, like when they like usually like the first 5 minutes, that's when the request comes in. We haven't had one yet. I wouldn't push you off. Oh. Restart. Well, this was the first unintentional restart, but I've had 2 restarts tonight. I think it's like 2 or 3. No, one.
You've had like 3 or 4.
Yeah, I think it was 2 restarts, and then 1 unintentional one. Definitely have to push it back. God.
Amanda's forehead be wild.
Come again. This time in my ear. Void overtalked you. Oh my god. Bruh. It's only Wednesday.
Yeah, you know what Hot Wednesday is? Hey yo.
You.
Okay, let's see. While we're waiting for debate, let's call out the craziest names of the people who are watching. Okay. Let's say. The Flying Tangerine. The Holetariat. That's Nico. Who else we got in this motherfucker? Okay. Tank Top Warlock. I think I called that one out before.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, we don't got too many crazy names today.
Wet bread isn't here.
Ooh.
No wet bread today.
I gotta know, Pete Stragon. Is that like an actual name, or is that like a pun off Pete's Dragon? I gotta know.
Stroganoff? Beef Stroganoff? What?
No, the person's name is Pete Stragon, and I'm curious if that's like a pun because my brain saw that and immediately thought Pete's Dragon.
Oh yeah. Also, I didn't shout out a Cash App last night. 1 Mile Smile, thank you so much for the $1 from last night.
I got one too. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't see that. Well, I saw it, but I didn't see it. It's like you're in the middle of a sentence and you're just like, it doesn't register, and I forgot. So anyway, I never fail to shout out the Cash Apps, but thank you. Carbon's dragon.
Just bragging something up.
My favorite food is beef stroganoff.
Amanda, tell you.
You sounded like a Minecraft villager.
You did.
Void's racist thoughts.
Oh my
No. Change their name to Void's racist.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Bro.
I love
The
it.
worst type of fan account ever.
That's not a fan, that's a hater.
Yes.
You know what, Void? I have been dealing with this type of bullying for months. It's your turn as the other white woman in the live to take it now, okay?
I'd like to take something, alright? No.
Carbon's a missing poster. I don't think it's sitting out anymore tonight. Hey, Dirty. Hey, Dirty. Thank you for that popular. Thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you, Dirty.
How much
Thank you,
would
thank you.
I have to pay to get you to say, "Hey, dirty girl," in that?
Oh my god.
A lot.
Okay,
This fucker again.
Patty, how old are you?
I'm 30. How you guys doing?
I'm doing fantabulous. What's your argument?
I feel like trans people should not use the bathroom they choose because it makes cis people uncomfortable.
Okay. What's the argument that it makes this woman uncomfortable?
Like when they say it. Like when they say it.
So some or all of them or most of them or what? What's the claim?
I mean, if one's not enough, if one woman being upset is not enough, I don't know.
So if one woman says they're uncomfortable with a person entering the restroom, then it's wrong.
If one woman says they're uncomfortable, yeah, I'm gonna probably like feel a certain way about it. Are you not?
Okay, so if one woman said, "Oh yeah, we don't want lesbians in our restroom," then it'd be wrong for the lesbian to go in there.
That's not what we're talking about.
Oh, well, you already dropped your argument. Why would I accept it? It's a weak argument.
Is it? You started bringing up.
Yeah, you like I gave you one. All I did was change the property of the person, and like it looks like the argument's already failed. Like, you were up here for 1 minute, and your argument is already gone.
So you brought up sexuality, and I'm talking about identity. That's
Yeah,
why you're a
wait.
clown.
So what's the morally relevant distinction?
You have a topic. Can you stick to your own topic?
What's the morally relevant distinction?
Is the topic saying?
Are you running? Are you running from the question?
Are you running
from the question?
Are you running from your topic?
Yeah. Are you consistent in your view?
Yes,
I don't know.
okay.
I don't understand why somebody would hold the view if they wouldn't apply it to lesbians or black people.
So I know you're smart. You can actually have.
So
a
answer the
debate if you
question.
want.
So answer the question. Right.
Okay,
So
top
you're
one.
saying
You can do it if you want.
wait, does your argument take the form
Up
of
to you. And you
does
have
your
to do
argument
it.
take the form of the following? Yes or no? If at least one woman, hold on, I'm talking. If at least one woman is uncomfortable with some person X entering the woman's restroom, then it is wrong for that person X to enter the woman's restroom. Is that your argument? Yes or no?
So that was never. So what you're doing is you're.
I'm gonna ask the question again. I
I'm
just
trying
need a
to-
yes or no. Is that true or is that a false statement?
That's your question, but you know.
Do you
I'm gonna
agree that
roast
that's
you.
either a true or false statement?
Right. You know I'm gonna roast you.
Do you agree that that's listen, I'm going to not allow you to run from the question. Is that a true or is that a false statement? Patty.
I'm trying to answer. You keep muting me.
Okay, I just need one true or false.
Okay. No. I'm not gonna give you a yes or a no.
Okay, start with a yes or no and then clarify after.
Look how frustrated the host is.
Yeah, I just need a true or false. I need you to stop running away.
No, because because you're trying.
No. True or false? Yes or no?
Look at him.
Come on.
Look how sad.
I
this
don't
is.
care. I don't care that you're crashing out. I'm going to keep asking the same question over and over and over again. I'm going to give you the proposition again. I just want you to tell me whether the proposition is affirmed or denied or whether you're agnostic to whether the proposition is true or false. Now, the proposition is as follows, right? If at least one woman if at least one woman is uncomfortable with some person X entering the woman's restroom, then it is morally wrong for that person X to enter the woman's restroom. Now, is that true, false, or I don't know?
Never the topic. It was never the topics.
I'll wait for an answer.
It was never the topic.
You think I'm gonna drop this just because you keep running from it? The more you don't answer it, the more I want to ask the question. All right, so don't run from the question. The question was, do you believe that proposition is true? Do you believe it's false? Or do you not know whether it's true or false?
I'm not running from anything.
Yeah, that sounds like you're running from the question, so we're going to mute you again, okay?
Wow,
The rules for muting are two rules. One is if you overtalk like what you're doing now. Two is if a direct question is being asked of you and you run from the question, you're getting muted. Those are the only two reasons I will mute you, and my mod will mute you, okay? So now the question is very simple. Do you believe that that proposition is true, false, or you don't know?
I'd say it's true.
Okay. So it follows that if that proposition is true, that if at least one woman was uncomfortable with a black woman going into the woman's restroom, then it follows that the black woman is wrong for going in the woman's restroom, correct?
Those are different contexts.
Okay. All right. You're cooked. You're cooked. You're cooked.
I'm not
The statements, the proposition that I asked you is true is not true. It's false now. It was true before, and then I asked you a next question. Now it becomes false.
You're conflating.
I can give you any property, right? If it's true that somebody doesn't want, like, at least one woman doesn't want a woman with blue eyes to enter the woman's restroom, right? Then it follows that it's wrong for the woman with blue eyes to enter the woman's restroom. Lesbian, tall, short, big breasts, small breast, all that. All these properties, I can just name off, and the argument would just be true. But unfortunately, you don't want to affirm that the proposition is true. In those cases, you only want to affirm that the proposition is true in the case of trans people, right? And you know what that is called? That's called special pleading, Patty. Do you know what special pleading is?
It's a special situation.
It's special pleading. Not. Do you know what special pleading is?
Of course it is.
You know what special pleading is?
Yeah, this is a special situation here now. Come on.
Okay.
Now.
So if it's a special situation, what you're going to have to do, what you're going to have to do. So what you should have said when I asked you whether that proposition was true, remember that proposition? You should have said it's false, right? But you said it's true. You put yourself in this hole, okay, buddy? I don't know why you joined. You knew, like, if you watched me, you knew you would have got cooked on this.
Okay, yeah,
like, you're just like a masochist. Okay, so you're gonna want to deny that statement, right? Let me help you. I'm gonna help you. That proposition is false. It's not true that if one person says that it's wrong for a person X to enter the women's restroom, then it's wrong, right?
Topic.
That is the topic, right? You're special pleading with respect to trans people. It's pretty simple. You're cooked. You're done. It's over.
Special pleading.
What's your next argument, since that argument doesn't work?
There wasn't no.
Yeah, you're special pleading, which means you make a special rule for a specific case
without adequate
and you don't
justification.
apply it to any other.
Sunday, thank you for the coconut tray. Appreciate you. Too easy. What's next?
Yeah. Okay. That was the biggest waste of time ever.
I agree.
Then why are you here, bro?
Yeah, why are you
Make some valid arguments.
Listen to me.
Make some valid arguments, so maybe it won't be a waste of fucking time.
No, I made an argument and he started going off about.
No, you made a special pleading fallacy.
You gave me your argument and you gave me your argument and you special pleaded with respect to your argument.
It's actually very unpopular. So
actually.
This is like a 90-10 issue. So
argument ad populum. Oh man, you are just rife with logical fallacies today. So it's wrong. It's wrong because, by the way, it's 51% supported and 55. Hold on, I'll give you the study. 55% of women support trans women using the women's restroom. 45% of men. So it's actually men that are more likely to oppose trans women using the women's restroom. And among all people, 51%. Did you want that poll?
You're grifter, bud.
Did you want that poll?
This guy's grifting.
Did you want that poll? Yeah, the poll is Gallup. There's also another one called. There's also another one from Pew Research, and there's another one that Springer did. and they all said the same thing, by the way.
This guy's getting.
So now I cited my sources to you. Now what I want you to do is I want you to tell me your source that only 10% of people want trans women to use the women's restroom. Go ahead, give me that argument, or are you gonna run from that too?
So this guy's grifting.
Or you're running from that question, aren't you?
I'm trying to go,
Give me the source.
I'm trying to go to source.
Are you gonna give me the source? You're not gonna give me the source.
Yeah.
I gave you my source. Why don't you give me yours?
Can you be quiet?
Okay, give me it. Go.
Yeah, so this guy's grifting.
That doesn't sound like a source. That's not a source. You made a claim that this is a 90-10 issue. Presumably, you're saying that 90% of people do not want trans women to use the women's restroom. Now, that's a claim. Do you still stand by that claim, Patty? That was a question. Don't crash out. Just answer the question. Do you stand by that claim?
You should stop paying.
Oh, you should stop paying. Oh man, don't say that, because that's gonna make people want to pay me and cash at me more if you complain about my money. You know that, right? Like you watch. I know you like watch my streams. You know when people complain about my cash apps, I get more cash apps. You're about to make me money. Somebody's probably gonna send me like $10, $15, $20 right now because you said that, when they otherwise would have not. How do you feel that you are the one that made me money tonight? How do you feel that Adrian is gifting me right now? How you feel about that? Because of you. You feel good? You feel good that you're making me money? Yeah. I feel good about it too. I like it.
Yeah. No, I feel good about that.
Chris, oh my God, Chris, thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App. Holy shit, W Chris. Let's get a W motherfucking Chris in the motherfucking stat. Let's go. Grandmaster with the whale divers. Let's motherfucking go. Steffers, let's go with the fucking perfume. You want some more, kid? Or is he gone? Okay.
He's gone.
Didn't think so.
There's your ride. Bye-bye.
W Grandmaster, let's go. Oh, is he back? Does he want more? Brilliant with the $5 super chat. Brilliant over on YouTube for the grift. Right now, keep the grift alive. Let's fucking go. Who next? You want some more? Holitaria, let's go with the motherfucking heart move. Let's go. Who next? Let's go.
Grandmaster, I beg you to check Discord.
Yeah, keep going.
Who's next? You want to stay up here and keep making me more money, or you want to debate? Which one?
Oh no, let's see how long it goes.
You want to see how much money I can make in the next 5 minutes?
That'd be cool.
All right, cool. Let's see.
I want to see these sets give you money.
I agree. I want to see people carbon money too.
All right, bet. Laura Croft with the hand heart. Let's go. Steve with the $10 super chat over on YouTube, just because. Thank you so much, Steve. I appreciate that. That's $10 right there. Grandmaster with the 25 gifted subs. You know how much 25 gifted subs is? Oh, he's gone now. He left. That's a year-long ban. Let's go.
Year-long ban, bitch. Fuck you. Thank you, Grandmaster. I owe you so much. I'm tired of seeing him in here. I'm tired.
Bro, that's like $150 you just made me, bro. What? You could have just had a debate, you know? Could have just had a debate. Thank you so much, Grandmaster. I appreciate you.
You got banned for a year, Patty. Come back on, let's see here.
You either have to come back in a year,
26.
come back in a year, or pay me $250. And I'll let you back
See you
up.
in 2026, Boogie.
Gretchen, thank you for the $5. See, bro, he's making me money after he's gone. Okay. Gretchen, thank you for the $5. Gretchen says, here's $5 of this morons tax dollars for my VA check. Put it towards the kick pool. Let's go. Thank you so much, Gretchen. Oh my God, October's Odyssey. Thank you for the $10 of Grifter Cash over on Super Chat. YouTube, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Patty, you could have just debated. You could have just engaged in the argument.
Instead, you made something like $350. Good job. We love a supportive
Thank
team.
you, Holotariat. I'm not saying your other name. Not anymore.
Yeah, wait, what is it? What's the name? What's the other name? What are you talking about?
Holotariat. I don't know. I can't read it.
Harley with the $5 Cash App. Harley says, thank you for grifting. Let's go. Thank you so much, Harley. I appreciate you. Jesus Christ. Can I join? Only if you're opposition. I'm just looking for debates right now. Just let me know if you're opposition, and I'll let you up.
Fucking Grandmaster should have the view from the CUCK chair.
All right, let's see if this guy wants to debate. Hello, how old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
19.
What's your argument?
Yeah, so I was just hoping we could continue the conversation from last time when you said it was okay to use a bathroom.
Was this Leo?
1,000 children to self.
Oh, yeah, this is Leo.
Do you still hold that?
This is Leo.
And then he get a year-long ban.
Did he get a year-long ban? I don't think he did.
Pretty sure he did.
He got a 25 to get. No, he didn't get a year-long ban. He just got a 25 to kick.
I got excited.
Yeah, you can bring him back up.
I did. I invited.
So do you still hold the view? Or do you still hold the view, or what?
What view?
That it's okay to use a bathroom if it causes 1,000 children to unalive themselves?
Like no, that wasn't the view. The view was
Sorry,
that wasn't the view. A black man goes into the restroom and a bunch of racist white children would off themselves if he were to go in there. Yeah, that wouldn't be wrong from the black man.
Okay, and if it's 1,000, sorry, if it's 1,000,000, then what?
I don't know about 1,000,000, but like it definitely wouldn't be wrong if all the children in the bathroom.
Okay, but you're agnostic.
Wait. Didn't Carbon say at some point like that would eventually not be like bad morally, but
Yeah, at some
just
point it
bad
just
for society?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not wrong. It's not wrong on behalf of the African American in any sense, right? But it's still like I would still have some motivation to prevent it from happening, right? Even if he's not doing anything wrong, like it's kind of like, yeah.
You said it'd be wrong because it would eventually start causing harm to society. So I thought we could just stipulate that there won't be any harm to society. Maybe like some alien group is witnessing this and they're going to help out if all the children unalive themselves, such that there's no social harm. So I was just thinking we could just up the number of children to 1 billion. Would you hold the view that they're justified in going to the bathroom if it's going to cause 1 billion children to unalive themselves?
They wouldn't be wrong in doing it, no.
Oh my god.
Wait, what makes it wrong?
That it causes severe disutility?
Severe disutility? You're utilitarian?
No, but I care about utility.
Wait, so at what threshold do you break that off?
A threshold deontologist. It's a moderate threshold. Moderate section.
Well, yeah, I don't hold that view, so I don't know what to tell you. It's violated in my preferences.
But you're
thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I appreciate you.
What if it's stipulated that the children?
Bye.
What if it's stipulated that the children won't be racist in 6 months from then?
What if they won't be racist in 6 months?
Yeah, would you still say it's permissible to use the bathroom?
Then how are they offing them? Wait, I don't. After they off themselves?
No, if in the counterfactual where the black person doesn't use the washroom, they actually get help and they're no longer racist. Would it still be permissible for the black person to use the restroom?
I'd be agnostic on that.
You're agnostic? Oh my god.
Yeah, why would I be like? Why would I not be justified? Wait, when you say so when you say obvious, you just mean like tugs at your moral intuitions?
Not only mine, but presumably most people's.
Like, why would that? Well, it doesn't tug at my moral intuitions there.
And that's wild.
How's it wild?
Thank you, Lovey.
I mean, like,
do you have an argument or?
Because children unaliving themselves is like really bad.
That is bad. But like, if the reason why they're unaliving themselves, does that not go into the calculus? Is that the reason? Like, listen, if a black person were in a house, right, and every time he went out the house, a bunch of racist KKK members off themselves, would you say he's wrong in doing that?
Not necessarily, no. Because
what about if it was 1,000 KKK members?
Well, they cause significant harm to society.
No, like they haven't done anything. Like they're just KKK members. They haven't caused any harm to society.
They don't cause any harm.
They haven't like oppressed anybody, but they're just like they want to make they're like unaliving themselves because they just don't want to see a black person out in public.
Yeah, obviously it'd be wrong to do that if you knew it's going to cause thousands of people to unalive themselves.
Okay, so a black person, he would be justified and motivated. It'd be wrong for him to step out of his house in this racist society, right?
If it caused thousands of people to unalive themselves?
Yep.
And he could just simply not go outside, then yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just take that as a reductio.
That's motivation.
It goes
maybe.
against. Yeah, I would say that goes against like my
That's a
my
motivation.
moral intuitions. I think that goes against your moral intuitions too. But
No,
anyway,
it
somebody
doesn't.
did pay to kick you. But I appreciate you, man. Womb Raider, thank you so much. I appreciate you for the 25. Thank you. Lisa, hello. How old are you?
Hello.
Hi. How old are you?
59.
Okay. Are you opposition too? You're off the app. Hello.
Bro.
Okay.
Please take.
So Lisa, when you figure out TikTok and how to use it, then come back.
Come back, yeah. Take Boomer's phones away, please.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's a Gen X, not Boomer.
Boomer is a mindset.
I mean, fair. So fair.
Who sent those futures? Who was that? I saw them.
Lovey.
Loving, thank you so much for those future encounters. I appreciate you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lovey, for mine as well.
Poor Manners, just over here lonely with her 24 cat.
Hello, how old are you? You're off the app. We won't be able to hear you, buddy. Hello. Okay. All right. But I can't with Leo's contrarian Philbro comparisons. I actually think it'd be morally justified to go out. He just off a whole bunch of like KKK members just by walking outside, bro.
I would encourage every black person to go out at every hour.
Every black person,
Bam,
listen,
bam,
go outside.
Bam,
Bye.
bam, bam. Just start running around.
You know how much better society would be. Anyway, because they're doing it to themselves. All right, let's see.
Yeah.
Set up your new goal. I'm gonna reset my goal here. I'm gonna do some smaller goals since you guys are like killing with the. I'll do a small one like this food fair one. All right, Peter, let's get you on in here, buddy. Let's see if you can defend your view that trans people are delusional. Nobody has ever been able to justify that argument. Well, let's see what you got.
No, I was gonna read that comment out loud, but never mind.
Peter, how old are you?
I'm in my early 60s.
All right, what's your argument today?
I've stated it.
It's what?
I've stated my
Oh, you okay? Okay, so your argument is that trans people are delusional.
I'm stating that we have, for centuries now, had separate bathrooms.
No, we haven't. But regardless,
I don't see why.
that wasn't that wasn't what you said in the comment. You said you stated it.
To come on, would you like me to
Wait,
speak? Or
you
do
said
just want to talk over me?
you said you stated it, and I'm assuming when you said I've stated it, you're talking about what you said in the comments. So did you not want to address what you said in the comments?
I've just tried to do so.
Okay,
but
so what is the argument that
spoke
trans people are
over me.
delusional?
Because it's as far as the vast majority of the world are concerned, sex is a binary issue.
Mm-hmm. Let's just grant that that's true. What's the argument that trans people are delusional?
Because if you have certain genitalia, other people, I don't want to use the word normal people, but regular people don't want the opposite gender within their bathrooms.
Yeah, you realize you're supposed to be justifying the argument that trans people are delusional, right? You're supposed to be
because
giving that argument.
If you've born with a penis and you've got a penis and you go into the ladies' bathroom,
You think
that
that
is,
trans
I would
people
consider to be offensive.
Wait, so you think that trans women who have a penis, you think they don't have a penis? You think that they think they don't have a penis?
No.
So okay, so you agree that they know that they have a penis?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the delusion? What are they? What's the false belief that they have?
The false belief that they have is that they can pretend to be women.
I don't know what you mean by pretend to be women.
Well, why would you deliberately antagonize the rest of the world by utilizing?
They're not
bathroom?
antagonizing. It's only.
You are.
Just to be clear.
You are.
Just to be clear, it's antagonizing. Well, if it's antagonizing anybody, it's antagonizing men because men are primarily the ones who. I don't know why you're over. I don't know why you're over talking me. So I don't know why you're over talking me. I don't know why you're over. I don't know why you're over talking me. Right. So if they're I don't know why you're over. I don't know why you're over talking me. So if you're talking, I don't know why you're. I don't know why you're over talking. I don't know why you're. I don't know why you're over talking. I don't know why you are over talking me. Is there a reason why you're still? Is there a reason why your mouth is still moving? Your mouth is still moving as I'm trying to speak. Stop talking. Thank you. Okay, so if they're attacking, I still don't know why you're over talking me. Why are you over talking me? Shut up. Okay,
Peter,
so
shut the fuck up.
okay, so I'm gonna just keep.
I'll tell you
I don't know why you're talking. Like, why are you still talking? Do I gotta mute you? Do I gotta put you in timeout? Okay, I'm gonna have to put you in timeout since you want to act like a kid. I'll have to treat you like one. Okay. So if they're antagonizing anybody, it's because it's men, right? Because it's primarily men who are opposed to trans women using women's restroom. Women are not opposed to it. Oh, and then he runs. Yeah, love it.
It's all right. It was time to get to the Jello, at the home.
Yeah, it was Jello time.
Real voted for Brexit. Yeah.
What's your favorite flavor there, Peepaw?
Like fucking lime.
The green one. Isn't it? All right. Anyway, women are opposed to it. Nope. 55% of women support trans women using the women's restroom, compared to 45% of men. That's a Gallup poll, by the way. You can also look at the Pew Research poll. It has the exact same results. You can look at a poll that was produced by Springer. I can give you the name of it. I forgot the name, but if you want the name, I can give you that name. It shows that men are 4 times more likely than women to oppose trans women using the women's restroom. But yeah, a majority of women support trans women using the women's restroom. So I don't know what this argument is that people are coming from, that people are using that says like women oppose it, right? So.
Can I Gallup on your poll? Anyway.
That's crazy. Hello, how old are you?
Yo.
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 55.
I don't believe that.
Nah, you are not 55. Why are you lying? How old are you for real?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm 32.
All right. What's your argument?
All right. So basically, yeah.
Brilliant argument. My mind has been changed.
What did he say?
Just basically, so I'm like, yeah.
Oh,
okay. So why they should not use it? Cause like aren't they like born with like, so like if they go to a girl and they gotta
Bro, if you say like one more time, I'm going to commit a crime. Please stop.
All right,
You're a troll. Bye-bye.
Dude, just quit lying about y'all's age. It's so gross.
Jesus.
It's bedtime, children. Go to bed. You have school in the morning.
Let's get this guy in here. Let's see what you're talking about.
Rahab.
Oh, no, I guess he doesn't want to join. All right, I'm gonna mute you because you keep spamming. I don't know who you are. All right, who's next? Who actually has an argument? Thank you. Summertime. Did y'all hear that new song by Will Smith?
No.
It's like, what is it called? Pretty Girls? I think I like Pretty Girls. Some shit like that. Like, bro, what are you doing? It's not bad, but it's just like, it's definitely Will Smith. I like pretty girls. I'm a woman, and I want trans women to be able to use the women's bathroom if they want to. Yep, that's the position of most women. Yep.
Well, let's be real. That's where they're going to be safest because they'll have the backing of other women to protect them. Because your everyday average woman is going to stand ground in protecting them because we protect each other because we understand the harm that is being done to all of us. by cis men.
Mhm.
So, and we
And-
understand as cis women, we understand that they are 4 times more likely to be assaulted and harmed. So, yeah, my
And we
ass
can
gonna
also
say,
see that like women tend to protect other women rather than like men protecting women.
Yeah.
This whole trope that men are protectors is bullshit.
Also, I don't want trans women in the men's restroom. I don't want you in there. Okay, so therefore they have to use the women's restroom. If that's the argument that we're using, right? Then yeah, men don't want trans women in men's restroom. So show her equal rights mean equal lefts. Support trans rights or you get trans lefts. Oh man. All right, I got time for like 1 or 2 more debates. Let's see. Hello, how old are you? Johnston.
Carbon, how you doing?
Carbon, what up, man? What's your argument?
I just came up to ask a question. Trans people deserve every right that you and I have, of course, and should be allowed to live their lives as they want to live their lives. And my question to all these, right-wing lunatic white national Christians and stuff is, and this is a question for the whole panel here.
Yeah.
I'm 63. I'm old as hell. My first tablet came with a chisel. That's how old I am.
That's crazy.
Beautiful.
And I've been in thousands upon thousands of public restrooms. And I can tell you exactly how many of the wieners I have seen. Zero. I have seen 0 wieners.
The wieners is so funny.
Huh? Wieners, right. And the questions of the women here are all the hundreds or thousands of times you've been in a restroom, how many like strange coochies have you seen?
Oh my
Strange
god.
coochies?
Yeah, like
We gotta get him out of here. There's no way.
no.
first of all, I can guarantee I've seen more coochies than you have in your life.
I don't mean
secondly, I'm not a creep, and I don't look at other people's genitals without consent because I'm not a creep.
Yeah, if I could just butt in real quick.
Maybe.
Here, if I could
You
just-
may not. You
maybe,
may not.
Maybe, John. Stop looking at other people's genitals like a creep. Okay? Unless you have consent, you shouldn't be doing it. Period.
Why are you gonna mute a young nigger? Why?
That's my whole. That's my whole point in this conversation. Is I would imagine you haven't seen anybody else's coochies.
I have, actually.
Huh?
I have, unlike you, but it's been consensual. So
I don't like. I don't mean like you and your girlfriend went in and shared a stall or something like that. I mean, you go into the bathroom, you do your business, you wash your hands, and you leave. It's the.
All right. Anyway, can we get a debate in here? Like, please. Hello, how old are you? Hello, how old are you? Okay. What's your argument?
I'm a friendly, but you're not being so friendly. That's the whole thing.
Okay, I just
Okay.
need a debate, please. Like,
Take
y'all
it to the fucking
can y'all just like
recommendations box.
respect the rules here? Like, if you join, please only opposition. If you're on my side, please don't join. Thank you. Hello, how old are you?
Hi mate, I am 40. I'm old as hell.
Why are
Roger
we
that,
on
man.
European TikTok?
What's your argument?
TikTok is Chinese. My argument is that that trans women should not be in women's bathrooms.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's the claim. I want the argument for that claim.
Yeah.
You have that?
Well, they're not women.
Yeah, what's the argument? When you say woman, you just mean like adult human female? Is that what you mean?
Yeah. I mean, the same reason you don't think they're women.
Right. So, like, if that's the case, if, like, in virtue of them being female, why does that matter?
Because men are a lot more dangerous than women. Men commit a lot more crimes than women. So
Right.
letting in women's bath spaces is a bad idea.
Well, this is just going to be a category mistake, right?
Why?
Because trans women don't commit those crimes against women. It's also like gay men don't commit those crimes against women. So it's mainly heterosexual cisgender men.
Yeah, it's mainly men. Yeah, men.
So
That's what-
so we agree that there's a certain subset of people who are males that don't fit that profile, correct?
Yeah, we agree that men are more dangerous than women.
That didn't
and
answer my question, so I'm going to repeat the question again. Do we agree that there are certain subsets of males who do not fit that category, correct?
The subset is male, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat the question a third time since you didn't answer it. Do we agree that of the subset of people who are male, there are certain people who are male who don't fit that profile? Do we agree or disagree?
We disagree.
Okay, so you think gay men are just as likely as cis men to attack women in women's restrooms?
Well, that's
Or, like,
why that's why gay relationships have a higher domestic violence rate than straight relationships.
That didn't answer my question, so I'll repeat the question. Do you think that gay men attack women at the rate that straight men do?
Yes.
You do? Do you have justification for that?
Yeah, that's a fact. Google it.
Oh yeah, Google. You want me to Google it? You want me to Google whether gay men are have the same rates against women as straight men?
Yeah, per capita. Obviously,
Per capita, it's the exact same.
Yeah, no, no, I'm not saying it's exactly the same.
What do you think I was asking when I said it's the same rate?
It's similar, but it's never going to be 65.
Did you see a study on that, or are you just saying this?
See a study on that, yeah, actually.
Okay. All right. So let me look that up. What was the name of the study?
Just Google it. I can't remember the name.
Just Google it.
Yeah. Violence rates amongst homosexual men versus straight men.
On women, yes.
On women, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Per capita, though, obviously there's more straight men in the world.
Yeah,
so
that's obviously what we're talking about. I'm not seeing anything on Google. What's the name of the study? You don't know the name of the study or anything?
I don't know the name of the study, no.
Because it doesn't exist anyway.
Okay. But anyway, so like when it comes to trans, since it looks like you don't have justification for that one, but when it comes to trans women, we do have like studies on that, FBI statistics, crime rates, and things like that. They're actually more likely to be the victim than they are the victimizer, compared to cis men who are more likely to be the victimizer than the victimized. You know that?
Yeah, against trans people, yeah.
Against
women in general.
Yeah.
Well, I think trans women, if a trans person is going to be attacked, it's most likely going to be a straight male. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they're more likely to be attacked, and they're less likely to be. So, for example, we can look at like a study on municipalities that allow trans women to use women's restrooms. There's no increase in privacy or safety violations when trans women are allowed to use women's restrooms. That study was conducted. There's also another study that shows that when trans women use men's restrooms, they are more likely to be assaulted, right? So that would give good reason for a trans woman to use the women's restroom for safety. Yeah, the study. Yeah, so this study is called Gender Identity Non-Discrimination Laws and Public Accommodations, a review of evidence regarding safety, privacy, and public restrooms, locker rooms, and changing rooms.
So are you guys saying?
Wait, if that study was true, would you change your mind?
No, it wouldn't, because it's not.
So even if you were wrong, you wouldn't change your mind. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, because that's not the only reason why I don't think women.
Okay, what's the other reason since that argument failed?
Because women don't want men in their changing rooms.
Do you have a study on that?
Well, that's obvious. That's why there's.
Oh, it's just obvious. It just feels, bro. So you didn't give me studies on the gay man one, and now you're telling women what they want.
If you prove that women don't want men in their bathrooms, will you change your mind?
I'll change my mind on whether they want women allowed, but that doesn't inform whether they ought not do it.
No,
right?
You're not answering the question.
Yeah, I did. I directly answered the question. That would change my mind. I don't know why you're I don't know why you're over talking me. So that would change. I still don't know why you're over talking me. So that would change my mind. I still don't know why you're over talking me. I'm trying to answer the question. Okay, so I'm trying to answer the question again. I answered it the first time, and I'll say it again. It would change my mind with respect to whether, because my current view is that a majority of women support trans women using the women's restroom. Now, you're saying that you have studies in the United States, at least, that it's actually a minority, right? They don't support that. Now, that would change my view on that if you gave like overwhelming evidence on that. But it would not change my view. Hold on. But what it would not change my view on is whether it would be wrong for a trans woman to use the women's restroom. Because my view on whether trans women should be able to use the women's restroom is not informed based on the comfortability standards. So that directly answered your question and gave you more information than you even asked for.
You said two questions that are totally opposite each other.
Nope.
Yeah, you did. So answer the question. A quick yes or no will be like perfect.
What do you think? What do you think I just said? You want me to answer it? You want me to answer it a third time?
No, I want you to answer this question.
Okay, I'll answer. Okay, ask the question.
No, I want you to
ask
answer
the
this
question, and I'll answer it a third time. Go ahead.
Okay, yes or no? Would you change your mind if most women didn't want men?
Change my mind on what?
For men to be allowed in women's bathrooms.
Oh no, that wouldn't change my mind.
So why are you bringing it up then?
Okay, because your argument, Flat, are you not tracking this conversation? Your argument is that if women don't want trans women to use the women's restroom, then it's wrong for a trans woman to use the women's restroom. Is that not your? Wait. Is that not your argument?
That's not my argument, though.
Okay, then throw that argument away. I don't know why you presented that. Now, why is it wrong for a
you.
trans woman to use the women's restroom? Go.
No, I'm asking you. Why are you so scared of answering the question?
This is your argument, and then you're okay. This is the argument that you presented. I'm gonna get you to track on the dialectic. Okay, I need you to put your big boy listening ears on. Okay? Yes, your argument. I said, why should they not be allowed in the women's restroom? You said because women don't want them in there. Is that not what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so stop telling me that's not what you fucking said, you idiot. Now,
that's
so
not what
I don't know why. I don't know why you're
that.
over talking me. You're not tracking the conversation now. Okay, so that is what you said, and then you said I asked you what is the argument,
so dumb.
and you said, oh, it's obvious. I said, so you don't have any studies, and you then said that, well, if there was a study that showed that women don't want them in there, would you change your mind on whether a trans woman should be allowed inside the women's restroom? Yes, no, because that's not my argument. That's your argument, you dumb fuck.
Yes, but I'm asking you. I'm not asking you.
You are dumb, bro. That's crazy.
I'm not asking you. Is it my argument? I'm not asking you that. I'm asking
you if it's my argument.
You're asking me if I would adopt your argument and change my views on whether trans women should be allowed inside the women's restroom based off of that. You have no idea what you're talking about. So we're gonna start from. I'm sorry, Flavors. We're gonna start from the beginning. We're gonna start from the beginning. We're gonna start from the beginning. Flavors. We're gonna start from the beginning. I need you to track the conversation from here on out. Okay? Can you do that for me?
Are you gonna let me answer?
Okay. So why should trans women not be allowed in the women's restroom? Go.
Because they're fucking men, you moron.
Okay. Now, when you say men, you just mean male, right?
Do you not know what fucking men means?
Is that a yes or was that a no? You mean male, right? You mean male, right? You mean male, right? It's a simple yes or no. Are you running from the question? It means male, right?
Look at the dictionary, man.
The dictionary is not going to tell me what you mean when you say man.
No, the dictionary is going to tell you what man means.
Okay, is it going to tell me what you mean when you say man?
No.
Wait, Void, please. When you say man, are you referencing the dictionary definition?
Yes.
Okay, and that means male, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so under trans woman, it's entailed that they're male, correct? You know that, right?
A trans woman isn't a man.
Right. Okay, so you're just saying that by virtue of the fact that this person is male, they should not use the women's restroom. Now, I'm going to ask you this. That's just, you know what a begging the question is? Have you heard of that? You know what that is. And you know that that's a begging the question argument, right?
No.
Okay, so you said by virtue this male should not use the women's restroom because they're male. How is that not a fucking begging the question? How is that not a circular argument? Why? Okay, let me frame it this way. Why is them being male motivation for them to not go in there?
Why is it a male?
That's a question.
Yeah, I'm just steel manning your question. Yeah. You seem to tell me I'm talking shit. So let me just steel man what you're saying, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. Why are you asking me? Why should what is the reason a male shouldn't be allowed in a female's bathroom?
Mm-hmm. Why would it be morally wrong for a male to go in there? Go ahead.
Because they have different genitalia. They're men are susceptible to different things. Men are dangerous.
Okay.
There's lots of questions. Women don't see penises while they're getting changed.
Okay. So which one did you want to address first? Which one should we go with? Okay, so let's start with the one. So if you're talking about genitals, so if you have a penis, you should not go in there, right?
Yeah, if you've got a penis, you shouldn't be in a woman's bathroom.
Okay, what's the argument for that?
Because people with penises are men, and men are dangerous.
Yeah, so that's again. Now we're begging the question. I'm trying to make you a better debater, Flavos. Okay, so begging the question is when you make a circular argument, you reference your premise, you reference your conclusion, and your premises leading to the conclusion. Right? If you're male, like that's what a circular argument is. I'm trying to keep you from doing that. Okay. Now you said that males should not use that, and they should not use that bathroom because they have a penis. And whether you have a penis, why that's morally relevant is because they're male. That's a fucking circular argument. So that's not going to be a good argument.
No, but now you're
So
lying. I
in
said
virtue
because
of
men are dangerous.
what? Okay, that's a different argument. We're talking about the penis. We're going one
Yes.
at a time, right? Okay.
Yeah,
now,
you see,
we're
I
going
have
one at a
to
time, right?
go
Okay.
both.
So now, when it comes to the penis, why is the penis morally relevant?
Because men and penises are directly are related. Yeah.
Like their cousins.
I'm gonna jump out
or-
my fucking window. This guy's a fucking idiot. Okay, so when you say penis is related to a male, right?
Yeah.
Right. Now
Am I wrong?
it's entailed that
Can I just ask
I'm
you, am I wrong?
granting you. No, like you're wrong. Your argument doesn't follow. It's a non sequitur.
No,
right?
and penises are related to men. Is that? Am I wrong?
Yeah, but you're referencing
right,
back
okay.
to male, right? You're
Males don't
referencing
have
back.
penises,
You're
okay.
referencing back to male. Yeah. Wait, are there males without penises?
Well, yeah, but they're not supposed to have. They're not supposed to have.
When you say
But they
when you say supposed to, by what standard are you basing that off of?
Well, there's children born with one arm.
I didn't
Because
ask you that. When you say supposed to, what standard are you going based off of?
Because most men have penises.
Okay, so whether somebody is supposed to have X, that
Yeah.
follows that they're supposed to have X.
Yes.
So if most people are 5'9", you're supposed to be 5'9".
We're not talking about 5'9".
I'm gonna ask the question. I'm gonna ask the question again.
No, we're not talking
right?
about height. That's what you said to me.
Yeah. So
before,
what?
when-
Like,
when
no,
we
like
were
listen. If most people have a property, right? Then they're
Yeah.
supposed to have that property, correct? Is that true
Yeah.
or false? That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. Is height a property, Flavus?
Well, no, because it's not a body part.
Height is not a property.
That's crazy.
Okay, let's try something easier for you. Is
Can I
eye
ask you
color
a
a property?
No, because everybody's got
Eye
different
color's
colors.
not a property?
Everybody has
stupid
different eye colors.
This guy
You are
is
stupid,
absolutely
bro. You are
dumb. Bro.
dumber than a bag of
People
fucking
have
dirt,
different eye colors, guys.
bro. A
So just to be
fucking
clear,
ant
like,
could
what do you think
outcompete
a property is?
What color eyes do most people have?
I'm sorry. What do you think a property
No,
is?
not answer my question. Because
Yeah,
you don't
most people have brown eyes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Therefore, if somebody has blue eyes, they're supposed to have brown eyes, correct?
no.
Yeah. So your argument fails.
Why?
So that can't be an argument, right?
Well,
So
no,
it can't be
because
the
eye
fact
color's
that because both males have penises, therefore males should have penises, right?
if
So
you
that
had a
argument
baby that was
fails.
Born with one arm, would that be normal?
Wait, whether it's normal is not the argument. What we're
Wait, so if
arguing
you
is
had a baby
when
with
you
one
when
arm,
you
so
say
it
when
should
you say
supposed to have
supposed to
an
when you say supposed to, is
Please
that
answer that
is that normative language? Yes or no?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
That's not
if-
normative
no,
language. Supposed to
no,
is
that's
not
what I'm
normative
saying.
language.
That's not. No, I didn't say that. Stop.
I'm
stop.
asking. This is a
Stop
yes or no.
strawmanning my
Is
answer.
supposed to normative language? Yes or no?
Well, no, that's not what I'm saying though. I'm not
I
saying
didn't.
that.
I didn't ask what that's what you're saying. I just want your
I want you
view.
to answer my
When you
question.
say
Please
X
answer my
is
one question.
when you say X is supposed to, is that normative language? Yes or no?
I'm not. That's not what I'm saying though. But remember when I brought
I'm
up
waiting.
the
I'm
link?
waiting for it. I'm waiting for it.
Well, I'm still waiting for my answer. If you had a baby with one arm, would you say that was the baby was supposed to have one arm?
Yeah, but not by virtue of the fact that the average human has
you
two
would say
arms.
Your child is supposed to have one
Flavor.
arm.
Yeah, but it's not in virtue of the fact that my
Wow.
child should not have
how
two
backward-
arms.
this is how
Flavors,
backward
flavors.
you left
I want you to
me.
listen. I want you to listen. Okay, you're not tracking the conversation. I'm gonna help you get on track. Okay, your child is supposed to have two arms, but not because the average human has two arms. You realize that, right? You realize that's not the reason why a child should have two arms.
Well, if 99% of children had one arm
Mm-hmm.
and then one child had two arms, we would think that it was supposed to have one arm, right?
Yeah, in virtue of what?
In virtue of most people.
In virtue of most people. Is that the principle? If most people have a property, therefore anybody who doesn't have that property should have that property? Is that your view?
Not property. I'm not talking about property. I'm talking
Do you
about
know what
legal.
I'm sorry, do you know what tell me what you think a property means, Flavors? Because maybe
A property means
a property. Yeah, he's Googling it.
Googling it is crazy. I swear to God, he doesn't know what property means. That's why we're having
Yeah.
a difficult time. Oh my God, you're so stupid. Like, this is actually sad. Like, did you finish school?
Shit.
Brother's lost, yeah.
Waiting on you, buddy.
Brother's not tracking the conversation.
Waiting on you, buddy. Come on. Is it that new tech that long? Oh, he ran. Okay, of course he did. They always run. Yeah, property is just a
How's
characteristic
it going?
predicated on some entity. Bodhi, how you doing? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm 25.
Okay, roger that, man. What's your argument?
I just think you're a nigger, to be honest, man. I just think you're
It's Mr., by the way. Mr. Put a Mr. before it. Show a little respect, okay, buddy? And by the way, I grew up on Call of Duty. There's not much you can do, okay? Take it easy. Yeah. Anyway, if you do want to debate, it sounds like a lot of people are emotional right now. So, if you don't have an argument, just don't join, okay? Because I will roast you. Thank you. Fees, or is it Vise? Thank you so much. I appreciate you for the GGs. Thank you. Who next?
Also, sorry about my crash out earlier. The way that guy said what he said felt icky regardless. Oh, I missed
About the thousands of wieners.
Thousand wieners and strange coochies. But like, to be fair, is my judgment of people's character wrong? Usually, no. So, take that as you will. Because saying coochies are weird, just, no, just felt icky.
All right, I'm inviting some people up here who are hiding in the comments.
I have an actual request for somebody. Hold on, let me find them. Because they keep calling me a he, she in the comments, which is insane.
I don't think he did, Hydro. Because I feel like a normal person would say a stranger's coochie, not a strange coochie.
Why is everybody rejecting my request? Why is everybody scared to debate today?
He did say
I just sent the request to Bone Daddy Jack.
Yeah, that's the one who was calling me a he, she.
All right, let's see if he's scared or not. Still haven't requested. Interesting.
Coochies are
a lot
weird.
of people hiding in the comment sections tonight.
This comment, coochies are weird. Well, coincidentally, I am utterly fascinated with the weird.
Valid.
Also, to the person who's like, I'm not owning what I did, I literally did. So, maybe you should open your ears.
Hey, Bone Daddy, stop being a little bitch. Get up here. Come on. Get on the request. I'm going to send you another request. Don't be scared. Waiting on you, buddy.
It's calling out factual that what he
Sage,
said.
what you got?
Hence.
Sent you one too. Why is everybody scared tonight? Don't worry. I'm not going to be too harsh on you, I promise you. Okay, I'm gonna mute these motherfuckers out the chat. You don't get to like hide in the comment sections, okay? Alright, buddy. Get your ass on up here. I don't let people run. Let's go. Their heart is racing right now. Yeah, Bone Daddy's heart is racing. Sage too. You're like, fuck! He really wants me up there. Alright, let's get two cows up here. Two cows, what's your take?
What's up? So I had a conversation with someone in university about this, and I'm undereducated on the topic, and I really don't care for it because there's not much to talk about. But I remember him talking about a census in the UK, which basically it went over. It looked at prisoners, right, and they made a connection between transgender women and proportionally higher. I don't know if I can say it.
You can say grape if that's what you're talking about.
It's grape related, sex, assault, right? And I searched up the study, and I have my own issues with the study, but I do see the point he's making. I also think it's dangerous to say that they should have their own bathroom or whatever based on this, because I feel like it's some sort of discrimination. However, I want to know how you would respond to such a claim.
The study one?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, if it's the same study I'm thinking about, the methodology was pretty messed up because they only selected for people who had longer sentences. So if there were trans people who had shorter sentences, they weren't included in the study. And if you have a longer sentences, of course, that's going to be significantly more likely to be a violent person, right? So it selected for trans people who were more violent and excluded trans people who were less violent. And that just like, I mean, that's just a bad study, obviously. And that's why it wasn't like peer reviewed or anything like that, because they didn't have that.
Surely if you're comparing it to people who are cisgender, right? Then it doesn't matter if you're picking whether they're more violent, less violent.
In the prison population or like the relative population?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Cis people in the prison population or in
prison
the relative,
population? Yeah, that's why
population.
That's my own issue with it as well. Is that
that doesn't give us any inferences with respect to trans people in general. That would be an inference. That's a different argument, but that wouldn't give us any inference with respect to trans people who don't go to prison, right? It may be like I don't know if that's true, but that doesn't tell us anything about the psychological profile or violence profile or like a statistic, like a great whether somebody's more like whether somebody's more likely to do that if they're not already a prisoner, right? It doesn't give us any inferences there. So.
Okay. The second thing I just wanted to ask you personally, right? Do you think that there's a kind of, like, do you think that being trans is like a biological, unavoidable kind of thing, or do you think it's something like psychologically developed from childhood, let's say?
I think it's probably biological by virtue of the fact that it just exists in all societies, and like whenever you see a society, you like even if you go back like really far back before like development of society, like you had like Roman emperors who were you can go like there's nations in Africa from like 300-400 years ago, they had trans people, so yeah. Hold on. Sorry, needed water. Yeah, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, assuming that you can observe cultures that don't have trans people, right? Then can't you make the claim that it is based on culture and therefore, psychology and upbringing?
Sufficiently large societies.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I'll leave now.
Shit, my mouth is dry. Holy shit.
I can fix that.
Oh my god. Sufficiently large.
Yeah, I'm done arguing with sad, lonely people who just want to argue over everything in the goddamn chat. Move along with your life.
All right, who's next? Come on. You've been sounding congested, Carbon. Yeah, I got sick when I was out in the field, so I've been recovering ever since. Make more money on Grindr with Void and Carbon. Talking about dirty, it's crazy.
First of all, I don't think I'm the demographic for Grindr.
That'd be logic.
Yeah, same. Hello, where y'all at? If you disagree, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Also, shout out to Itchy and Scratchy. Thank you so much for the 23 months. You are almost at 2 years. I appreciate you. Bailey, thank you for the heartbeat. Dog Lover with the blue. Let's go. All right, next one. Hello, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 32.
All right, and what's your take?
What's my type?
Yeah.
Like with
Oh
what?
my god!
That's crazy.
I said, what's your
I
take
type
on the
fine.
background?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I'm
This is
God,
not
I'm
this
so
is
sorry,
not
that's-
Carbon's dating corner. Okay.
Well, that's why I was like, wait, did I read the prompt right? Okay, sorry, my bad.
Go ahead.
My take is like, I guess a little less about bathrooms, a little more about locker rooms. I guess I was curious, but like, what's your take, if I may ask?
On locker rooms and like trans people.
Oh, on bathrooms, I guess, because that's what I see in the prompt.
Well, yeah, I mean, we could move from bathrooms to locker. But yeah, like generally speaking, I think as long as you're not trying to harm anyone, it's fine. Just use the bathroom that you feel most comfortable with. If you see some reason why you shouldn't go in a bathroom because you're uncomfortable with the person in there, just wait till that person comes out. It's a public restroom, so I don't think you're obligated to any of the spaces there. If it's your own restroom and you are obligated, you have the right to discriminate on who goes in and who goes out of your bathroom and stuff like that, with some exceptions, obviously. So yeah, I think that's generally true.
Okay, I would actually agree with that. Like, especially like the whole, like, if you're uncomfortable, like, just don't go. Also, like, I've seen, like, you know, cis women get like attacked and stuff just because like they have short hair or whatever, and I just think it's weird to care about that stuff. I guess when it comes to like changing rooms or locker rooms, do you think like things get like a little more complicated, or do you think it's like you know, because I mean, like, everyone is
There's a lot
trying
more
to-
variables that could go wrong, sure. I think it's generally the same. I think if you just, you know, don't look at somebody, like, doesn't matter, like, just don't look at somebody if they're changing. I think the concept of locker rooms should probably have like privacy stalls. Some do, some don't. I think they all should have them, but for the ones that don't have those privacy stalls, yeah, I think just like if everybody takes the responsibility of not looking at other people, you know, mind your business kind of thing, right? Then you wouldn't have any of these problems. But I don't see why, like, like a lot of people will pull on intuitions and say, oh yeah, well, let's say you had like a, you know, like a man, like not even trans, just a man going in the women's locker room, and he's like 6'8" or something like that. And then like you could do the exact opposite. What if you had like a trans woman who like looks like Beyonce and is going in the men's restroom in the men's locker room, right? Like at some point it's just like there's edge cases and you don't know how to handle them, but like the best way to handle them and be consistent is just to say, just use the bathroom that you feel comfortable, and or the locker room that you feel comfortable, and don't look at anybody. Teach your kids not to look at anybody. Teach them to respect other people's boundaries, and I think that's the best way to go. Yeah.
I guess I would ask, like, because I totally get that perspective, and I would agree with it, like, a lot of it, like especially like the whole, like, you know, if for instance, like a trans man that's like, you know, buff and bearded and like looks, you know, like them going and changing in like a woman's locker room, like, to me it just seems like crazy. At the same time, though, I guess, like, for me, I'd say like my more nuanced opinion is like it kind of comes down to, when it comes to locker rooms, is like I think anatomical alignment can be, so I wouldn't even go so far as to say like no trans woman or no trans man should like be using a men or women's locker room, but I would maybe say there could be maybe my like nuanced take is that like for the I like, to me that's like one of the contexts in which like biological sex like does have some relevance to the purpose of like segregation in that space, you know, when it comes to like anatomy. So I could maybe understand like someone who's like anatomically male in a certain aspect, like changing in like a women's locker room and like having those parts be exposed. And I kind of agree with what you were saying, like it's kind of crazy that we even like, you know, we like why aren't people just changing in stalls? Like it's kind of weird that we do it out in the open anyway. So I that's actually an interesting take. I never thought of it that way, but like I guess my nuanced take is like maybe that's one of the context in which like I could see it being a little bit more you know, like, I mean, yeah, I agree. Like if someone looks like Beyonce or someone looks like, you know, a very convincing man, like I would say like obviously you should be using like the locker room, the changing room that like you align with anatomically, but like I guess maybe I think there should be like kind of a threshold of like you know, of outcome. Is that, do you think that's like what are your thoughts on
it's
that?
just it's just basically clockability or passability, the position, right? But in
Well,
that,
I wouldn't I wouldn't say like passability. I would say more so like just, you know, like you could have like a totally, I don't know, passing like trans woman, but like that maybe hasn't aligned herself down there yet, you know, like I would imagine that could be also something that's like you know, like, so I wouldn't say it's passability. It's more like whether or not, like you could have a non-passing trans woman, but like is I'm trying to like phrase this for TikTok so I don't get like but like, you know, anatomically aligned, if you know what I mean, like basically has had bottom surgery. You know, I would maybe say that's like a prerequisite in my opinion. Is that like reasonable or like
so
unreasonable?
if she looked like Beyonce but did not get bottom surgery, should she have to use the men's locker room?
No, I would not say that. That's true.
Also, just another POV. That can be a very classist, privileged statement because not everyone can afford to get surgeries or be on HRT. And so we have to consider that, you know, the fact that a lot of these folks don't have the financial stability or ability to get it.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
And their transness is just as valid, even if they don't have the funds to have surgery or HRT.
I completely agree. Like I believe in universal healthcare, and I think trans healthcare is healthcare. So like I personally don't think anyone should be like, you know, I don't know. I guess I'm left enough of center to think that like, you know, everyone, like I don't think there's a problem with like federally funded, you know, affirmation surgeries. Like I think that's totally reasonable. But you're right, like everyone can't afford that. So so what's kind of the because I agree with it from that perspective, right? That like not everyone can afford these surgeries, not everyone maybe can get these surgeries like for other reasons like that aren't around affordability. It's also a lot to ask anyone to do. And obviously like a trans woman that looks like Beyonce shouldn't be, you know, changing in a men's room. At the same time though, I can understand like, I guess I can understand the perspective of like, you know, not, you know, people having to see body parts that like they're not used to seeing in a changing room.
To be fair, like in a locker room, I also don't like seeing like other cis women unclothed. Like that alone makes me uncomfortable, but I understand that we don't really have many options and that trans women would be safer in our locker rooms as opposed to like the male locker room.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I just think when it comes
but
to
women are protesting so that
Hey Adam, nobody was talking. Shut up.
Adam,
Wait your turn, buddy. Anyways, that comfortability issue too is just like, yeah, I understand that we might be uncomfortable in the moment. Totally. Like, oh my gosh, whoa, not expecting that. Okay, I'm gonna look away. Moving on. You know? Because it's not about me in my comfortability, because my comfortability of being like emotionally uncomfortable for a few seconds, I think is more like
less important than like their safety.
Yeah, there you go. It's less important than their safety, because I know the flip side is that they are being put at a higher risk of being assaulted, because trans women are 4 times more likely to be assaulted if they were to have to go into the men's locker rooms or bathrooms.
And if it was between like, you know, women's locker room or men's locker room, like, you know, like I guess I'm under no circumstances am I
where are those
like
numbers at?
Bro, shut up. Nobody's wait your
Adam,
fucking turn.
Hold on, I'll get to you in a second, Adam. I'll get to you in a second. Be patient. Go ahead, Milo.
Be a good little boy and listen.
I want to check those numbers.
We'll give you the numbers. We're waiting for Milo. Go ahead, Milo.
Where's
sorry,
the article?
so I guess like under no circumstances do I think like trans women should be in like changing in a men's dressing room, right? I guess I'm kind of approaching it from like a like almost an engineering perspective or like a solutions mindset where I'm like, how do we engineer a solution that like, a trans woman let's say isn't like anatomically aligned can,
Like a
honestly,
cultural
I kinda like
solution
the
might be
idea.
like having a cultural, like what's the word I'm looking for? You know how in Japan they
Jeff?
teach their kids to like keep their trash in their hands when they're out and wait until they get home to throw the trash away. What's that? What's that like? It's a culture. It's not a cultural norm, but
Conditioning?
yeah, something like that. Yeah, where you kind of condition people pretty strongly as they grow up. Um, Respect boundaries. So yeah, paradox. Yeah, but you can like make it like a slogan
Is
or
it
something like
paradigm shift?
"Don't look, mind your business" kind of thing. Yeah, social engineering, something like that. Yeah, social like saying things like, signs on the door that says, "Mind your business" or something like that. It obviously be
Mind your genitals?
yeah, mind your general, but it obviously be a little nicer than that, but like a slogan that people can like understand and children can understand. And, because sometimes you'll see children, especially like they'll like in the bathroom, you're like in the bathroom and they'll like creep through the stalls, right? They obviously weren't taught by their parents that thing, right? So like there's maybe some sort of society-wide conditioning where you respecting people's boundaries, keep your eyes focused on what you're doing, not other people. They don't want you looking at them. Do not look at them. So making that very clear and explicit to pretty much everyone. That I think that would be important. That would be one way to start, I think. Yeah.
Really quick, I just want to throw this out there for everyone in the room.
Women are
Not
protesting
all
because they don't
trans
want.
women,
Adam,
not,
shut the fuck up.
not all
They don't
trans
want them in
people
there.
want to medically transition. This is not always a thing. So, and I'm not trying to dog on you, Mila, at all by any means, but like saying atomically aligned,
Of course.
not everyone.
Just say
wants-
bottom surgery.
Yeah, just say how.
Sorry, no,
Yeah.
I normally wouldn't use that phrasing. I just, I can't like, I know like TikTok has certain rules about like words you can and can't use. So I'm like trying to be creative. I'm just like on the fly, like being like, okay, how do I
Yeah.
phrase that in like
That's
a
so bad.
TikTok?
One
doesn't
time I
give
said
you
freedom
access to-
seed. So
And let
Yeah.
me just
Okay,
respond
okay.
to Adam real quick. So first of all, Adam, did you know that Pew Research conducted a poll of Americans, right? And it showed that 55% of women supported trans women using women's restrooms. Did you know that?
They don't. They're protesting so they can keep them
Okay.
out of their bathroom.
So you're saying this poll is
I
false?
can go get you some.
So you're saying the
information
poll
if
is
needed.
false?
I can get you real information.
I'm sorry,
if
did you
need
say,
it.
are you saying the poll is false? Yes or no?
Where's this poll?
I just told you, Pew Research. So it shows a total of 51% of Americans support trans women using women's restroom. And when you break it down by gender, men are actually more likely to oppose it. So you're right in line, right? You're more likely, like, it seems like most of the women on here support trans women, generally speaking, using women's restrooms. And then you as a man oppose it, right? So you're kind of in line with what the poll is saying, right?
It's actually a minority of like even lesbians that like because I've heard that before that like a lot of like TER turfs are like they'll you bring that up like, oh, it's because we're lesbian, like you're like discriminating against lesbians by like accepting trans people, but lesbians are actually like the most
Yeah, they're the
like
most likely to support, like it's like 93%.
right. It's just that like 7% or 5% or whatever is like very, very loud and very like
Yeah.
like in everyone's face. So it creates that impression falsely.
All right. What you got? What say you, Adam? Oh, now he doesn't want to talk. Now you were talking so much.
No, I was trying to
There
get
you go. How you
evidence.
doing?
I don't want to go by feelings. That's what you
Oh,
guys
okay.
go
Yeah.
by.
So you've
That's
looked
not
up the Pew Research
proven
poll that
guilty.
I gave you, right? The Pew Research poll. 55% of women support trans women using women's restrooms. What's up,
Why
Katie?
are they protesting?
Okay, so when you 55% is a majority. You agree with that? Just before I continue my next question, right?
There's still a lot of people that don't want
So
this to happen.
That wasn't the
So
question.
now that's a majority. So here it says 40% of women do not support trans women using the restroom. So I'm gonna use my brain and say it's those 40%, or at least some portion of that 40%. Do you understand that, Adam?
that sounds like a lot of people.
Yeah, but guess what? It's more people. 55 is greater than 40, right?
Women don't want them in their safe space. So
Okay. When you say woman, do you mean when you say women don't want them? Do you mean a majority of women?
They don't want them in there. I
Okay,
want to see what those
how
numbers are.
what
'cause you could be
percent
making
what
that up.
what
I want to
percent
know
of wait, hold on,
exactly where
wait,
those
Adam.
numbers are.
What percent
We're not just
of
gonna make up numbers.
Adam,
and then
I'm
play
gonna
a
ask you a
stupid
very
game.
I'm gonna
I'll
ask you a
go by
very specific
evidence.
question, Adam.
Your
What
research isn't made
percentage
up.
yeah, so
Be
what
quiet.
percentage of women does it have to be in order for me to say they don't want this? Does it have to be 10%, 20%, 80%, 90%? What percentage do you think?
If any woman is saying that they don't feel comfortable with
Oh,
this,
so
it
just
should,
one.
it
So it
should
could
be
be
passed.
0.05% of women
It should not
support
be
trans.
passed if any woman is uncomfortable with
Okay,
a
so
grown
if
man in a wig going in the bathroom with her.
99.99999%
That's not hard to
okay,
understand.
so if the only person at this protest was one singular woman, and then 99.99999% of women were saying no, it's fine for trans women to be in the women's restroom, then you would say it's wrong for a trans woman to use the women's restroom, correct? Is that the view?
If they are protesting, that's way more than
Please
that
engage with
small
the fucking
percentage.
conversation.
That's
Can I make like
agreeing
one
with
quick
this.
Can I make like one quick question to you, Adam? Like, if if there was like a group of people protesting, like let's say a group of white women protesting, saying we don't want to share a bathroom with black women, like would you be like, oh well, those women's opinion, even if it's 1% of like white
Do
women
you
that
hear
say
how
we don't want to
stupid you
share?
sound?
I'm sorry.
Wait, no.
Don't
Wait,
insult my
wait,
intelligence. Ask me an intelligent question.
wait, no. That is an intelligent question
Those
because
two
the only
things
thing that
don't even correlate.
yes, they
You're
do.
telling
They're
me
both
you're
immutable
comparing.
traits.
If you shut up, I can explain.
No, I'm not
You're
going to shut up because you are
I get it.
sitting
There's a
here
difference between
not
sex
understanding.
You're
segregation.
comparing a
They're
normal
both
human
immutable
race
traits.
versus people
They
who
are
are
both immutable traits, Adam. The only
and
thing
going
that
in a
Mila did
restroom
was
that
trade
is
one
not
property for another.
theirs.
In the
Adam,
That
50s,
fresh
that
doesn't
your
was
make
mouth.
any
normal though.
sense.
In the 50s,
That's
it
why
was
this
normal to
country is
segregate on
messed up
race.
as it
So
is now.
So, Adam, here's the question. Are you born with your skin color?
Yes,
Are you born with your sex?
yes.
Why should we discriminate on one and not the other?
We're not. We're
Okay.
discriminating when
Do you
people
think that we
change
should
it. I'm
do we
talking. We
yeah,
discriminate when
do
people
you think
change
that we
it
should
and then
discriminate
think we're going
and
to go by
say
their delusion.
yeah, do you think that if like so now that we
Even
know that based
protesting to
off
keep
of I don't know why this
LGBTQ
guy's
out
like
of
over
school.
talking me. Is there a reason why your mouth is moving while my mouth is moving? Don't do that again, okay, buddy? Okay, so if they're both immutable traits, right? And I'll ask you a very I don't know why you said it was a stupid question. It's perfectly analogous, right? If a bunch of white women were protesting saying we don't want to use the restroom with black women, right? And whether you're a black woman, that is an immutable trait, right? That you're born with, then why would it be any different?
It's very different.
Yeah, I didn't ask you
Then
if it's
why?
different.
Why?
I asked why is it more what's
It
the morally
sounds
relevant
idiotic,
what's the
honestly.
yeah, saying that it's idiotic, it's not an argument. I need you to give me the morally relevant distinction. Go ahead.
explain the conclusion instead of just emphasizing it.
You want me to
Like, how did
entertain
you reach that
stupidity?
conclusion that it's
You
idiotic?
Yes, answer
You
the
want me to
question.
entertain stupidity? I'm
yeah, I
not a
want you
puppet. I'm
yeah.
not going to answer any random
Okay,
stupid
so
question.
what
Explain why it's stupid then.
what I'm
Like,
interpreting
explain why
that
it's
as,
stupid.
Adam, is that you don't have an answer to the question, and so you're just using ad
Because it's
hocs.
stupid.
Yeah, you're stupid, ha ha ha. It's not an argument, Adam, right?
As a
This says
black
debate,
man,
right?
do better.
Adam, this is a debate, right? This is not Carbon's counseling corner, okay? I'm not here to talk about your feelings or like, somebody took your toy or what. I don't care about that. I'm asking for an argument. Now, you said that there's a morally relevant distinction between the two scenarios, right? Where in this case it's a bunch of white women protesting against black women using the whites only restroom. Now, my question to you is, what is the morally relevant distinction?
Because this is a man.
No.
Oh my God.
Well, you could say, well, this is a black person.
Just
Like,
you
again,
guys
you're
just want a baby.
you're taking one single trait and you're
Just
saying,
'cause you
okay,
want a
because of this
baby
single trait. Sorry, go ahead.
doesn't mean
Bro,
he
bro, you
from
can't even
above
engage
birth.
with the fucking conversation.
Watch your
I'm
language.
a man.
Or fucking
Don't
what?
act like a.
Don't act like a what? Go ahead. Call me a bitch.
He's
Go ahead.
really in his feelings tonight.
Call me a bitch. Go ahead.
Adam, I'll
It
tell you what.
feels my
I
ego.
can go ahead and steel man your position if you'd like, and because I'm pretty sure I could I have a pretty strong rebuttal for even the most reasonable objection to being like, okay, it's okay to. I'm assuming that you think it's okay to segregate on the basis of biological sex, but it's not okay to segregate on the basis of race, and that's the difference, is that there's something different about sex that isn't relevant whenever it comes to race.
Original sex.
Do you
Sure,
think
I
that
mean-
trans people think that they can change their sex?
Delusion makes you think a lot of things that's not real.
No,
I didn't
no,
answer the question.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know what transgender means.
Wait, hold on. You said origin, right? So you're saying that so it's
I
about
said original.
what your original sex is. I mean, by that logic, would you say that someone who was originally born with a heart that gave out whenever they turn 50 and they get a heart transplant, that makes them biologically dead because it's not their original heart? Really, in every other area of
somebody speak to me
science,
that has
medicine,
a
technology, we prioritize outcomes,
the
not
problem
origins, when it comes to classification.
You don't have the brain functions to keep up with this conversation. This is actually a very
Do you not
intelligent
hear-
conversation,
I didn't
and you're
follow
just
that.
not engaging because you don't know how to.
Also, if we're gonna go back to origin sex, we're all female. So, try again, Adam.
Yeah, the blueprint for all. I'm a geneticist, so one little fun fact about this is that there's women with Turner syndrome with one X chromosome who can literally give birth, which means that all the genes necessary for female biology exist within a single X chromosome, and everyone has the universal blueprint for male and female biology. It's the SRY gene, and specifically the SRY gene works by, basically creating your gonads that produce hormones that basically tell you what side of your DNA to express and into your physiological operating system. So literally every human being has the universal blueprint for both sexes, because everyone's DNA comes from a male and a female. It doesn't come from a attack helicopter or a cat. So
Adam, did you
You're
did you
just stating
understand?
something
Adam,
we all knew.
oh, you
As-
knew that,
as
huh?
we're being
Oh, should we ask him some more biology
Where
questions
are
since he
your
knew that?
bodies Yes, please. figuring
We
out
should probably ask him
what
some
is
more.
turning
Katie, do you have any
into
biology questions for Adam?
You just stated what we all know.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean you can just change your sex.
When does the
to
SRY
something that
gene
you are not.
kick in?
And then we have to accept letting you in the bathroom with little girls.
What do you mean
grown
we?
women
You're a
who
man.
don't
When is-
feel comfortable.
What?
Can I
When
ask him a
is?
linguistic question?
Yeah.
Adam, what does the word transgender mean?
Transgender is altering the sex that you are assigned.
No.
Wrong.
Try again.
It might even include that social transitioning you guys talk about also.
Yeah. Again, you still got it fucking wrong.
Don't talk to me like that. I'm not a
No, I'll
kid.
talk to you.
You
however
got
I
it
fucking want.
fucking wrong.
Everyone up here is going to talk to you however they want because you're obviously.
You've been wrong this whole time. Have I cursed you out? Have some.
I don't give a fuck
We
what
don't
you did.
care.
I don't give
We
a
don't
fuck.
You
care.
sound like idiots, and I have not disrespected
fucking
you.
men,
You
man.
need to
Call
be
me an idiot.
disrespected. You
Dude,
want
I don't think one of us actually understands how biology
I should not
works here.
Bro, keep fucking crying. It's just annoying. You're just wasting time, right? You call us idiots, we swear. Oh no. Ah. Okay, the word transgender doesn't mean anything about transitioning. Did you know that, Adam?
Do you think trans is short for transition?
You're going to refer to that they believe they were born in the wrong
No,
body, and that's
No, I'm going to use the
That's
dictionary
incorrect.
definition. Y'all love dictionary definitions, right?
Come on, give it to me then.
Transgender means denoting to a person whose gender identity is incongruent with their sex assigned at birth.
Did I not just state that?
Wait,
that's a
no, you
person-
didn't. No, you
Notice
didn't.
how
No,
I
you
didn't
didn't.
say the word
That's
transition
exactly-
ever?
That's exactly what you just read.
No, it's fucking not.
Where did I
You
say
are a
There's
transgender?
trans people that don't want to change their
Cursing
sex
doesn't
or
make you right.
medically transition.
Trying to insult me doesn't make you
Where
right, so
did I
please just
say
shut up.
transition?
You're not helping their argument.
Answer. Where did I say transition?
Read the passage again, please.
Denoting to a person whose gender identity is incongruent from their sex assigned at birth.
Adam, you said that we were
So
going to say that it
delusion
means
Mila,
wait.
I said that. I said
It's not delusion because it's an internal state.
You're
You
thinking
can't.
you're something.
Hey,
Just
an
because you
internal
want to
state.
be a woman,
Hey,
that doesn't
Adam,
make it. Oh, I was supposed to be a woman. No.
Shut up. An internal state and a claim about your internal reality can't be a delusion, because to be a delusion, it has to be falsifiable. You have to be able to say, no, that's not real. But you can't
It's
tell
not
me
real,
what
they're a man.
you can't tell me what's real
Live in
inside my
reality.
own brain.
What's the false belief, Adam?
Live in reality.
What's the false belief?
That they think they're an actual woman.
When you say they think they're a woman, you're saying that they think that they're female?
Yes.
Okay, so you think when a trans woman says I'm a woman, you think that they look down, they don't see like what their genitals are. You think that that's true, right?
That's how it appears.
Okay, so why do they get bottom surgery if they don't think they have a penis? Fucking
Because
idiot.
they're trying their
Thank you.
hardest to mimic
This guy's a
what
fucking
they're
idiot.
trying to become.
Hey, let me just
Yeah,
open your
because they
eyes,
understand
Adam.
that they're
Adam,
not female.
Christ.
Adam, I'm a trans person. I know what my sex is. I know what I was born as.
Okay, you're the 0.0001%.
Every single
of your
trans
community
person,
that knows
every
it.
single trans person I've ever engaged with knows what they were born as.
That's why
That's
they call
not
themselves
even
trans.
the trans, dumbass.
Otherwise, they would
Yes,
listen.
that
If they
is.
thought they
No,
were,
no, no.
if they
You
thought
don't
that
see
they,
the
if a
hundreds of
trans woman,
posts.
I'm sorry, hello, if a
Grandmaster,
trans,
please.
You don't
if a
see those
trans,
posts.
if a trans woman thought that they were female, they
You
would
don't
call
see
them.
this
If a
delusion.
trans woman, just answer this question. If a trans woman thought that they were female, would they call themselves a trans woman or a cis woman? Just answer that question. Don't run from it.
They attempt to call themselves an actual woman.
I'm gonna ask the question
They
again
didn't
since you
say
ran
that.
away
They
from the
don't even say
question.
that
You
they're
ran
a
away
different
from the
definition
question,
of
so now I'm
woman.
This is where we
so
went
now I'm
wrong.
gonna ask the question again
We
since
should
you
be
ran
calling-
you ran away from the question, and I'm going to repeat the question.
Because calling
The
them
question was,
is
if a
helping.
trans woman calls themselves do you think that if a trans woman believed that they were female, would they call themselves a trans woman or would they call themselves a cis woman?
Are you talking to me or one of your puppets?
What the
'Cause
fuck do
I
you
just
think I'm
stated
talking to,
earlier-
Adam? Are you tracking
I
this
stated
conversation?
Earlier, I'm not answering any
Are
random.
you? I'm sorry.
questions.
So
Because
you're
it
not
is-
tracking the conversation.
Because
Guys,
you,
like,
you
bro,
are
two
asking
brain
retarded
cells.
questions.
I have a
honestly.
serious fucking question. Adam, how the fuck do you dress yourself in the morning? Because there is no fucking way that you survive this long on this planet being this fucking
We're not
stupid.
talking about my personal demeanor. We're talking about the topic.
You're
up
dumb
here.
as shit,
So
bro.
Don't worry about me. I'm on the 10th floor. 3D printing. I'm
We're
good.
gonna
Jump.
worry. We're
I
definitely
am
worried.
good. Don't you worry about me, baby. I'm not trying to
Don't-
brainwash
don't call me
children.
Call
baby.
anyone up your baby.
And
No one here is your baby. Okay, the only baby here is you.
I'm not
You're
destroying my
crying
body.
so much.
Wait, what do you
I'm
mean by
not brain-
destroying your body? Wait, yeah, what do you mean by
destroying your
destroying your
mind with
body?
these trash ass arguments?
Creating
What do you mean by
a body
destroying the
that
body?
functions more with your neurology isn't creating a more dysfunctional
So-
outcome. It's creating a more functional outcome.
Attack
He
Person
doesn't
of the-
understand those big words, Mila. I'm so sorry.
when they're wrong.
You're right. No, probably.
Adam, what do you mean when you say they are destroying their body? Please take a
Great
bubble
question.
and yeah, please.
People that are trans are destroying the bodies that God gifted them.
Okay, but what are they?
Oh my
what do you
God.
think that they are
Trans
doing?
doesn't
And
mean
most
transition,
of the time,
you fucking
it's
moron.
before they even have been able to experience what this body has to offer for them.
Yeah,
because
what do
it's
you-
being
when
pushed
you
down
say
their
destroy-
throats
wait,
by
no,
some
no.
parents
Adam,
who either
Adam.
wanted the other gender child or they want attention.
What the
so
fuck
most
are you
of the
talking?
time it's
No,
And where do you think
parent.
dysphoria comes
wait,
from?
wait, wait,
Like, do you think that
From
they,
the
they don't
parent. It
have?
comes right
Wait,
from the
no,
parent.
no. You're
Hey,
not, no. I
Bobby,
need you to
do
answer
want
a
to wear this
question.
dress? No,
Adam,
Mom.
are you talking
Just
to? Are you
try it
having a
out.
conversation with your fucking self? What is going on?
I
Adam,
mean,
when you say destroying your
Grandmaster,
body,
thank you
what
for
do
the
you
25.
okay.
Thank you for the 25, Grandmaster. I appreciate you. Jesus Christ. Amen.
Did Adam leave?
I kicked him because somebody paid 25 to kick. It's 25 to kick.
Oh, nice.
Jesus Christ, guys.
Alexis, how old are you?
You're muted, Alexis. There you go.
I am 20.
All right, are you opposition?
No, I just want to tell Adam he's fucking dumb, and like
W.
And honestly, I started hormones and shit when I was like fucking 16. It saved my life. I got on blockers as
you're trans? W.
Yeah,
Good for you, Alexis.
And the thing is just, if you think that
Trana Montana is crazy. Alexis.
Excuse me? Who the fuck said that?
That's her
That's my username.
Okay, wait.
I love it.
You are fucking iconic. I love you for that.
I'm literally.
I
on my
thought
way
somebody
to- I just
called
wanna
her
tell
that.
you, like, don't get mad. Like, don't yell at him. He's not worth you, like, raising your voice. Because if he genuinely thinks me having a team of medical professionals that regularly check my hormone levels and like make sure that everything is going all right is like horrible, then I don't know. Like, there are so many men. You know how many men fucking take steroids at the gym?
I just want to say really quick. I just know she's walking fast. I can hear it.
Yeah, I'm walking fast and I'm walking to work and I'm gonna dip in like 20 seconds.
I
But
love
just like, don't raise your voices at him. He's not worth your frustration. Like, this is someone who just very clearly lacks any sense of like reality or understanding of how the endocrine system works, how the human body
Thank you.
is set up. And yeah, I don't know. Just be hot and trans. I support everyone.
All right, thank you so much for coming up, Alexis. I appreciate you.
Love you, Alexis.
Is Adam still yapping in the comments?
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, America told me that I was trans, by the way.
Yeah. That's crazy. Did you know that, Katie?
Yeah. They phoned me. They called me on the telephone. They went, "Hey, by the way, you're trans."
Yeah, it doesn't explain why there are like trans people in like very oppressive theocracies with no access to like outside world information, and they still turn out to be trans. That doesn't explain that.
I mean, like, we know that there's people born with ambiguous genitalia. It's not like crazy to think that, like, you know, if sex differentiation affects every part of our body, like, obviously it would affect the brain too. So someone can have an ambiguous brain as much as they can have an ambiguous, you know, any other part of their development. Like,
Right.
I don't understand why that's so radical.
Also,
like,
I just want to say that the people who use gender affirming care the most are straight cis people.
Yes. Like, I've had a boob job, you know, that was gender affirming
W
care for
breast
me.
augmentation.
I should probably get one. Kidding.
You need
Fredo,
a
how old are
reduction,
you?
Corbin?
Fredo, how old are you?
You can't just take no for an answer. What do you
I
want?
can't. Wait, I can't hear
What do
you.
you
What'd
want?
you say? How old are you again?
I said, what do you want?
You
Can't
were in the
take no
request
for-
earlier. I don't know if you accidentally dropped.
No, I didn't request anything.
Oh, okay.
You did.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
You don't get to be in the comment sections either if you're too scared to debate on panel.
Yeah,
So
so
now
shut
you're
the fuck
muted
up.
out the panel, out the comment sections.
Not another angry Aussie.
I'm so tired of the Aussies. I'm so tired of them.
They're always so angry. It's because they have to fight kangaroos on a regular basis.
Bro, yeah, they gotta fight the kangaroos for the resources.
You have to fight everything around them. I mean, it's
I heard somebody today, like, because we have like a lot of Australian like tourists here. They were just like, what did he say? He said, everything in all I can't do the accent. He's like, everything in Australia is trying to kill you. If it's pretty, it wants to kill you. I was like, yeah, that sounds true.
Although I hear those giant spiders are like pretty chill. Like, they don't try to hurt anyone. Oh, hi, Kitty. Aww.
I was wondering why I was starting to sneeze. W cat. All right, I got time for like one more debate. So if you want to debate, make it good. Please don't give me a shit trash argument. Thank you. What's your cat's name?
My cat's name is Newt.
Newt.
I love that.
Where have I heard that name?
Where does Newt come from?
Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them.
Also, Dustin, he named the Demogorgon in Stranger Things. Newt, wasn't it?
Yep.
Was it Newt? I think it was Newt.
It was actually so he was my sister's cat, and he's actually named after the little girl from Alien.
Oh, I haven't seen that one in a while. You got my cat going. Oh, yeah, your cat that heard us meow. Oh, all right.
Do it again. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. Tell your cat I say pss, 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 pss.
Most Aussies are great, but there's a bad culture here with masculinity.
Yeah, I don't think I've encountered. I mean, the majority of Aussie men I've met are just so angry. And I get it. You have spiders the size of small children chasing you all the time, but like, don't take it out on us. We have scary big spiders too, okay?
Yeah. It was a racist that what did he say? It's like last year, maybe the year before. He's like, why are black people so loud? I was like, excuse me, have you been to Hawaii? Australians? They are the loudest motherfucker I've ever seen in my life. Ever. I've never listen. I got black family. I got white family. Australians, not even close. Australians are the loudest motherfuckers I will ever have heard. Okay? They're so loud, especially when they get the drunk hit.
They're on the bottom of the planet, so I think all the blood just rushes to their head and they get so hot-headed.
You got louder just saying that. Exactly. Like, it's just, oh my God. And when I, like, you know, because I'm a bartender and, like, you hear their order. Okay? I don't need to repeat. I don't, like, hey, what was that? No. I don't care how loud the music is. You will hear their order. Okay? All right, one more debate. Come on, let's go. Adam is still in the guest request, or no? He left. He left. I see Santana watching. Where's Santana? Why you? Is he asleep? Where you at?
Probably is. He probably is.
Let's see. Nobody wants to talk to you. Okay, well, you're muted since you're gone. You don't want to debate? Bye-bye.
His name is Dr. Truth. I want to talk to him.
I invited him. I don't know if that was a friendly, nobody wants to talk to you, or antagonistic, nobody wants to talk to you. But I assume it was antagonistic, so I muted him and invited him.
With a name like Dr. Truth, like, come on, bro. You gotta come and tell us, like.
Manners, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
I haven't heard you.
I've
Dr.
been
Truth,
talking.
how old are you? Hello, you're muted now. Come on, don't suppress the
Instant mute
truth.
is crazy.
Don't suppress the truth, Dr. Truth. Unmute. Here, let me send you an unmute request, because maybe you don't know how to unmute. Okay. Damn, Pam, thank you for the heart.
Please, the truth. Like, as you know, we're all mentally ill. We really need a doctor.
I need a
He
dog.
can't talk, he has a snorkel on.
Bet he's an angry Aussie.
It's the right time. Okay, Dr.
Also,
Truth, I'm
Kevin?
gonna give you like 20 seconds to unmute. If not, I'm gonna just drop you. Kick you out of here.
Hello? Dr. Lie. Carbon, though, the nanners hate is wild work. I've been talking for a while and you just pretend like I don't exist.
Dr. Truth, how old are you? I'm kidding, Manners.
You like croaking as we speak? What's going on?
Was he in the comments and now he's scared to talk?
You
I think
like
it
gargling?
might be the snorkel. I think that's right.
Are you currently underwater?
Oh
my God.
Wow, what truth? on
Awe-inspiring.
the live bed.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe he just meant his truth. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Truth from the Ministry of Information. Yeah.
I don't know about y'all. I feel like I just learned something.
The truth, Katie. The truth. We learned the truth.
Yeah.
He's
I can never
telling
do
that
that.
toilet is true.
He's a proctologist.
Dr.
Oh
my
my
God.
god. I will never ever forget that Trey Rags video. It's the craziest video. Like
Look,
getting
an
it-
op. Sorry,
Huh?
an op has to come up just because, like, I'm never here anymore, and I'm here.
Yeah.
So
There you go.
come on.
Just for the sake of it, let's go. Neen, thank you for the lightning bolt. I appreciate you. That's what the snorkel is for. He's a gastroenterologist. Cancel Carbon for hating. Oh, okay. So I can read your comments, but I can't hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, because you hate me.
Anyway,
Wow.
Souls, thank you for the fingers. I appreciate you.
Oh, can you give me some
Oh,
fingers?
that's crazy work.
Give me some fingers is crazy.
Alright, let's see.
I have a question for people here while we wait for like someone to show up. Could I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Does anyone have thoughts on like the Lily Tino situation? I've been seeing so much stuff about it.
Yeah,
Who's that?
so it's the
T?
problematic trans woman who goes to like Disneyland and talks about
The curly hair?
like, bottoms. Yes, with the red hair. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't
So-
seen any of the videos. I just heard she's problematic.
So my thing is, right, I can agree that Lily Tino is problematic while also affirming that she is a woman and that she's not a monolith for trans people. And what I found is that transphobes like to bring her up because she's very clearly problematic. And then other people want to use this as an excuse to kind of be transphobic, especially people on the left who say that she's a bad example for the trans community and yada, yada, yada. She's not a monolith, and her being trans has nothing to do with her being a bad person. Those are two separate things that does not validate, that does not
Yeah,
invalidate
it's
her
like
being
if
trans.
a gay man or a lesbian were to go out and do like stupid stuff and like, oh, see, that's gay men. It's like just it's
Well,
a
like,
classic.
if we took, like-
It's a classic
you know?
association fallacy. Yeah.
Oh my God, what is that? That's like taking like Dahmer, right? Because he was a queer man and being like, hey, look at Dahmer. This means that all GAY men must be like this. Or that he
Association.
sets a bad example for the gay community. Like, no, he's just a bad person, despite the fact that he is also gay. Like, it
Actually,
just so happens that they are a queer person.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the same.
The
My
causation is not, what is that? Correlation does not equal causation. They can be a shit person
Yes.
and their queer or transness
Yeah.
is still valid. I literally just said that in the comments.
It's a key to causing moral panic, stigmatizing individuals. Y'all don't even know that you're sheep. That's the
And
thing.
they're always going to look for the worst people to like prop up, and you know, and I get like the left's or like it seems like the community's like response is like, oh, like that's not a real trans person, like they're faking it. Like I kind of get the impression that like she is genuine. Like I don't think that she's faking it. Like I guess I think she's just like I don't know, kind of like a bit of a rage baiter. Like I think she's just like kind of, you know, and like whatever. I think like, you know, people have the right to be cringe. I don't think she's not like really trans. I don't think anyone can know. I mean, God knows who is, you know, who is really cis or who is really trans. Like, I mean, I don't think it's anyone's position to be like commenting on that. But like at the same time, I can see how like maybe she's like trying to ride the whole rage bait thing to be like whatever, it makes me money, and like doesn't care about like the fact that like people use that rage bait to like demonize the whole community.
Yeah,
But,
that's exactly what it is. She's very good at rage baiting because let's be honest, it's paying her bills, right? And
Right.
if that's what pays the bills, especially in capitalism, that's what you're gonna do, right?
Mhm.
And like people are like, oh, she's not trans because the FFS that she received didn't even change her face. Maybe that's not what she wanted. Like you have this expectation of how trans people should look and act. And just because Lily Tino doesn't fall in that category, you automatically are transphobic and invalidate her, and that's not okay. Like especially as like leftists and people who are left leaning, we need to call this out. because being transphobic to somebody that you don't align with is still transphobia, right? You have to stick up for the rights of those who you don't even agree with.
And it's not actually helpful to the movement. That's the thing. Is they think that
Exactly.
they're doing something helpful by being like, well, this problematic trans person is not actually trans. That's not fucking helpful.
That's
That's not fucking-
invalidating
that's
as
just
fuck.
creating this like
That's not-
high idealism of the fact that every fucking trans person you ever meet is going to be this like perfectly moral person.
Right.
No, they're not. We're just people.
They try to make trans people a monolith, and that's
Mhm.
not.
Yeah.
People are individualistic. Like, it just
It
pisses
really,
me off.
it really is. It's just a stigmatization of individuals. They do it both ways. Is something that I've noticed since I learned, studied
And,
that
like-
in sociology. Is like how they use, say, for like, oh, racism doesn't exist anymore. We had a black president. People say that.
Right.
It's like they pick these individual people to make whatever statement they're gonna make.
Yeah,
and it
it's
doesn't
like
matter if it's pro or
the-
against. It's still just
The
bullshit.
exception to the rule doesn't break the rule, right?
Mhm.
That's and like people saying, "Oh, she's not really trans." That's not up for you to decide. I mean, is it possible?
Yeah, who's qualified?
Yeah, sure. But she says that she is a woman. She says that she is trans. That's what I'm going to take it at, because it is not my fucking right to tell somebody else who and what they are.
I think people don't want her to be trans because like they make, you know, they think, oh, she makes us look bad or whatever. And again, like she doesn't make the trans community look like no one trans person, no one woman makes the entire woman community look like something. No one
Exactly.
like,
They don't
black
do this to
person
any
makes-
other marginalized community, bro. It's just with queer individuals, specifically trans women. Like, you don't look at like
It depends
what's her
how
name?
far you get.
You don't look at
into
like
it, is the
Casey
thing, like-
Anthony, right? And like, oh, look at her. This means like this is like the monolith of like women.
all
like,
mothers.
No. Like,
It,
give
the
me
thing
a
is
break.
they'll do it the opposite way in a couple of decades. It'll be the opposite way around. It'll be like trans people aren't oppressed. Look at they'll point to some trans person that managed to.
Yeah.
And it's like okay.
Yeah, that shit pisses me off. Like, just because I'm like the presence of success doesn't negate the presence of oppression.
Mm-hmm.
My friend Diva said that on a video, and I love that of them.
There's ops in the comments, man. Y'all should come up.
I'm inviting. They're all clicking
So-
reject.
So can I bring up a hot topic, hot take?
Yes.
Based on Casey Anthony. Okay, I'm gonna preface
Oh.
this before I go forward.
Which one is that again?
She unalived her child.
Like
In the trunk of her
infanticide?
car. It was like
Real yucky, horrifying.
she was like 3 or 4, yeah. I wouldn't say it
Yeah.
was infanticide because infanticide is like under like 6 months, I'm pretty sure.
How old was the
In
child?
the trunk of her car.
Like 3 or 4, yeah.
Jesus.
She
Yeah.
left her in there for like a month.
Oh. Yeah, it was a really ugly situation. Okay, so I completely and totally, what she did was wrong. Consequences need to happen. The fact that they didn't makes me sick. But I think it opens up a discussion that needs to be had around postpartum psychosis and depression. And I think that this is not talked about enough. I'm not saying that it's a justified reason or a valid reason of why this happened. There's consequences need to happen still. But I think it opens up that door of like, we could probably prevent a lot of that happening if we have the conversation around postpartum and take the stigma away from it. Because I, as a mother, I struggled with postpartum depression with my first and postpartum anxiety with my second. Now, those are more mild versions of, postpartum psychosis where mothers go full-fledged. And I think that is one of those areas, and this kind of ties into the other stuff. We can still hold empathy for things like this while also deeming out consequences. Like,
right.
I can empathize that Lily Tino is a trans woman and deserves to have her transness validated, while also invalidating how she is handling certain situations.
Right.
Same with
Yeah,
Casey.
especially like I don't know if you know like the new thing with Lily Tino. She went into some Disney, like she went into the bathroom at Disney, and obviously she used the women's restroom. I don't have a problem with that. However, what I did have a problem with is her taking pictures of people and their children and then posting those online uncensored. Right? You were posting somebody
No.
else's children. That is a problem. That is where my issue came in. I don't give a fuck if you're in the bathroom taking selfies, but please just make sure of who, like, there's nobody in the background, right?
Yeah, I
Because that's
saw
an
that.
invasion of privacy.
Can I talk
Especially
about the fact
children.
that when I went to Disney, I was scared about the fact that all of your toilets are like automatic flush. That scared the shit out of me. Bro, look, TMI, everyone. I have a really
No such
bad
thing.
back. I have a really bad back, so when I go to the bathroom and I have to wipe, I have to stand up a little bit, and I would do that, and then the flush would go off, and I was like, what the fuck is going on here?
that's terrifying.
It was real scary. I felt like I was being watched.
Oh no.
I can just like imagine the first time, right? Like you just stand up a little bit and it flushes, and like you just like
I was looking around like, what the
like
fuck is
jump,
going on
like
here?
jump in the fucking stall,
That was real scary.
or like audibly gasp at the toilet.
So someone in another stall is just like, there's a tourist here.
Heretic Hunter. Join the guest request. Nobody wants to turn to your dog shit. Like join the guest request. We can debate. Come on.
What's orthodoxy?
It's
Orthodox
a
Christianity. It's like
sect of Christianity. It's one of the there's 2 sects of Christianity when it started. Well, 3 technically, but Gnosticism kind of puttered out. It was Gnosticism, and then it went to Catholicism, and then Orthodoxy. When we saw the Great Schism in 5.
That is such a fun word. Schism.
He said
Sounds like a
schism.
slur somehow,
we
but, yeah.
we do hate religions that are okay with slavery, actually. So
Yeah. And then it eventually, we saw around the 1500s, we saw the rise of Protestantism through Lutheran denominations, and then it exploded from there. And there's 45,000 denominations, with the majority of them coming out of Protestantism.
I just watched Heretic last night. Heretic was pretty good.
Can I say one more thing about postpartum?
Yeah.
I think it's really important to bring that up because it's another reason why we really need to like have paid family leave, because not only do mothers need that time to like cope with all the changes neurologically that happen hormonally and, you know,
physically,
to repeat myself, neurologically, but like we also need like their support system to be around. So like having the father also being able to have paid time off so that he can be present and they can actually tackle on that postpartum. I think a lot of that prevents the kind of psychosis or the kind of like like leaving it unattended that takes a person to those extremes, you know?
Well, and I think taking
by the way, real
stigma-
quick, I invited Issa in her comments, adult human female in her bio.
Oh, wild.
And,
word.
she also said trans children as child abuse in her profile picture. So Issa, I went ahead and sent you an invite. Don't reject that invite, okay? I want you to hit that.
I'm a geneticist. I would love to talk to you.
But yeah, no, I totally agree. But I think also having the stigma removed is a big issue, because we've got this horrid stigma of, if you struggle with it at all, you know, there's this fear that we're going to have our children taken from us, which only fuels, and I would say makes it worse.
Yeah, no, that's very true. And I just don't think like we have enough compassion for it, like in our society in general. Like we just expect mothers to like, you know, I mean, not like buck up. I mean, like, but like we expect
100%
mothers
they
to kind of
expect
do
us
everything.
to buck up. I had a C-section. The same day I was expected to get up and walk around and pee and stuff. Like, we are absolutely, as mothers, we are taught and told that we have to buck up. And this was straight from the doctors. It's a requirement. I get it, but like this whole culture of mothers have to buck up and do these things it's insane, you know?
Yeah, it's like because our bodies work this way, like we're just supposed to automatically like, you know, there's that mentality of like, hey, women have been having kids since like, you know, the Middle Ages or whatever. And it's like, yeah, and you know how many women died back then? Like there's a reason that now we understand that we need more support and we need more medicine. Like it's not just that like, oh, okay, we can have kids, so therefore like all of a sudden we have to know instinctively how to handle it and how to handle everything that comes with it. Like it's fucking hard.
So we're gonna move on over to Issa. So Issa made a claim that she's fighting for women's rights right now. Now I'm gonna ask this. I just want to know if this is your view, Issa. If a majority of women support trans women and women's restroom, would you say that you're fighting against women's rights? You're muted. Go ahead and unmute.
No, I wouldn't say I'm fighting against, because consent is not transferable.
Yeah, so when you say consent is not transferable, so if it's the case that every trans woman was okay with, every cis woman was okay with trans people in the bathroom, right?
Yeah, but that's not the reality.
I didn't ask that. I said if it's the case that every cis woman was okay, every cis woman in the bathroom is okay with the trans woman being in the bathroom, would you be fine with it? Yes or no?
Well, the fact is that those spaces are sex-based and have always been sex-based, not
That didn't answer my
you know,
question.
expression-based. So
That
then
didn't
we
answer
would
my
have
question.
to change. Then we would have to change completely, like what those single schmeck spaces are
I
based
understand.
on.
I understand, but that didn't answer my question. Was that a yes
Yeah,
or
if
no?
every single one of them was okay with it, yes, then I guess it would be okay.
Okay,
But they're not.
so as long as there's one, then it's fine. Then it's not a fine anymore.
Yes.
Right. So what's the
Exactly.
argument for that one?
What do you mean that consent is not transferable?
Yeah, like when you
And
say
that
consent,
the spaces and
you,
that the
you,
spaces are schmecks based. Everybody
yeah,
knows
does
that.
somebody
It's always
need
been
your
that way.
consent to use like a public facility? They need your consent? Is it yours?
What?
Okay.
These
When
are
you say
schmecks
that
spaces
somebody
that
needs
was
to,
created
so I'm
in
sorry,
order
maybe
to
you didn't understand that.
safeguard.
Yes, sir. So when you say consent, right? Somebody needs to
Uh-huh.
violate your consent. If it's a public facility and it's not yours, right? Meaning it's not your property, how are they violating your consent?
Well, if it says that it's for women, and then a man comes in, yes, they're violating the policy of the space and of the people that are in that space, which are females.
They're violating. You're saying they're violating some of their consent. If it's not theirs, right? Then how
It
are they
doesn't matter.
violating
It
their
depends.
consent?
Well, it depends on what the establishment decides. If the establishment says this space is for women only, and a man comes in, then the consent of the establishment, the rules of the establishment, are being broken.
Yeah, but you're talking about consent of the woman there.
Yeah, but
I'm not
we're
talking about the
a public
establishment. Of course, the
space, and
establishment can do what they want, but you're saying that it's like, is it wrong? Let's say we had establishment that allowed trans women to use the women's restroom, but the woman there didn't want the trans woman to use the women's restroom. Is the trans woman doing something wrong?
Well, if it says in the establishment that this space is meant for even men that present in a feminine fashion, then no. Then the woman that goes in there has to unfortunately understand that they may meet a man there.
Okay, so it has to
And
be the
then
case.
they also have to
Or what you
understand that the
consider a
space
man.
is no longer safe.
Okay, so it's the case that, so your argument is that it's wrong for a trans woman to use the woman's restroom if and only if at least some women don't consent to it and the establishment does not allow it. So only in those cases is it wrong.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, that's a very small amount of cases. So most of the
It's
time
not
it
a
is
small amount of
most of the
cases.
time it is okay for a
It's
trans
not
woman to use the
true.
woman's restroom, correct?
No, it's not true.
Yeah, because
If
most
it's a
establishments
mistake-
don't
if
have
it's a
this rule.
if
Most
it's a
establishments don't. I'm
no,
sorry.
it's
Hello.
not. That's
I'm
not
trying to. I'm
true.
trying to speak. So most establishments don't have a rule where they check your
Can you-
genitals,
can you
where they
show
check
me
your
the
ID,
numbers on-
and they don't.
can
Like,
you sh-
they'll have those things, right? So
Oh
most
my God.
establishments are pretty lax on
You
that.
know, according
right? But
to
regardless,
international law, women have the right to single-sex spaces, right? According to international law.
I don't know what you mean by international law, and I don't know what you mean by a
International law,
right.
women have the right to have single-sex spaces.
No, they don't.
Single-sex
No,
prisons.
they
Yes,
don't.
they do. What are you talking
No, they
about?
don't.
Where can I read that?
Yes. Literally, Reem Al Salam, a special rapporteur for the UN, just came out basically saying that a woman is a sexed.
What's the title of the article?
It's not an article. It's a
Wait,
video.
you said
can
it's an
actually
internet.
find it. You can find it on my
You
profile.
said international law.
Video.
What's the name of the law?
What do you mean?
Did you or did you not say that it's an international law?
It's yes, women do have rights to single-sex spaces.
Bro, like you have a lot of wind background. Wait, you said
Yeah,
it's
I
an
know,
international law.
I
meaning
actually
it's,
go outside.
I understand.
I'm
I
one
got
of
you.
those
So
few people
I
that go
yeah, I
outside.
got you. Roger that. You should probably like touch more grass and talk to more people and travel more. Okay, so when it comes to that, Issa, you said that you had an international law that you're referencing,
to
and this
travel
international
also.
law. I don't know, Issa. I don't know why you're
Funny.
over talking me. So you said that you saw an international law, and the international law says that trans women are not it would exclude trans women from women's bathrooms. Now, what is the name of that law?
I just looked at the video. It's not a law. It's a report. A report is not a law. So
Jesus.
You say you're muted still.
This is ridiculous, bro.
This is so
What is
embarrassing.
ridiculous that I do not want to recognize trans
No,
women.
what's ridiculous is you just lied.
International law. And
Yeah,
then
but there
we just
is
thought,
international.
no,
There's several of them that actually make it clear.
Then tell us the name
that
of them.
women
tell
have
us
the
what
right
it is,
to.
Issa.
Wait,
Tell us what it is.
Google is free.
No, it's your fucking claim. The burden of
We
proof is
don't
on
even
you.
know what the fucking Google. Do we just Google international law, bathrooms,
Women.
trans women? What the fuck do I go? Like, tell me what's the organization that drafted this
Women's
international?
right to
Okay.
single-sex spaces.
Yeah, what's the name of the organization that you should at least know that? What's the name of the organization that drafted this law? Go ahead. And now she's gonna Google it.
You fucking.
Don't sit here and lie
You
on my
try- you
stream and
first
like
pissed me
pretend
off,
that
bro.
I'm not going to like press you on it. The fuck?
Can't stand you fucking turf.
I just found an article about how in the UK it is not a legal thing that providers have to provide single sex spaces. That's crazy.
Interesting work.
Issa, when you
not
come back,
international.
can I ask you a question?
Class, this is where we cite our sources. Yeah, 6th grade.
And this is how we find out if something is a proper source, a reliable source.
Okay, so what's the name of the law? Or at least the organization that drafted the law?
Issa, Issa, come on. It's your time to shine, honey. Riveting.
She gonna pull it up on Truth Social. She's like, yeah.
I think it also matters, like, in what context are we talking about sex segregated spaces? Like, should we have sex segregated restaurants? Is that like a human right? Like you can say, okay, women are entitled to sex segregated spaces, but like, in what context? Like, why should a bathroom be one of those contexts in
Yeah, I
which?
think actually a restaurant could be sex segregated right now. Why not?
Wait, we're not gonna. What was the name of the organization that drafted this law?
EHCR, I said it several times. EHCR, the Equality and Human Rights Commission.
What's the name? EHCR?
Yeah.
But would you say it's like a fundamental human right for women to be allowed to have like sex segregated restaurants or sex segregated like I don't know, like book clubs? Like are these like contexts in which it's like so
hold up. You're giving her ideas to be a turf more.
No, but what are you talking about? Honestly, like if in times women are vulnerable, like where they unclothed, or when they're in a prison, they should absolutely be granted a right to single sex spaces.
EHRC does not say that. EHRC says that they have the legal right to operate a sex-defined space if they want to, not that they have to.
Yeah, also not an international law.
Correct.
Yes, places like prisons, they have to have single sex.
Okay, what's the law for that?
What are you talking about? It's known everywhere.
It's
Different
just-
countries have
trust
different
me, bro.
laws.
ET is known.
It's like
What-
basically
hold on,
trying
so
to
what
prove
sex
that
characteristic
grass is
are we-
green
What
to
sex
y'all.
characteristic are we defining sex based on then?
What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking
Answer
about.
the question.
No,
Stop
we
running
don't.
from.
Please.
Issa, stop running from the
I am
question.
not running
Answer
away.
it.
I'm
Then
not
answer
running
it.
away.
Answer it. It's
Okay.
easy.
If your biology is built around the
Which-
production of
which part of my
large
biology?
gametes, then
Okay,
you are
which
a woman.
part is necessary?
What do you mean? The whole
Which-
biology is built around the production.
whole
So their
biology.
eyeballs, like what
Or
part of the
all
biology?
gametes.
My whole is
Okay,
built around it.
what if someone is born without like
Honestly,
half of
like
their
the
sex
only thing that's different between men and women is the sex. There's no other difference between men and women.
That's amazing, Issa. Can you answer my question?
I already answered it.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
Because
I
you
did.
didn't even name. You only named gametes. What if the person doesn't produce gametes? Okay.
It's a gamete, not a gamete.
I
honey.
don't care. Can you please answer my question?
What are you talking about?
Which sex characteristic
all you can
are we
fucking say is what are
defining
you
sex
talking about?
based on?
Y'all
What
are
are you
funny.
talking about?
Which
Answer the
sex
fucking question.
Which sex characteristic are we defining sex based
cursing.
on?
You are really angry.
Yes,
aren't you?
Yeah,
yes,
I am.
answer my
Cursing me off.
question.
Yeah, of course you're pissing.
Answer
you're
my
being pissed
question.
off. The
Stop
truth.
running.
Okay, if your biology has
That's not
developed
answering my
around the
question.
Mullerian,
Incorrect. That's not an
Mullerian
answer. That's
pathway.
not an answer. That's not an answer. Which sex characteristic is necessary? Because you and me both know that people can be born not producing any gametes, right? So which sex characteristic is necessary?
They still have developed along the Mullerian or the Wolfian.
Okay, then you should
Wolfian
be able to
pathway.
tell me which
That's
one
it.
is necessary.
What are you talking about?
Then name a sex
As
characteristic
long
that is necessary, please.
I'm guessing you're saying ovaries because you're saying it's gametes. So you're saying
No, it's not necessarily, because something can go wrong in the development, and then you know.
Okay, well, it's not something gone wrong. We don't use words
yeah,
like
then it's a
wrong in biology.
disorder. Then it's a disorder.
We don't use words like wrong in biology because there is no correct biology.
Oh my god! Yes, of course, there's a correct.
No,
biology.
there isn't.
By
The
what
rest
standard?
of it is a disorder. The rest of it is
No,
a
that's
disorder.
not how you would define stuff like that. It's also not. It's called a difference of sex development. A difference, right? Because it doesn't inherently cause disorder.
all right, maybe in the it's not inherently like the fact that intersex people exist. Intersex people aren't disabled. They just have a mix of sexual developmental traits, and that's not like, that's not something that's like inherently disordered because, it doesn't. They can function just fine.
Yeah.
Well, many of them need treatment to be able to function.
I think here's what I think, Issa. Like, I think you've heard the definite. You probably went into a couple TikTok spaces. You heard of or denoting a couple of times, but you never really thought about like what the necessary
Oh, I've thought about it
structures
enough.
are that necessitate the of or denoting aspect that would be necessary for that. I don't think you thought about that enough, and that's why you're kind of
Oh, yeah,
like
I have thought
deer in the
about it
headlights right
Be
now.
able to answer. If you've thought about it plenty, then you should be able to give an answer.
But there is no just one sex characteristic, because each of them can go wrong.
We didn't ask
Okay,
one.
that's great.
Which
How
is
many?
It's necessary.
How many are necessary? How many female sex characteristics does someone have to be able to use the bathroom?
If your biological developmental pathway
You're not answering the question.
developed-
Avoiding,
I am,
avoiding.
has developed
No, I asked how many. The answer I'm looking for would be a number.
Mullerian pathway.
The
So
answer
just
I'm
one.
looking for would be
So
a
just-
number. Waiting for a number.
Development along
I'm waiting
Mullerian
for.
pathway.
I'm waiting for a number.
Is it 6? Is it 12? Is it like
A one?
Well,
One,
you
two,
are obviously a man,
three.
so that's that.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry.
Mila is a man.
That's
my
lovely.
ovaries would
That's
disagree
lovely
with
that you
you, but
believe
okay.
this.
Even
That's
men with long hair are men.
Wait,
That's
so
lovely.
wait.
Feminine men.
Wait,
are
wait, wait,
men.
wait, wait,
Cis
Issa,
woman, man,
Issa,
that's crazy.
Issa,
Men with
Issa,
fake
wait,
tits are
Issa,
men.
wait, hold on,
I do
Issa,
have
can
fake tits, but
wait,
I
hold
also
on,
She's running away
so.
because
Wait,
she doesn't
Issa.
have any
I'm
argument.
sure you do, sir.
wait, first of
Mila, she
all,
thought she can't afford it.
wait, hold on, everybody. So first of all, I'm gonna ask two questions, right? First question: can a man have ovaries, Issa?
If he was born with a disorder of sexual development that creates
So you think,
non-functional
so you think,
ovaries
so you think
within
Mila
him,
is a
then he
is
can
a man?
still be.
They can always tell people. I love it.
They can always tell.
Yeah,
Okay,
they can
my
always
second,
tell.
yeah. So you
You have
kind of,
literally a gay
yeah.
man
So
voice.
you dropped there. You
gay-
dropped the
what's a
ball
gay
there.
man
I don't know
voice?
what the fuck she's
And
talking
it's
about.
yours.
She's like so stupid. Okay, Issa.
Oh,
Now
wait,
the second question that hold on. The second question that I'm gonna ask you, Issa, is to answer Katie's question. How many necessary?
Development along Mullerian pathway.
So one. So the answer is one, right?
Yeah.
So there's one necessary. Go ahead, Katie.
There's one necessary? Only one?
I want my sex to be a soon. I'm so curious.
Me too.
Well, you're obviously a woman, so.
So
Wait,
somebody.
wait, how is it obvious?
Wait,
It's
let's not
obvious.
distract. No, let's go
What about
back.
me? Can I distract?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm so sorry, Katie.
What about me, Issa? What am I? Come on, I love this game.
Did she go to your page? Is that what she's off?
Yeah, probably.
Look, she's
I'll
on
go-
camera.
I'll get my
Let's
camera
go.
on.
Here,
Come
let
on,
me.
Issa,
Let me
what
can
am
I blow
I?
you
Tell
up,
me.
Katie?
Yeah, of course.
All right, let's go.
You're a woman.
I'm a woman?
Yeah.
You can see my developmental pathway right now?
No, but you have obviously developed along that pathway.
How? Where? What are you pointing to?
In utero.
I'm asking you about what you can physically see of me.
Did she say in Europe?
Say that.
No, in utero. I said in utero.
I thought she said
No,
in
that
Europe.
you said in utero. I heard you. I'm asking
Well,
about
he
what you can see
didn't.
of me. Hello?
You look female, yes.
How?
Okay, so are you telling me that men that have received...
No, answer the question.
surgery-
Don't ask any
anything.
questions.
I'm not
Answer the
telling
question.
You, I'm asking. How? What characteristics are
It's
obviously
everything
female?
together. It's your voice, it's the way you look, it's the way
How?
you speak.
Guess what? None of those are sex characteristics. That's awesome.
No, but they're
You're cooked, Issa. You're cooked.
They're what?
No, I am
They're
not
what?
good.
You are.
May I respond to
Embarrassing.
calling me a man, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Milo.
Thank you. So
what is your
you mentioned my
DSD,
voice.
Mila? What is
I'm sorry?
DSD? Are you serious? Are we dead ass right now? You're just assuming shit based off of what?
I couldn't hear what she said. What did she say?
She asked what your DSD was.
Oh my god! Look,
Isn't that a
I mean,
video-
first
isn't
of
that a
all,
board
what
game?
if- let's say I was a bodybuilder in the past and I took steroids. Would I have a DSD then? Because, fun fact, like women who take steroids, they actually start to develop a different. What if I was a detransitioner? What if I used to take, hormones and now I have a voice that sounds like it's crazy to me that you would assume that over one sex characteristics that means I was born with XY chromosomes or I was born and that I'm a biological male when you yourself are saying it's about the developmental pathway and yet you're isolating a single sex
So
characteristic.
along what
to assume-
developmental pathway have you developed?
Oh, no. We're talking about your assumption, right? So justify your assumption. How did you come up with that?
Assumptions don't always have to be correct.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe
And
quit
clearly it
fucking
wasn't.
doing them.
Which, by the way, is very rude and very hurtful. I mean, I could have an eating disorder. I could have plenty of reasons why I'm insecure.
And that is
about
your
my sexual
problem, not
development,
mine.
But
That is crazy.
Issa is clearly such a kind and caring person, y'all.
wait, let me ask you something.
Issa.
Say that I was a detransitioner. Say that I was born by. I went down a female biological
If
developmental
you were,
pathway.
you
I
wouldn't
was-
be here.
Let's say that I was, and
And
oh,
you're
what are you
not,
talking
you're
about? There's
just
plenty
a
of
man.
detransitioned. There's plenty of detransitioned trans men who are not transphobic and who are actually don't even regret the fact that they transitioned in the first place because
For
they
a majority
believe
of detransitioning is simply because of social pressures and family pressures because they didn't feel accepted, and most of detransitioners who detransition for that same reason retransition later on in their life because they actually have the freedom
Actually,
and individuality to do. I am still speaking, Issa. Shut the
You
fuck up.
jump into what I'm saying all the time.
Man. You're a bigot. I don't really give a fuck. So.
But Issa, I would like to ask you, how would you feel if you accused me of being biologically male and then you found out that I had gone on testosterone, let's say as a child, because I was manipulated by my parents or something.
Carmen, what are we doing?
And then I
Well,
turned
then
around.
I would be wrong.
Okay, I know, but how would you feel to just go around and assume? How do you think it would make me feel to know that something I'm insecure about?
I wouldn't care how it would make you feel.
So you wouldn't care if you basically tell someone who's detransitioned, because I would imagine that as someone who's a TERF who thinks that transitioning is such a horrible
Anybody that's
ruins
housed
your
in
biology.
reality knows that this is a possibility and
This
understands
goes
that this
way
will happen.
against your argument for the bathrooms, Issa, because your
No,
entire
it
argument.
doesn't.
Yes, it does, because your entire argument for the
No.
bathroom, your entire argument for the bathrooms is if women don't like it, then no. So you care about their feelings.
Yeah, of course. It's about
Right.
safeguarding women.
So you only care about
It's about
cisgender
making
women's
us
feelings.
safe. Yeah,
It's
of
not about
course.
safety.
I don't care about men's feelings.
It's not about
I feel
safety.
safer
I don't care
around
about men's
trans women.
feelings.
I feel safer around trans women than I do you, Issa. I would rather be in the presence of a trans woman than you. You seem very dangerous and very harmful. So now what? What?
I will always feel
Again,
more comfortable
consent
around
is not
trans
transferable.
women versus pick-me women. Pick-me women are gross and far
I
more
never said
dangerous.
consent was transferable. I just said I personally would feel more comfortable around a trans woman than you.
Yeah, it's
These are gross.
tough luck for you.
AGW!
Yo, AG with the Leon the kitten. Thank you so much,
WAG.
AG. Love you. Appreciate
Thank you, Jess.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank the person.
With your
that gave
little
you
2 old ass little coin. What you?
This point is crazy.
Which you
Anyway.
won't
want to
see.
see some? If you want to see some real coins, wait till if Grandmaster's in here. You're about to see some shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Grandmaster, you haven't gifted me. I don't know why your other toes provider is at 238. That's some BS.
He said if somebody has an expressed SRY gene, are they male or female?
I don't know.
You don't know. So if somebody has testes, are they male or female?
Most often, yes.
In which cases, in which it's no?
When it's a DSD, when the person developed a long Mullerian pathway that went wrong.
When you say wrong, what do you mean?
Well, that it didn't properly develop.
What's proper?
What do you mean proper? The
Yeah, what does
correct
proper
way.
mean? What standard are you going based off
The
of?
correct way, because
What's
we
correct?
are
Like, you're just giving,
dimorphic
like-
species, so you're either a woman, female, or you're a man.
Yeah.
a wo-
So
Are you
how do
trying
you
to feed
determine
needs to the
what's
functional reproductive system?
Yeah, of course.
So in that case, would you say that people who are infertile
Whenever
are
the reproductive system is not functional, something has gone wrong. Yes.
Thank you, Grandmaster.
only if they don't want to? Only if they want to reproduce. Then something's gone wrong.
I mean, yeah,
No, even if they don't, it still has gone wrong.
No, what is wrong based off of?
If some things that are supposed to function a certain way don't function that
When
way,
you say
then
supposed
something
to,
has
you're
gone
just using
wrong.
okay, when you say supposed to, you're using normative language, correct?
Normative, like, oh my god.
You know what
Oh, you
normative
just
means?
don't know what that means.
Can I ask an important question?
Do you know what? Yeah,
What
yeah. I'm gonna
question
because
do
it's
you
gonna
need
get
to
down
answer?
to are you
Sorry.
wait, are you like a Christian or something? You think like how we're designed is how we ought to be?
I'm not a Christian. No.
So okay, so how do we determine what a body is supposed to be like?
If it was developed along Mullerian pathway,
No, how do we
and then the
determine
woman
whether
develops
what a body is
all
supposed
the
to be
body
like?
parts and all the organs that she's supposed to have, then
And what's that
that's
standard
normal,
based
and
off
that's
of?
correct.
Yeah, what's when you say correct, what's the standard that you're judging it against it? You're not answering this question.
What do you mean against
So
what?
okay,
Against
do you like
what
are
it's
you taking it
supposed to
like the
be?
average what the average male is? Is that the standard? Or the average female?
Oh god, yeah. The average, you
Yes?
mean majority, the
Yeah.
99.999%
Yes, yes,
population?
yes.
Yes, exactly.
So that's a yes? Okay.
Yes.
So that's what you determine what is correct or what's not. If you are somebody who does not fall in that 99%. So if somebody is like
Then
a
they
genius,
have
wait,
when
I'm
they
sorry,
don't
I'm sorry.
fall-
So if somebody
fall in there, then they're
Mhm. So if somebody has like red hair, you would say that they don't have the proper hair color, correct?
what? No.
What
That's
what
just a hair
percentage
color.
what
That has nothing
percentage
to do
yeah,
with
what
sex or
percentage
function of
what
anything.
percentage of people have red hair?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's definitely more than people with DSDs, which is 0.018%.
So, wait, what's the-
That's actually incorrect.
That's not
You're-
Yeah, that's
not
correct.
true. No, it's not.
It's correct. You can literally.
Oh,
look
what's
it
the
up.
source?
Oh God.
She's going to say Google it.
Yeah, so red hair is about 1 to 2% of the population, right? And you remember when you said like 99%?
Yeah, but that's
okay.
a hair color. It's
Okay,
not
well,
a
yeah,
disorder.
wait, why isn't it a disorder? Under your
Why
view,
would it be
why is it?
disordered? Well, how does it negatively affect that person?
Oh, okay, so whether
How
something
does
is
not being able to
disordered.
reproduce negatively affect someone?
Yes, it does, because we were literally created in order to.
Created? Oh, remember when I asked you? What do you mean by
Spread our
created? You say
genes.
created. You
If
mean
we
by like a
can't,
god or
then
something?
There's a disorder.
Wait, do you believe in
involved.
God? You believe in God, Issa? You think we were created by God?
No, I don't. I told you I'm
Okay,
not
so what do you
Christian,
mean
I'm
by
not
created?
religious.
What do you mean by created then? Because created is intentional language, right? But if that's not what you mean, I don't know what you mean by created. What's created
Okay,
mean?
evolved.
Okay, so we evolved in a particular way to where a majority of people have this property. And then from that, you're getting a new argument. Therefore, people who don't have that property ought to have that property, right? Now, this is a very classic appeal to nature fallacy. Have you heard of that?
to nature fallacy, but
Yeah.
nature is literally what we are.
Appeal to nature fallacy. Do you know what that
We
fallacy
exist
is?
because of nature.
Okay.
It's a
Do you
logical
know what an appeal to
fallacy.
nature
Without
fallacy is?
without nature, we wouldn't even exist.
Issa, stop running away. Do you know what the appeal to nature fallacy is?
Yeah, I know what it is. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and you know that that's logically fallacious and it's not a valid argument. So why are
It
you
is
using it
a
if you know
valid
what it is?
argument,
Okay.
actually, because
Is it
it's
valid?
because I
Okay.
disagree
If
that
something
it's
is
an
natural,
appeal to
ought we
nature
do it?
fallacy.
Yeah, if something is natural, ought we do it?
I'm sorry, what?
If something is natural, should we do it?
If it doesn't hurt anybody, yes.
If something is unnatural, should we do it?
No, unless if it doesn't hurt anybody, then
Okay,
it should
so
be
it looks
fine.
like your standard of what's correct and what's not is the harm principle, not fucking evolution. Lisa, I need you to track
It's
this.
both. You can have both. You can hold both thoughts in the head. Did you know that?
Wait, so it's a conjunct. So okay, so it has to be natural and not harm somebody.
Exactly.
Okay, so it has to be natural and not harm somebody, and it's fine. Okay,
Yes.
so if somebody is born with a genetic condition such that they don't want to have kids, and they don't want to have kids, right? They don't have
can't
kids,
have
and they
kids and
don't.
don't want kids.
Yeah, they
Okay.
can't have kids, and they don't want to have kids. So it's true that first of all, it's genetic, so it's natural, right? So
Yeah, but it's
you're
still
fucked there.
disorder.
You're fucked there because it's a natural genetic mutation, right? And then
But their
two,
genes
they
will not
also, Issa,
continue.
hello, Issa, are they if somebody does not want to have kids, are they being harmed if they can't have kids?
No, of course not.
Okay, so it looks like it's not wrong. It's not,
No, it's not
there's no,
wrong. I never said it was wrong,
when
but
you said
it's
wrong, yeah, you
disorder.
were using the word wrong earlier.
No, I
You said
didn't.
would you say that this person has incorrect biology? If they're,
Yeah, something went wrong.
yeah,
Can I make
yeah,
a quick
so that's a
point?
contradiction.
Are gay people to you like would you say that like someone who's born gay, would you say that that's a disorder as well because they can't reproduce because they're not sexually attracted and they'll never have children over that?
Well, they can reproduce and they have historically done so.
Okay, but if they don't, I mean, they're naturally not attracted to someone who they are capable of reproducing. Would you
That's
say
a
that's
personal
disorder to
choice.
be
That's a
attracted to
personal
male?
choice. No, that's
No,
just
but
a personal choice.
the orientation is not a choice. If someone who's born male is oriented to only find other males attractive, would you say that their attraction is disordered because it does not, their attraction doesn't lead, they would have to be fighting against their natural attraction in order to create.
It's not according to the norm. Yeah, the norm is heterosexuality.
So not according, but is not according to the norm. Is that a disorder?
No, it's not a disorder, no.
Okay, so it looks
No.
like that's a concession. It's like
It's
W
not a
concession.
biological disorder, but it's a biological disorder if for example, your ovaries didn't develop properly.
Wait, why?
That's a
Who do you
disorder.
think? Who do you think defines what a disorder is?
Doctors.
Okay, yeah.
Biology. We all know what proper
And based on
biological
what?
development
So
is.
human beings.
So if
we're
your
the ones
arm
that
doesn't
define what
develop
disorders?
correctly and it's like, you can't use it, then that's a disorder.
How do you think evolution happens? Literally, evolution is when something that is quote unquote disordered, the environment changes so that they're in that context, it now becomes a survival advantage. It's always it's always relative to the environment. So nothing is inherently disordered, nothing is inherently healthy. It all depends on how it helps a species,
If you cannot
survive.
pass along your genes, that's
In the
what
context- in
that's
the-
what
in the
evolution
context
does.
of
If something goes
proliferation,
wrong, you
inherently-
cannot pass your genes. That's how nature
that's in
takes
the
care of it.
If you're isolating the context, yeah, sure, we can say that in the context of reproducing, sure, something doesn't help those means, but that doesn't mean it can be disordered in that context. Sure, it's not helpful to when it comes to reproduction, but that doesn't mean that when it comes to, let's say, the person's life and quality of life and ability to exist and find happiness, that now it's disordered, especially whenever, for instance, whenever you have something like an arm that's like partially
We're talking
deformed.
about health disorders. We're talking about biology. We're talking
Bad health,
about
whether you have bad health, is not predicated on whether you are have a condition that's not normal. It's based off of whether it causes
Yes, of
harm
course
to
it
your
is.
what you want to do and what we want you to do and things like that. That's generally speaking what is considered bad health, right? So if somebody can't reproduce, right, that's not bad health unless they want to reproduce. then it's something wrong, right? Because that's
Yeah,
something
but
that
they
they
still
want.
have a disorder,
When you say disorder, what do you mean?
and that does not make them a
When you
bad
say disorder,
person.
what do you mean?
That means something doesn't function the way it was meant to.
When you say meant to, what do you mean?
What do you mean? What I mean? If you don't have functioning legs that developed in order to
Yeah,
for you
but
to be able to
if they,
walk,
yeah,
then you
if
have a
they,
disorder.
yeah, when you say
You have
disorder,
an
you're
illness.
talking about meant to. Meant to is predicated on our preferences, yes or no?
No, it's not.
Okay, what's it predicated on? I mean, what's it based on?
What are you talking about? You
Oh my
know
God, you don't
exactly.
you
Why
don't
are you
even
asking?
understand
Why are
the
you
question
asking
that I'm asking
questions
you,
that
right?
don't seriously make sense?
What didn't make sense about the question?
If you were supposed to walk with your legs and you can't, then
When you
that's a
say
disorder.
supposed to, that's
Yeah,
normative
supposed to.
language. When you
Who
say supposed to,
defines
that's normative
Oh my
language,
God.
right? Normative language comes from what? If like, because you don't believe in God, right?
This is crazy.
Isa, you don't believe in God, right?
Why do you keep asking me the same question
Because
over
I'm
and
trying to
over
figure
again?
out where your normative language comes from. It comes from your preferences, doesn't it?
So are you telling me that people that can't walk and need to use
I
a
don't know why you're
wheelchair
asking me I'm asking you a question right
are
now.
totally
The question, Issa, I don't know
have
why
no
you're
problems, and
so
therefore
when
they
you say
should.
supposed to, you are using normative language. What is your normative language based off of? What how do you determine what something should or should not be?
Because of the intention of what it was supposed to be
When you say
developed
intention,
into.
who can
Yeah.
only agents? Do you think only agents can have intentions?
Nature has an intention.
Oh, you
If nature's
nation.
Nature does
So,
not have an
oh,
intention.
okay. So you do believe in
Yes, of
God.
course it does.
Yeah, you do believe in God.
Absolutely not.
Because you
Evolution.
know what intentions are, right? Intentions are rationalized actions, right? Rationalize wills, right? So you think nature can reason. Sounds like you believe in God. Or maybe
Also,
some
girl,
sort of yeah.
my major was originally evolutionary biology before I switched over to genetics, and there is such a fundamental misunderstanding of how evolution works. Evolution does not it's part of the assumption that like, oh, humans exist because we were the most we are the outcome of evolution, we are the most efficient species to have evolved, as if like this is the outcome that's most functional, when in actuality evolution does not have any intention. Nature doesn't have any intention. Yes, there is a mathematical formula to how certain genes can propagate, of course, but that doesn't mean that, like for instance, that's why there's still alligators. It's not, even though alligators existed so long ago, that doesn't mean that like alligators are the perfect form, because alligators have evolved at some point. Nature doesn't have an intention. Things tend to just happen.
So Issa, do you think that when a chemical reaction happens, for example, rust on metal, do you think that's intentional? Do you think the chemistry intended for that to happen?
No, that's a logical outcome.
Okay, so it's a
Outcome.
logical
It's a
outcome of
reaction
so it's a logical
based on rules.
right. So it's a logical outcome based off of natural laws of chemical
Yeah,
reactions. Now,
exactly.
you agree that evolution is natural law based off of chemical reactions, correct?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so there is no intentions there, correct?
No, not intention in terms of a will. No.
Okay, yeah, that's the colloquial sense of way most people use the word intention, right? So if that's not what you mean by intention, what do you mean by intention?
Well, legs were intended to be used
I
for
didn't ask you to
walking.
use the word intended. I want you to tell me what intention
They
means.
evolved in order for us to walk.
Okay, when you say in order to, is that normative language or not normative language?
Why do you have a problem with normative language?
Because there's two things that you're doing here, right? The
If we
appeal to
didn't
nature
have
fallacy.
norms, how would you know something
Oh my
is
God.
not a norm?
Do you not know what normative language is? Oughts.
I know what normative
Right.
language is.
The
There's nothing
action.
wrong with normative language.
I didn't ask if there's. I didn't say something was wrong with normative language. I'm asking you.
You're making
You're
it sound
saying.
like there's
Oh
it's
my
something wrong
fucking
or there's
God,
something
Issa,
bad.
I need you to listen, okay? You're saying, when you use this language, right? Usually these are language that people apply to agents, right? People, right? People that have rationalized thoughts. So when I say I intended to pick up this Hydro Flask, that means I rationalized to pick up the Hydro Flask for a reason. That's ordered based off of the laws of logic and things like that, right? If I say something like, supposed to, or it's the purpose, that again is normative language that is typically applied to agents. Now, you said you don't believe in God, you don't think there's an agent guiding this process. It's just a function of chemical reactions. And you agreed that this process of chemical reactions are not intentional and are not based off of rational reasons. They're just trial and error chemical reactions left and right, and it happened to bring about human beings, right? Now, I also believe that. But I don't get my like what is right or wrong or what is like correct biology based off of what the average of what evolution produced. It's going based off my preferences. Now you said it's not based off your preferences, so I'm trying to figure out what it's based off of.
So we were talking about men going into women's bathrooms. We can all agree that men are on average much stronger, right? And on average they perpetrate most rapes and violent crime, right? Yeah, so that's why I don't want men going into women's bathrooms.
It depends on the multitude.
Not true for trans women.
Yes,
It
it's true for
depends
trans
on the
women as well.
multitude.
So hold on real quick, Silico, go ahead.
Because they are men.
It depends on the multitude of variables. In fact, hi Carmen, medical researcher, biologist here. Mila, your question, your reference was fantastic.
Thank you.
The situation in here is that quite often what you will hear from researchers like me is that things are not normative in nature. It always depends on the conditions. It always depends on the test that we are exerting about in people or in animals or in any other situation. So you can say men are usually stronger than women. It depends. If we're talking about, for example, ultra marathons, so marathons that are higher than 42 kilometers, which is the distance of a marathon, women beat men far more often than not.
What does that have to do with them going to the bathrooms, to women's bathrooms?
The situation in
they
here
are
is
stronger. The situation that you find yourself in when you
Isa,
go to a
Isa,
women's
please
bathroom
listen to me.
and a
Please
man
listen
is
to me.
there is that he can
Isa.
literally break your neck.
Isa, please listen to me, because I'm gonna be honest with you. What you were talking right a bit before, it's quite ableist, and it's quite rude for someone who's disabled like me. So I'm trying to be nice, I'm trying to be comprehensive, and I'm trying to teach instead of berating you, okay? So.
But how was it hurtful, what I said?
Because you are basically classifying human beings such as myself as less human than yourself.
Because of their disabilities or their.
No, I am not classifying them as less human. I'm just classifying them as something has gone wrong. They have a disorder. They have a disability.
Nothing has gone wrong with me.
Okay, so why are you disabled then?
Because the society is
ew.
not adapted for the necessities of my own brain.
W, great answer.
Why are you such a disgusting fucking person?
So you don't need a treatment. You don't need any help because there's nothing wrong with you. It's the society that's wrong.
If the society
Okay, well,
was
good luck.
able to, if the society was able to not be ableist and to adapt to the several different conditions that human beings have, the human beings such as myself will
But I
not
do-
need as much medical treatment as we do.
And I think you
because
should
we are
get the
forced.
treatment you need for your
Isa,
disorder.
please, Isa, listen before you speak, because you are really.
Oh my god, I
being
keep getting
ableist
confused
right
because
now.
they sound kind of the same.
Okay.
Shit.
If society would make minor adaptations in many different situations,
It would still
many
not change
disabled
the fact
people
you have a
such as
disorder
my
or a disability.
Isa, society would make minor adaptations. Many people such as myself would not need as much medical treatment as we do. But because society thinks like you, we have to just in order to survive. That's the reality of the situation.
You need to
And
do
now
what in
I'm
order
not
to
broken,
survive.
and now I'm not diseased.
I'm not saying you're broken.
No, you're just saying that.
She has a disorder.
You're saying everything but that.
She said it herself. She has a disorder. She is disabled.
She said that she was disabled. She didn't say that she had a disorder.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that she considers herself having something wrong with her.
Do you understand the distinction there?
Disability, actually, yes, it does.
That's
say that
not
there's
what
something
that's
wrong.
not what disability means. That is absolutely not what disability.
What does it mean
Listen
then?
for the pitch. Yeah,
Disability
that's kinda what I'm picking
means
up on.
that you are disabled from doing something in some way. There is nowhere that it says this means there is something wrong with you.
Disabled as compared to what?
Let's
Able.
make
Relative to the context of the ability.
let's make this an example, Isa, with using a different
Pardon?
situation. Do you
Do you take 5,000 coins to kick?
Let Shilico finish first.
Okay.
Kick it for free.
Because wait, no, because I want to make a pun.
Is English the only language that you speak? Yes or no?
No, I speak 4 other ones.
Do you speak Portuguese? Just an example.
No, I don't speak Portuguese.
Let's imagine that you now live in a world where everyone speaks Portuguese. Would that be a world where you could live healthily?
I would learn the language, and then I would be able to live in that world, yeah.
But let's imagine you have a hard time learning the language, because Portuguese is not an easy language to learn. And no one adapts themselves to teach you the language, to help you learn the language, to do anything. Would you be able to live okay and happy in such a society? Be honest, Isa.
It's my problem. I need to learn the language, and if it's hard, yeah, well, that's a problem.
Say that you had like something like I don't know, like something shot into like the language part of your brain, and now you're not able to.
I had to learn literally 2 languages.
Yeah, by the way, like you
So-
can't. How are you going to learn a language when literally no one else speaks your language?
Well, such
No one else
situation
speaks
doesn't
your
exist.
language. No one else knows.
That situation doesn't exist. It's called a hypothetical.
Hypothetical of something that would never happen makes no sense.
No,
Yeah,
that's
how
not.
fucking
It does
hypotheticals work.
Bruh,
that's
that's
how
crazy.
they fucking work.
Yeah,
If it happened in real
doesn't
life,
matter.
it turns from a hypothetical
Yes,
to an
yes,
example. Okay, that's the difference.
The hypothetical that I'm telling you happens every day around the world to people that are deaf or hard of hearing.
Yeah, and we help those people, don't we? We created Braille, right? We created hearing aids, right?
Shouldn't we also be helping people who, let's say, like experience a different type of sexual differentiation? Like, because you say that like all sex differentiation is relative to like what gamete, what gamete production, what reproductive strategies are the most helpful towards. Well, if someone develops, let's say, sex differentiation in one part of their body, let's say their gonads develop to support the production of large gametes, but then another part of their sexual differentiation like supports the production of the opposite type of gamete. Like you would admit that that's like a DSD, right? Like that's something that needs to be like, we need to help those people, right? Say they want corrective surgery and they have ambiguous genitalia. Would you agree with that, Isa?
She's down, Mila.
Oh.
But basically, what I came up here is to extend on the awesome things that Mila was saying. When we're talking about social creatures, like ourselves as a species, our own evolution implies that a part of our species will not reproduce, because the function, it's not about every single element of the species reproducing, because we have culture, which also needs reproduction. So we know from research that typically elements of the human species and also of the other great primates that do not reproduce are capable and usually are responsible for passing along the culture and helping care for the young. So when you have one extra, an adult, one fun uncle, fun aunt in in the midst that is able to take care for the children, it greatly helps with raising the children and getting more children to adulthood with health. So no, when we're talking about evolution, when we're talking about the fittest on this situation, the rules change when we're talking about social species. The same way that we have with ants, we have a reproductive pair, and we have a bunch of ants helping that reproductive pair.
First of all, Nanners, are you here still? I think Nanners, maybe she went to sleep. Okay, I'm thinking. Oh, yeah, okay. Not Satan dropping her. Slowy, how old are you?
39.
They've been here before.
What's your argument?
I was just kind of going along with the conversation and following along with chat. I'm just curious, does anybody on the panel know what body integrity dysphoria is and how it's different from gender dysphoria?
You said body integrity what?
Yeah.
Dysphoria.
Body integrity dysphoria. Yeah.
I think I heard of that.
You know what that is?
Wait, is that like
Mila,
like blind themselves or something? Like or like they like want to like they create a less like they have dysphoria about a body that's more functional. Is that what you're referring to?
Body integrity dysphoria is a rare psychological condition where a person experiences an intense and persistent feeling that one or more of their limbs or body parts do not belong to them.
They don't think that the limb belongs to their body, so they kind of want to remove it.
Yeah, so it's like having an incongruence with your arm.
Oh, I would love to. I would love to take this on because, but you know, and everyone else feel free to chime in. But I think I know where you're going with this. Are you trying to like compare that to trans people? I assume who want to like,
Do you think that they allow for the treatment, the removal of the arm, to treat the dysphoria?
Can I tell you why they don't, or can I tell you why they don't, and why that's very different with why that's very different with someone who's experiencing gender dysphoria?
Before you do that, I would like you to state how they differ between body integrity dysphoria and gender dysphoria before they mutilate genitalia.
I'll tell you exactly how, by whether or not it creates a more functional state as an outcome.
Can I just ask for one thing from you, Slowy? Disfigurement is not a medical procedure. You can either say gender reassignment surgery, you can say gender affirmation surgery. Disfigurement is not a medical procedure.
I disagree. I believe that it's part of the procedure in trans affirming care is disfiguring the body.
Can I tell you why?
When you say when you say disfigure, what do you mean by disfigure?
So, can I ask a little question, Slowy? Is breast augmentation in cisgender women disfigurement?
I would say that causing irreversible damage to the body is disfigurement.
So breast augmentation.
Define damage.
Wait, can you say that again, Slowy? Sorry, I didn't hear the.
I would say that causing irreversible damage to the human body is disfigurement.
Go ahead. What's damage?
Breast augmentation surgery.
Wait, hold on, real quick. What's damage?
Can I also just
damage would be any harm? Like it'd be a surgical procedure, removing a limb. Like let's say damage would be considered the removal of an arm.
But like you're giving me an example.
That would be an example. We're looking
I
for a
just want to know
definition.
what damage is. Did you say harm?
Do you not? You don't have the definition of damage?
Yeah, I understand what damage means,
Okay,
right?
so
But maybe
provide a
you're
definition.
using it in a proprietary sense.
Also,
so
I
what do
do
you
have
mean when you
the-
say damage?
Want to clarify real quick that before we continue to go on, he is mislabeling BIID, which is body integrity identity disorder, not dysphoria. It's not called dysphoria. So stop trying to conflate the two by changing the name of the condition.
There you go. Also,
Definitely
hi.
didn't misrepresent it. at all.
You did.
It
You
is called
mislabeled it.
dysphoria.
No, it's not.
It's not called dysphoria.
Who officially recognizes it under the name body integrity dysphoria?
Can we please make a distinction though between people who are getting gender reassignment surgery and someone who's, let's say, blinding themselves or making themselves deaf or creating their a less functional state? I mean, we can argue about like relatively what is functional, what is non-functional. We can get into that philosophical debate, but like just for layman's terms, like I think we all kind of have an intuitive sense of what dysfunctional means and what he's referring to. And I would love to explain why that is not a accurate comparison, because a gender reassignment surgery does create a more functional outcome. It does not create a less functional outcome whenever it comes to solely a biological perspective. And I would love to explain why.
Oh, wait.
I also do just want to clarify that you're really, I think, I just need to check, I think everyone up here agrees that gender dysphoria is not a necessary component
Correct.
to trans.
Right.
Yeah. And then also, I'm reading this. When you say body, their discomfort is with being able-bodied. That's the discomfort, that they're not disabled. Slowly.
Yeah, they just feel an incongruence with it. So isn't the biological sex of like
By
there's nothing
definition,
wrong
it's
with the
harmful.
biological sex of a transgender person?
Well,
by definition, that's harmful.
No,
Okay,
but
so
it
the
is
altering
incongruent
that would
from their.
be
It is incongruent
immoral.
from their. It is incongruent from their neurological sex, right?
Thank you. That's kind of where I
So
wanted
isn't
to
that
go.
where all incongruence lies? Is in the brain?
So
Well,
really quick.
do you think
Mila,
it's
if you're tapping, everybody can hear you tapping. If you're
Oh, I'm
tapping
so
to
sorry.
like the live, you're okay.
I'm so
friend.
sorry. I will
Also,
stop doing that.
where's the gifts, guys? This is a stacked panel. What is going on? These people are absolutely crushing this dude, and there's no gifts flying in. Come on, get it together.
This is really
All
infuriating to me
incongruence takes
because
place in the brain.
that's amazing. This is really infuriating to me because, just for anyone, there's a great book called The Man Who Mistook His Wife for a Hat, and it's talking about the personal experiences of people who had neurological disorders of different kinds, and it actually does talk about people who felt that their limbs weren't theirs suddenly and things like that. It's awesome. But this is totally different, right? Because, yeah, our experiences all lie in our brains, all incongruences lie in our brains. But the distinction with somebody who's experiencing something like gender dysphoria is they're responding to a societal construct built around sex. Gender isn't the same as sex, and we know this. So when our brains are developing in utero and in the early years of childhood, they develop a different perception of self than what society is saying
W
is
Grandmaster.
the correct way, right? So having 4 limbs is not a societal construct, right? But the concept of women is a societal construct. Their brains are responding to this. Also why none of us believe that gender dysphoria is a necessary component to being trans, nor is any kind of transition.
Agreed. And
So-
if I can speak to the mental slowly, and this is directed at you, I assume that you would think that like both of the you think that they're probably similar because you think both are mental disorders. But one thing that I want to bring up here is that, like, for instance, if we look at any other mental illness like schizophrenia, bipolar, narcissist or antisocial personality disorder, that pattern of cognition, meaning that pattern in the brain, any body that brain pattern is born in, that dysfunction still exists. But when we're looking at something like our one guest was saying, like sex differentiation in the brain and how our neurology adapts, let's say, and again, gender is sex and gender are not the same. But even if you want to go at it from just a sex perspective, someone who develops let's say a more female typical pattern of neurology, that brain pattern is not inherently dysfunctional, meaning that whenever that brain pattern is present in someone who is born with a cis woman's body, that functions perfectly normally. But if they have a bipolar brain pattern of cognition, or they have, any other mental illness, it doesn't matter what body you have, then all of a sudden, you still have a mental disorder. But someone with sex differentiation in their brain that is incongruent with the sex differentiation of their body, that is not that is not inherently dysfunctional, because if they had a different body, their brain would work just fine. So it's not that the brain is broken, it's that it's misplaced. If anything, it is the body that develops in an incongruent direction, which is why some trans people, not all, but some trans people would seek medical intervention to align their sex, because when they're born with a brain whose pattern of sex differentiation differs from the sex differentiation of their body, that is not a functional state. That is a state in which they experience dysphoria, in which they experience a mind that does not align, that is not compatible with the biology of their body. So it is very different from creating a less functional outcome, like someone removing a limb or blinding themselves. It's actually creating a more functional outcome because it's aligning the biology of the body with the biology of their brain.
Okay, so I don't understand how you can say that last sentence and not allow for somebody to remove their limb if it aligns their body with their brain.
Sorry, have you read about the etiology of body integrity?
So we're gonna have a chance to respond to any of this, or we're gonna get cut off, and you guys are just gonna jump from panel member.
No, Mila answered that. Slowy,
you're literally arguing with the chat while people are talking.
I'm sorry. This is actually really frustrating because you quoted. Excuse me. Hello.
Rebuttal.
You are ignoring everything Mila said except her last sentence. The reason that we allow for that is because it provides a more functional outcome.
And I'm happy to respond to that. It's like real quick.
Let me respond to the rest of what she said.
Wait, can I just respond to your?
So it is okay to alter a perfectly fine biological system as long as it is aligning that system with the brain. How come there isn't more done to realign the brain or change the neural pathways in the brain before altering the body?
I can answer that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
They tried for decades. It didn't work.
What strategies were used? Because therapy is not a way to alter neural pathways.
No. They tried a lot of.
Yes, it is.
They tried a lot of tweaking the
Yes,
brain.
it is.
The behaviors.
So
Chloe,
just,
it is. Therapy is absolutely a way of changing neural pathways. What the fuck do you think cognitive behavioral therapy?
It's not just neural pathways. It is the size of the cells.
Self-defense.
It is the shape of the cells in the hypothalamus. It is you can't talk your corpus callosum into a different size. You can't talk your white and gray matter different. I mean, to some degree, yes, but like you can't do it to the degree that it changes the sexual dimorphism of your brain. You can't talk.
You disagreed with me. Therapy does nothing.
Slowly. It depends on what you are trying to change.
I didn't say therapy does nothing. What are you talking about? It can help you to cope with things, sure, but that's the best you can do. But what they used to do to trans people was drill holes in their heads, was give them lobotomies, electroshock therapy, aversion therapy, where they would show them images to try to get them to be disgusted by the idea of changing their sex. They used to give them antipsychotics, anti-anxiety meds, antidepressants. None of those things made trans people not trans. They still had the incongruence at the end of the day.
How do they?
And so
the brain
they
after
found
a stroke?
that I'm not going to bother, talking about your inane questions. And the reason why you only responded to Mila's last sentence was because you were chatting with the chat the whole time and not actually listening.
Can I respond to the last sentence though? Because I really
she debunked her.
No, you didn't.
Okay, we need. Hold on, real quick. Real quick. I'm the host. Okay. Okay, we gotta go one at a time. Okay, and back and forth and all that stuff because we got a lot of people on here, a lot of voices. Okay, so let's just try to take turns. I think Katie was trying to say something, and then we're gonna go to Mila.
Then can I say something?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm not keeping track, but yeah.
Don't worry.
This is just infuriating because it's like you're taking one statement and applying it to everything. That's not, you have to actually listen to people's words when you're up here, please. Therapy does things for some stuff, right? It can change brain functions in certain aspects. It can change the way that you think about things, which can then enforce changes in other areas, but it can't forcibly change identity. Identity is something that we develop very young. If we are not socialized, we do not develop it at all, right? So we need these experiences, and you cannot forcibly change these identities. Sexual orientation is an identity, gender identity is an identity. Therapy will not forcibly change those things.
Agreed. And if I may just respond, so the question you brought up about the last sentence I said, I believe.
Hold on, just real quick. I agree that therapy won't change anything.
Go ahead, Mara. You respond to everything after we're done. We're doing one at a
Start
time.
presenting what was said, because that's all you have.
Slowly, if I may paraphrase, tell me if I'm accurately recalling your question. Your question was, responding to the last thing I said, was why is it that why is it okay to align the biology of your body with the sex differentiation of your brain, but it's not okay to align the biology of your body with the incongruence in your brain regarding like having 3 limbs instead of 4? Is that accurately representing your question?
No, not at all. I said, why is it okay to alter perfectly healthy biological systems in order to align with the brain? Which is why you said that it's not okay to remove a limb or make somebody blind, is because that system is healthy.
Absolutely. Okay, and I'll happily answer that. Okay, so the reason why is because we can observe. So again, I had a dual major. It was genetics and evolutionary neurology. So I do understand the brain pretty well, and I can get really into the details, but I'm sure you're not interested, so I won't bore you with them. But what I will say is that we do have orientations in the brain around sex differentiation, because sex differentiation affects every single aspect of human biology whenever it comes to development. It's not always perfectly aligned like in an endosexual person as opposed to an intersex person, but the brain does experience sexual differentiation. The brain does not experience how many limb you have differentiation. It doesn't experience can I see or not see differentiation. There's a measurable when it comes to cognition, when it comes to anatomical innate features of the brain that both you are born with and also are socialized and also that are influenced by hormones, 3 different layers. But these aspects of brain differentiation are absolutely influenced by sex. And it makes intuitive sense, right? Like if you look at sex from a reproductive perspective, as many TERFs do, your brain is obviously plays a huge part whenever it comes to your reproductive strategy, whether or not you're going to be, taking this path of reproduction, or that path of reproduction. Your brain makes a huge difference, and it evolves in order to be better at, accomplishing those goals. When it comes to limbs, your brain doesn't have an innate orientation towards having 4 limbs. You might experience like, oh, I want to have 3 limbs, not 4, or I want to have I want to be blind, but that doesn't influence and impact your brain to the extent that sex differentiation does.
Okay. So you say that the brain can evolve. So what is stopping it from evolving away from being transgender?
Okay,
because
so,
it can evolve
So
generation
hold
to
on. I'm not done yet. So if neuroplasticity is a thing, then why is the brain not being trained with more
Time for
effort
me
than
to
therapy?
intervene. Time for me to intervene.
Thank you. Sorry.
I want simple answers, Louis. I don't want big rants. When does someone who has autism, who's an autistic person, start to be autistic?
Are you equating transgender to autism?
Engage with my question.
When do people choose to be autistic?
No one chooses to be autistic.
It's not equivocal.
When does someone?
No one chooses to be trans.
No one chooses to be trans.
My
They are
question-
both. They are both. Hey,
Slowly.
shush. They are both neurodivergency experiences. They are both atypical neurodivergence.
Engage
A
with
choice
my
must be
questioning.
made to pursue medical treatment.
Louis,
Trans
we
is a choice.
That's no. Transition is a choice.
No
Being
one up
trans
here.
is not.
No one up here sees gender dysphoria or medical transition or any kind of transition necessary to being trans. We've said this several times.
Zoe,
Said what? Can you say it again,
engage.
please?
Answer my question. When does someone begin to be autistic? I just
I
don't.
refuse to equate trans.
Bro.
I am not
autism.
engaged.
You're not
with my question.
equivocating. Answer the fucking question.
And if you can't say
When-
being transgender rather than just saying trans, you're
When
dehumanizing
does
us in your language right now. Like
When
why
does
do you
someone
do
Hear
this?
or react to terms. It's not
Chloe,
me.
engage with
your
my
reaction.
questioning.
Yeah, it is my
Engage.
reaction, and I'm
Wait,
about
hold on, let's
fucking
not-
ready to
all right,
react
slowly.
on your face.
Slowly. I need you to answer the question that Silico asked.
When does someone
answered the
begin
question
to be
twice.
No, you have not.
autistic?
When
When
do
does
people
someone
begin-
begin
as
to
soon
be
as the brain
autistic?
begins developing, if there's an alteration with or an unnatural state that the brain is developing in, I
I
would
don't
say
like
as soon
your
as the brain
wording,
is
but you are
starting
admitting
development.
at birth, right? At birth. When does someone get post-traumatic stress disorder?
through a traumatic event.
Okay. How can we differentiate something that has been acquired from something that one person was born with?
Wait, are you stating, do autistic people say they're autistic, or do we witness it, observe it?
We can observe by doing several different tests, including functional MRIs, where are the differences in someone's brain. So you are equivocating two completely different situations. If you went to read a little bit on the literature about body integrity disorder, you would be able to read that they are associated with damage to the tempoparietal junction of the cortex and to the basal ganglia. So body integrity disorder is the result of a damage that is inflicted upon the brain. In fact,
Did you just say it's a result of brain damage?
the situation in which quite
So you're saying
often
that
this can
transgender is a result of brain
Let her
damage?
finish. Also, I'm obsessed
No.
with you. I love you. I love how you describe things. Sorry, I could continue,
No,
but let her finish.
you
please.
intentionally are being obtuse. That is not what she said.
The tempoparietal junction is an area of the brain that can be damaged when significant trauma to the head exists. Therefore, the biggest population where you have body integrity dysphoria is former combatants that have suffered this kind of damage, or MMA fighters. These are the two biggest populations that suffer from this kind of body integrity dysphoria. We also know that specific types of therapy, such as mirror therapy, do help alleviate body integrity dysphoria. On the other hand, if we're talking about gender dysphoria and we're talking about somebody being transgender, we can look at other areas which belong to what we call a more ancient part of our brain, such as hypothalamus and the amygdala. And it's not damage that shows that someone, like for example a transgender woman, will have neuronal connections that closely correlate with the neuronal connections on the amygdala and the hypothalamus of a cisgender woman. The same way that I am born autistic and with ADHD, and nothing of damage has happened to me. I was born this way. The transgender people are born with their neuronal connections not totally matching their body on this situation. And when we're talking about medicine, we're talking about helping people achieve homeostasis. Homeostasis is balance. Balance is an improvement in health. Sometimes you need to have procedures in order to get to that balance. And you have a multitude of events. Like if you consider any kind of surgery, you can consider any kind of surgery damage. But if I tell you that someone has sarcoma in one of their legs and amputation might be the best way to help that person survive, that amputation is required to help that person achieve homeostasis on that situation. So on this situation, somatophobia and being transgender are totally different situations. One, you are born with. You are born out of balance, meaning that your brain connections and the way that your body is developing is not totally balanced. Therefore, medicine can help you achieve a better balance on the situation, the same way that medicine helps me achieve a better balance as an autistic person with ADHD. The other way is someone has suffered some kind of trauma that severed connections
set a
in their
timer to keep this even.
and their neurons, and therefore they have disconnection with one or more of their limbs, or maybe they want to become blind on this situation. One is acquired, the other you are born with. It's not that difficult. And if you, by any means, think that I can cure myself of my autism, you can get out of this panel. And Katie, please reinforce anything because you are the psych major, not me.
So just to be clear, you've equated transgender to autism and brain damage.
Dead ass
No,
right now.
incorrect, actually. Incorrect, Chloe. She
Do
was
you track
actually specifically differentiating between what you are talking about, which is usually caused by brain damage, and being transgender or being autistic,
Yeah.
which are things
Like-
where your brain is developed differently.
Slowly, do you track a fucking conversation like in
Yeah,
any
I do.
capacity? I don't think you do, because you have a very bad history of doing it so
transgender
far.
can be created through brain damage.
That's
No,
No.
that's the
stupid
opposite of what she
fucking
said.
You're just
moron.
intentionally misunderstanding. You're
That is
this
the
is you're just
fucking
intentionally
moron.
being obtuse.
Literally the opposite.
Either that or you are actually that like goofy that like you really think that that's what she said.
She, her.
Do I want to steel man her argument?
Yeah.
I just did.
Like
No,
represent.
you didn't.
I mean, he tried to.
No, he did a straw man. He didn't.
I know, but he tried to steel man, but
What?
failed.
In order to state that
Oh,
something
okay.
is located in
I
the
didn't know
brain,
he did.
you must
What
open the
is-
door that a stroke or brain damage can alter that state.
No, slowly.
Do you agree to
What
that?
is the no, slowly. What is the etiology of somatoparaphernia, which is basically the group of disorders that body integrity disorder is a part of? What is the etiology? Where do they come from? I explained to you. In fact, I told you exactly which kind of populations do suffer most from it.
You're isolating demographics now?
In order to do a proper comparison between the two diagnoses, you need to understand how those diagnoses form. I went
I'm
into
interested.
read
What race
precise.
is most impacted by BID?
Why are you pivoting?
Wrestling fighters, MMA fighters, and soldiers. Because
So
what is the
people
what
She's
is
talking
the
about
main-
causation. You're talking about random correlation.
Damage.
Hold
Are
on,
football
stop
players
letting
involved
him
in this
pivot.
demographic?
Chloe, stop pivoting. Answer her fucking question.
Stop interrupting. Like, for real.
Oh,
That's you pivoting. You're literally
I'm gonna
pivoting.
interrupt to keep the debate on track.
I'm fucking done, bro.
I can't.
That's free. Stay golden. What's your age?
Good morning, guys. I'm 39 years old. You can, I'm a guy. I mean, whatever. I believe in nouns, so yes, I am pro nouns. At the end of the day, guys, why can't people just use the bathroom by themselves?
Do you cope with other people in the stall? I'm very confused.
Most places I see nowadays are very like single occupancy. They've taken stalls because
Yeah,
of all
sure.
of this nonsense. They've taken stalls out of bathrooms. They have turned everything into a single occupancy
Where the
bathroom.
fuck
At least
do
here in
you live,
Southwest
bro?
Virginia. I don't know where you guys are from.
No. You're not gonna
But
fucking
where
say
I
that shit because
live-
I'm from West Virginia too. No, the fuck they
No.
have. I don't know why the fuck you're lying.
I said
I don't know where
Southwestern
you're-
Virginia, like in
Yeah.
Roanoke, not West Virginia.
You said West Virginia.
Southwestern Virginia.
A few places have done that. But like if you go to a rest area, for instance, they're gonna be what we've always seen.
Okay.
Yeah, where you get lots of people going to a bathroom, there's not going to be like 2 individual or 3 individual like bathroom units. There's still plenty of places with.
And by the way, this doesn't really like you're presenting your solution to you know, like you're just saying like, hey, like listen, people should be able to use the bath, like just use
If you
use
need a
bathrooms by
private moment,
themselves.
bro,
But
go have a private
my
moment.
question, my
Just go be
question,
by
my
yourself
question,
and
my
use the
question,
bathroom.
my
That's all there
question,
is
my
to it,
question,
guys.
my question.
We were doing that.
My
We
question.
were doing that.
My question is, Stay Golden. Let's say you have a trans woman who is met only with a man and woman's restroom. Do you believe that they're doing something wrong by using the woman's restroom?
Yes.
Okay, what are they doing wrong?
At the end of the day, it's kind of like this. If I did something that made you uncomfortable, I told you, you told me it made you uncomfortable, and I did it anyways.
For that
What would
applies
that
to
make me?
that applies
What would
to
that
any
make me?
wait, would that apply to anything?
Anything?
Yeah, anything in
Okay,
general.
so okay,
Like,
so
if,
let's
like
say
if my voice
let's
made
say
you uncomfortable, I'm
Yeah.
supposed to never speak again
No.
in your presence.
wait, so let's say I had my let's say an African American, right, had their hair in dreadlocks and that made you uncomfortable around them, like let's say at work or something like that. And you said, hey, that makes me uncomfortable. Can you take your hair out of dreadlocks? And they keep doing it. They're wrong for doing that, right?
Their hair being in dreadlocks isn't invading like my personal space or my
No,
privacy.
you said hold on, wait. You said
I know
that
what I said.
if it makes you uncomfortable.
If
Now, in the
if I make you
hypothetical,
uncomfortable, if
this
I'm doing
make
something to make you uncomfortable, and you
yeah.
told me,
I
hey,
don't know why
Yeah,
you're
wait,
interrupting
so
Carmen.
stay golden.
why
So
don't you
this
shut the fuck up, you
so
cunt?
stay go this guy is like crashing out.
You so mad. You so mad.
Bro, why are you so like why are you so emotional,
Your
my guy?
anger is making
Shut
me
the fuck up.
uncomfortable. Your anger is making
I
me
don't give a fuck.
uncomfortable.
If
I don't
black
care.
women, if
I'm
black
gonna do
women
it
It's making
women
me
give a
just
fuck.
like you
uncomfortable.
don't care about anybody
Bro,
else's feelings
what?
but your
How you
own.
gonna instantly
You
fucking
are
crash out, dog?
selfish,
Wait, is that a
entitled pieces
cross?
of shit. You
I'm
really
sorry,
are.
is that a cross?
Is
And
that
you-
is that
glory
you
to
that
God,
go take
I am
selfies and
nothing
go to the
without him.
bathroom with
Thank you,
children?
Lord, for saving me, a sinner. Are you fucking
Yeah.
kidding me, bro?
You better repent. You better go.
You better repent, bro.
Come on, bro.
Golden,
Bro,
if
you are weak.
Ask for
white
forgiveness.
so
Come on, bro.
strong.
black women
Bro,
in their
Do it
restroom.
right now.
dog.
I want to see you beg to your Sky Daddy for forgiveness right now. Get
Damn.
on your knees.
He
Grandmaster
was
didn't even give
making
this
me
guy 3 minutes.
uncomfortable.
Yeah, literally.
Grandmaster W.
W Grandmaster, Jesus. For calling boy to there you go. No hate like Christian love.
Grandmaster is giving very nobody puts baby in a corner.
I love
Alright.
the rebranding of like, you know, the same like kind of like the same like brand of feminism that like these people used to act like, oh my God, like these are these crazy feminists with their crazy arguments about how like if it makes one person uncomfortable and it offends one person, like now all of a sudden they're all for it whenever, oh, what if one woman is offended by a, you know, trans woman? Suddenly like we're back to 2016 like radical feminism, but like it's okay because it's turf, you know?
Like, yeah, if I'm in a room and there's a person that makes me uncomfortable, I leave the room until that person leaves. That's
Right.
what I do. Because they weren't if they weren't addressing me, doing anything to me, they were just there,
Or I just
minding
hurry
their
up and
business.
get out of this. Like if I'm in the middle of it, right? I'll
Yeah.
just do what I need to do and get the fuck out. I mind my fucking business.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Danny, hi.
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Are you opposition?
No, are you only looking for ops? Sorry.
Yes.
We got a lot of
Oh, okay.
friendlies up here,
We
so
have-
sorry.
The panel is
Can I just
currently.
But just
that.
listen, Danny. I'll let you say what you gotta say. Go ahead, and I'll drop
make
you
my
after.
statement and then I'll drop.
Go ahead, lovely.
Yeah, so I don't understand the trans people in bathroom debates. Why are y'all up in other people's business like that? First of all, we are going to use the bathroom. That's it. Second, they're the way they try to defend it, they're like, oh, well now men are gonna dress up like women and go to the bathroom and assault people. Here's the kicker, though.
Volunteer.
Men don't have to dress up as women to go to the woman's bathroom. They could just walk in. The door is not locked. Like, what are you talking about? Third,
It's much easier to be a rapist than it is to be a trans woman in this
real.
Yeah,
world.
they don't want to talk about the fact that those types of crimes are typically crimes of proximity and crimes of opportunity, and nobody is fucking plotting this entire, like, okay, hold on, right, I've got to go and buy a dress, I've got to go and buy a wig, I've got to go and buy some makeup, right?
Yeah, I gotta go on
just so that
hormones
I
for
can go
years
into the
and
woman's
years and
bathroom.
years.
Go to salon, go get the
And then
go get the
three.
nails done.
Not to
they're
mention,
loving
only
it.
15% of those types of crimes occur in public places, by the way.
But when they do,
Majority
it's
of
like, dark parking lots, hiking
so-
trails, stuff like that.
Majority
Third
of
of
people
all-
are going to be victimized by somebody that they know, and it's usually like 98% of the time a cis man.
Third of all, it's so for the people who are like, well, we need to check. How are we checking here? Why are you obsessed with people's genitalia? You're a weirdo. Like, you are a pervert. What is wrong with you? Lastly, and then I'll go. Like I said, we go to the bathroom to use the bathroom, fix ourselves, and then wash our hands, and then we're out. Like, it's not hard. It just grinds my gears. The people are so stupid, and they're like, we should build the trans people their own bathroom. With what money do you think that they're gonna do that with exactly? Like, don't piss me off. But anyway, I'm done now. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, lovely.
Okay.
Bye. We appreciate you.
And this doesn't solve anything because TERFs and these men keep misidentifying people all the time.
It's
And,
the circular logic of what, if you ask them, well, to what extent is sex relevant, biological sex, to however you define it, and in what context is that relevant when it comes to the function of a bathroom? They'll say, well, because the bathroom is supposed to be sex segregated. Well, okay, well then if it's supposed to be sex segregated, why is sex a reason to segregate it? Because it's sex. It's a circular pattern of logic
Every
where
time.
Every time.
Oh shit.
Battery
And
low.
the only
Please
reason
charge.
that women's rooms exist is because men didn't want women in their bathrooms. Women used to have to piss on the street.
Wow. You women as second-class citizens. That's exactly right. Because prior to the 1800s, we did not have segregated bathrooms.
Yeah, they thought that women needed homey spaces because they missed the home.
They were too
so much.
dainty. Yeah. It's all fucking misogyny.
Too
all of it.
dainty. Yep. Same reason why boys are not segregated.
Someone once used urinals as an example of them supposed to be sex segregated. I was like, urinals are literally a gendered thing. You don't fucking need them. They're not necessary.
Yeah, men can piss in a toilet. Just what?
This is true.
Pee in the toilet. Why do you want to pee out in public? Somebody could walk up right next to you and just look over and see what you're packing, and you feel comfortable with that? That's crazy.
Well, that's the thing. I was never comfortable with that. So you know what I never ever did? Stand at a urinal. Ever. I used stalls my whole life. I sat down no.
They want to see each other's penises. Cishet white men are the most fucking obsessed with penises.
It's like the designer of the bathrooms wants it too, because the little divider is just tall enough to where just even the average height person could just look. Why didn't you just make it a little bit taller? Why would you do that? Why would you make it they're minimizing the height?
I've said
why
it
would you
before,
even need
but
it?
straight
Oh my
men
God.
shit is the most homoerotic shit ever. I'm sorry. Have you seen the way that a straight man will talk about a sword?
Yeah, not even that. Genuinely, I've never seen any other group talk about men and do suggestive things with other men than straight men.
Oh.
It's very weird.
There was a thing when I was in college where all the guys, a game they played was to pull down their own pants and stick their butt on their friends. And they would yell some nonsense phrase when they did it.
There was
the
a group
thing
of
they
guys
did.
in high school with me that all had a Snapchat group together where they would send each other pictures of their penis.
So, also, like, somebody
everyone was like, y'all,
somebody wants me-
that's kind of gay, and not in a bad way, but we were like, that's kind of gay, and they would freak
yeah.
out. They'd be like, no, it's not, it's just the homies.
Somebody wants me to read this out loud real quick. Robin can't use, or Carbon cannot use the normal one. His python would hang down to
That's
the drain.
fucking crazy. Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
I was told to read it out loud.
New guest, how old are
for
you?
you, Carbon?
I'm 40.
Oh my god, he is blushing.
Okay. Yeah, what's your take?
I don't know if you're aware, but Defense Trans lost her teaching job for these views on kids. And Silico used to defend Adora, a pedophile in the trans community.
I did
What
not
the fuck are you
defend
talking
anyone.
about?
I don't know what
Now
this
they're
guy
gonna
just
defend
said.
her. Yeah, Defense Trans lost her job from teaching for these views on children.
No,
And
it
then
wasn't. It
Silico
was
used to
literally
defend-
just
Silico
because I
used to
was targeted
defend
by libs of
Adora, a
TikTok.
pedophile.
I never said anything
Yeah,
about
bad,
kids. I never said anything about gender in my classroom. It was like a half a dozen parents just didn't like that they had a
Yes, you
trans
did.
teacher in the
Wait,
school.
wait. What would
Literally it.
what would be the
Got
issue?
caught what? Okay, please show me the proof, please.
What would be
The
the
proof.
issue teaching at
Show me the proof. Hey,
Love,
hey,
shut the fuck
Level,
up for a second.
Level. What's my name? Hey, Level, please, just love or love, whatever. Say my name. Say my name.
Look up Defense Trans.
Say my
She lost her
name.
job.
Say my
She
name
lost her
then.
job.
Yeah, if
You
you
muted
you
me.
can't just look up this.
Muted.
You have to tell me my name. You have
You're
to tell
muted.
them my name so that
I'm not doctoring. You
Sweetie,
can go ahead and everyone.
just tell them my name. He
He's
doesn't know my
crashing
name. How
out.
does he know any of that?
Also, what's the problem with teaching gender to kids? I'm very confused. I don't see a problem with that.
How about we let
I
Lainey
don't
and In Silico just give a little address to that, because we
Yeah.
all know
I
that's
don't-
bullshit, but we should let them, like, the panel address it, because everyone in the chat is gonna be like, what the fuck now? And he obviously came up with a bunch of bullshit, because fucking
Yeah, this person's been following me around doing this for a couple of months now.
The only thing that I do is teach.
Yeah,
To
I'm
the best
guessing
of my
he's-
ability.
he's using the fact that you at one point possibly paneled with Adora. So did I. Before we knew anything. No one fucking knew.
Guilty by association is crazy.
When the information comes that somebody has done things that are highly, highly problematic, the only good solution on that situation is to not interact with that person anymore. That's it. And everybody in their lives will have such kind of people. In fact, when it comes to this kind of situations with bathrooms and everything, I usually say the same thing, is that every single woman knows at least one victim of rape. But most men deny knowing a rapist.
And Lainey, I didn't know that you lost your teaching job, and I'm really fucking sorry to hear that, because that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, well,
I'm so
I
sorry about
just
that.
left teaching basically.
Okay.
But yeah, it was because I was receiving tons of online threats.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
That's terrible.
and
Sorry.
and parents were just coming because they didn't have masks to complain about anymore, and so I had been out for a year. I had never said shit about gender in my classroom. I was an art teacher. I taught art, but Libs of TikTok got a hold of my Twitter, and they found like 3 very G to maybe PG-13 rated tweets on my account that did not have my name on it or a reference to my school, nothing like that, right? It was, not a private account, but it did not reference me being a teacher at all. It was just like me talking to other trans people. Yeah.
Your
It
personal
wasn't
life.
private, but it was my personal account. And there was a picture of me fully clothed of my backside, because that's a thing that trans women do, as saying that, like, look, I'm getting carbs, right?
How
Like, it
dare
may
you.
have been a little flirty and stuff like that, but it was literally, I was wearing a wool skirt
That's so weird.
that went to my
You're
ankles.
a grown woman.
And there was another picture of me in a hot tub, from like basically what you can see right here, and I was wearing a tube top. So they
How
then
how
took that to
dare you.
insinuate that I was nude.
How
And then there
dare
was
you have
another
a personal
picture
life.
of a full length mirror, me in the full length mirror showing what I looked like. And I said, this is what I looked like today when my kindergarten class debated whether I was a boy or a girl as if I wasn't standing right there. Now they took that to me they like insinuated that I was debating gender in the classroom. Here's what actually happened. They started talking and I said, "Can we get back to the lesson?" End of story.
Wow.
Right?
I'm so sorry.
But so they took those three things and then made me out to be also in the mirror in that picture at my house was a crate behind me for my puppy. And they accused me of putting kids in there. There's these random people on the internet. And so then so that went from Libs of TikTok to Reddit to Kiwi Farms. Kiwi Farms then doxed me and infiltrated the Facebook group of the local parents and then started spreading those lies there. Meanwhile, the entire time I've been getting unalive threats. Somebody should find that school, blah, 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 right? And so I'm feeling like really like afraid for the kids, for myself, for my family, and I never taught again. Last day I taught was on my fucking birthday.
I'm so sorry.
This is what I say when I say conservatives are the most degenerate fucking people in this country. They're
Is
like
this not
bottom of the
terrorism?
fucking like they're the bottom of the fucking barrel, immoral fucking pieces of shit, fucking degenerates. That is what conservatism is in this country.
For engagement, for like, oh, my post will take off if I target some random person and like make a bunch of like literally like you're not even doing anything that's rage bait and they're turning it into fucking rage bait so that they can like get engagement or whatever. And the people harassing you, like, I'm sorry, like that is, you are threatening violence in order to reach the ends of a political goal. That is the definition of fucking terrorism, and I'm calling it out.
So this person has heard me tell that story and now just goes around redoing the same thing that they did to make me stop teaching. Is saying, well, like in my brain, they were doing this, right? Because, and the way I can show you is that he doesn't know what my name is. If he knew all this stuff about me, he would know my name.
And I kind of knew he was lying because he wouldn't let you speak. Like he kept talking over.
Yeah.
Because
That's what he does every
usually
time.
that's what happens with conservatives. They know that they're wrong and they don't want to
Yeah.
be convinced otherwise, and they don't want
Right.
the
They don't want the
audience to
truth to come
hear.
out.
Yeah, they don't want the audience to hear like something that they would know is like something reasonable, right? And then so that's why they'll always try to like cut you off and not let you speak and things like that, because they don't, not only they're afraid of the audience being convinced, but they're afraid of themselves being convinced even more so, right? So
Yeah, this is
sorry.
And
no, Mila, go ahead.
I just want to address one little thing. I don't engage in rage bait. I don't engage in mobs. I've said this for months on end. No. I don't like drama. Situation here for me is very simple. If something has been discovered that is a crime, it should be dealt by authorities, and that's it. Drama, rage baiting, mobbing on people is the worst thing ever. And if anybody here on the comments thrives on that, please go seek a therapist, because that's not healthy at all. You can not like a person and stop engaging with them. That's it. That's fairly simple.
there you go. Usually I don't allow my lives of people talk about that kind of stuff, but it seemed like it was important enough to address it. But now that it seems like everybody understands, we'll get back to the debates. Mike, hello.
Do you have to be old or something? Do you have
Well,
to
how
be
old are
your
you?
age? 14.
I'm
Bye.
sorry.
I just want to
Back
say
to the
something.
bye.
Look, I just
No,
want to say
no,
something.
you're
I
not
promise
allowed on live. You're
You
not.
gotta be
You're
eight.
not
You
allowed
gotta
on
be
live.
18. Okay, sorry.
Back to the bio waistband fetus.
That's a TikTok girlfriend.
Yep. Fetus. Yeah. Speaking of that, abortion debates. No, I'm kidding. I'm too tired for abortion debates right now.
Oh, I'm fucking. I was almost asleep and then shit popped off.
Yeah. I would love to see the same level of like branding for Catholic priests, given how many of them
Right.
have literally groomed and like, I mean, like,
Diddle
why?
kids.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
and
that's
sorry, go ahead.
sorry. No, I was just saying that they go after, people they know are innocent to pretend that they're actually doing something to fix the problem.
Yeah, they don't care about the truth. Like that guy he wants the story, he wants the narrative. That's what he's committed to. And the truth is getting in the way of that. That's why he has to talk over you, and that's why he's so belligerent about it. And yet actual convicted, statistically probable predators are all around him in the Republican Party and the Catholic Church, and they tell those people to shut up and not share their stories with other people because it makes the community look bad. Fuck off. You don't care about victims, you care about demonizing people.
This is just a friendly reminder to everyone viewing. This doesn't only go for ops. There are people on the left that do the exact same fucking shit, that demonize people and send people after them and tell false fucking stories about them to make it look like they are doing something proactive for communities, and they're fucking not.
Yeah.
River, how old are you? River, you are live and you're on mute. Can you unmute and tell us your age? Hello? Okay, now you're on off mute. Now you're on mute again. How old are you? Okay, all right, whatever.
Did the river run?
That's very good.
Yeah, I got one more debate left in me. I know I said that 3 hours ago, but I'm for real this time. I got one more debate on me.
I enjoy when you're still around when I get up in the morning, Carmen.
Yeah, I'm at
Wait, Daddy Satan.
7 hours and 40 minutes now. That's how long this stream is.
Yeah, Logic actually requested a 24-hour live stream.
One day.
We're never gonna see that day. Stop lying.
One day.
There's no way. I get 2.5 hours in, I'm like, yeah, I gotta go.
The longest stream I've done is 11 hours, and I slept probably longer than that after that. I didn't do anything the next day. My brain, my butt hurt, my back hurt. I was just
That's crazy.
Yeah, I was sitting down for 12 hours, and then it was just.
Get an ADHD chair.
What's an ADHD chair?
Google it, you'll love it.
You're kind of on your knees and there's no back. I don't see how that's good. That seems awful.
No, it's like an office chair, but it has an extra
you mean the one
the little
with
platform?
the crisscross applesauce chairs?
It's chairs that are designed so you can sit on multiple different ways.
You can move around. Yeah, okay.
Your feet can crisscross applesauce and stuff. Okay.
I can't because my desk is raised. So I had to get a drafting chair, and it took me forever to find one that actually had a back on it. So annoying.
I have a walking pad. I could just walk on stream for hours on end. Actually, it's probably too loud. The people downstairs are probably wake up. Especially late at night.
This is an ADHD chair, the specific one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've seen those.
Need one of those.
For real.
In Silico, can I ask you a question?
Sure, Mela.
I'm kind of obsessed with how well you understand the brain. I had a dual major of genetics and evolutionary neurology, so my specialty was kind of in connectomics. And is it cool if I DM you? Because I would love to I'd love to. You seem to know a lot about it, so I feel like
I will follow you back. We can chat. I usually add slowly people because ADHD. My brain gets a little bit overwhelmed.
Totally fair. Yeah.
I'm a computational biologist. I work in medical research, mostly in immunology and neurology. I have published in Parkinson's disease.
Oh, cool. That's makes a big difference. I'm sure Parkinson affects so many different people. So I respect the hell out of what you do, and I feel like we would do great teaming up. So
also as an autistic person, I get crazy. Sorry, Carmen, can you block this polyvox? He's a bully. He has a bully.
Somebody's stalking.
Yeah.
Learn boundaries and consent, guy.
Is deep in the
100 men versus consent.
Transphobia garbage.
Ew. Is that a thing?
And
100 men versus consent?
yeah, men consistently prove time and time again that they don't understand the qualifiers of consent and how it works.
It confuses me beyond belief. There are people like this that do their life's work basically persecuting others, which is horrible. Joe, I am just tired because science
Battery
this year
fully
has been
charged.
completely wrecked.
No way.
Because
I
of
just
our
charged it.
basically.
Like it was just at
It's not
2%.
just in America; it's on the rest of the world as well.
Yeah. And the sad thing with that is like I'm really afraid that like we're gonna start having scientists like start going to other countries and like increasing
it's at
the value
99%.
of
That's a
those
lot.
economies by making those contributions.
They
and 'cause-
already are.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
brain
exactly.
drain is already happening.
And
Telling me to
Europe,
sleep. Yeah,
most
I'm
of
gonna call
Europe.
it.
I am in Europe, Camilla.
Oh, cool.
We are actively preparing for the worst, basically, for things that are probable to happen, and we're trying to mitigate the outcomes of it. So yeah, people, instead of trying to persecute others online, try to do something useful. Like,
I hear ya. I that's kind of what I try to do. You know, contribute as well, just like with my background, because I feel like there's a lot of things that just make very easy, intuitive sense to scientific people who like understand genetics, understand neurology, and you know, sadly, it's not as easy to market those into simple narratives that get spread about by like propagandists. And
well, what I do in here is, to the best of my ability, to try to simplify the science and to try to make it more accessible, and to try to demystify that myth of oh, the scientists are like all allied with big pharma and things like that. Like, no, most of us are near poverty. Like,
Yeah.
being a scientist is not profitable at all.
Plus, the methodology is always available. Like, you know, people talk about, oh, like this person is biased or that industry is biased. Okay, well, then look at the, like, no matter how biased you are, if you have sound methodology and you can repeat the experiment, like, look at the results. That's why science isn't like a list of facts or conclusions we arrive at. It is a process that we use in order to distinguish between fact and fiction, or hypothesis and, you know, the best, you know, what the best evidence supports. So
Sorry, if you're wait, just to be clear, if you're saying that their last name doesn't sound white enough, I can't just reject the study name? Is that what you're saying?
oh my God.
What a revelation.
Oh, that's
Sadly, no. I mean, that's the thing, is like you can use any reason to discount any study that you want. Like, I could see this study, you know, like ultimately, if like that's why I always go to like, all right, what's your problem with them? Like this study is biased, you say. How do you think they could improve the methodology? How would you describe?
What's
how
your
would-
critique of the methodology?
Exactly.
Oh,
How would you define a better
that's a hard
scientific
question for
experiment?
conservatives.
Also, like the rise of fucking scientific transphobia in scientific communities, like people act like that's not a real thing. We had scientific racism, we have scientific transphobia. It's happening. You have to read these studies, you have to know what these things mean, you have to be
And
able to know
misogyny.
what fucking valid conclusions are, and when someone's just pulling shit out their ass.
My favorite question to ask in those I'm like, okay, how would you create a scientific experiment to measure the right way to define a word? Like, that's like, because you're saying like, oh, my science says that a woman is this. Okay, well, like, or a biological female is this, or whatever. Like, what scientific experiment are you designing to measure the proper definition of a planet or a species or anything? Like, your linguistics is always subjective. Like, we can use objective parameters to define a category, but ultimately which objective parameters we're using is always going to be a subjective process, so that we can simplify a complex world. That's how objectivity and subjectivity work.
They think that they have anything without qualitative research. It's like you cannot just have brain scans and numbers. You have to ask people what they're experiencing to make any kind of conclusion from that. Otherwise, it's just numbers.
Absolutely. That's why, like, when it comes to ADHD, we don't need to go into the brain and do a brain scan and find the causal mechanisms. We let people tell us their self ID of how they are experiencing their brain, and that's what we use as the most reliable diagnostic criteria. We don't, we don't understand we don't understand the like causal mechanisms of most mental conditions.
Literally.
Also, it wouldn't be cost effective.
No,
Because
definitely not.
Sorry,
we
man. I
need
gotta go in your brain and figure out the molecules and stuff like that.
if we had to do all of the examinations in all of the patients, not a single healthcare system would survive.
No.
David, how old are you?
I'm 22.
All right. Are you opposition?
I'm not opposition, no.
Okay. Well, I mean, listen, I'm looking for opposition right now. What did you want to say?
I was just going to say that I think even though it is like a small minority that will like use the what's the best way to say it? It's like use like the trans laws to do awful acts, it shouldn't be a blanket ban on the entire trans community because of a small group of people. They should be allowed to go to the bathroom that they choose.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for coming up. Appreciate you.
Also, the scientific method is improving. Like, for example, now there are several journals that are actually also publishing this review process. So they're publishing the feedback from the reviewers. So everybody that reads those articles also is able to read which kind of analysis that led the peer reviewers to say that this article is good to publish or not, which contributes to even more transparency in the whole process, which is really cool.
Definitely.
Bella, it is going to be very, very geeky, Carbon, but I can help but geek with a geek down there.
Oh, what was that?
Hopefully, if everything goes well, I will be using this year my computational knowledge to help public health as well, to improve the detection of outbreaks from days to hours.
Carbon, sorry, what's the source for the 55% of cisgender women support transgender women?
It's a study called, it's Pew Research, Public Split Over Bathroom Use by Transgender People.
Thank you.
I wish my my area of like with evolutionary neurology, like all I really do is like understand like how the central nervous system like evolved from like, from like Luca, like going as far back as that. Like sometimes I wish I'm like, I wish I had like a more functional application for what I learned, because it's like I can tell you like how the brain developed and like how the brain connects and to circuits that like, how do we go from like neurons to thoughts and like, systems, but like I'm like I can't like apply that into like saving people's lives or like helping research that like advances so I mean that's unfortunate, but also go ahead.
This one that I'm mentioning, it's just very, very geeky because it's fun. There's now a line of research that hopefully I will be able to start contributing to that uses artificial intelligence and the large language models, but in a useful way, because we can train these models with genetic data from viruses and bacteria and detect when mutations appear far faster than methods that we had before.
Wow, that is really cool.
Because this is an area that we can have a margin for error because everything will be analyzed after. But it's a way to say, hey, big algorithm, tell me if any of the samples that this hospital has collected has a significant amount of danger. And then the algorithm chooses the samples and they get analyzed.
It's pretty incredible.
This has the potential to reduce an analysis that took days, like 3 years ago, to hours now.
Wow.
They have I forget what it was, the study they did last year for detecting specific types of starts with a T, but I think it starts with a T. It's a condition in the heart. And the way doctors,
Tachycardia?
no. So it's something that a doctor would have to see when looking at like a screen or something like that. Like just they'll be able to see it, but usually it takes a while for them to be able to detect it. But the study that they've done, the advanced version of like an O1 or O3 model from ChatGPT or something like that. I'm not gonna remember the name, guys, by the way. It was able to detect it within a day when ordinary doctors can't, like, it takes them weeks to like get those results. Like a day, it's crazy.
Tachycardias and AFib patterns, yeah.
With
But it is
98% accuracy.
that's the cool thing. I'm not super fan of large language models because of the amount of hallucinations, but on this case, for me it's weird and fascinating at the same time because we can interpret the genetic code of viruses as text, literally. And this can help us because these algorithms have memory to detect these variations faster. Fingers crossed. Last interviews is going to be next week. I'm so hopeful that I can work on this because it's super cool.
I can't wait to see it. I think there's a lot that AI can do for, I mean, it's obviously scary because there's a lot it can do like for the worst, but like when it comes to like predictive models and like simplifying data, it's I mean, I'm sure this is super nerdy and like
Those are the kind of problems that I love.
yeah, exactly. I'm so excited.
I've done projects that are pretty wild, but they're really, really good.
Maybe we should have like maybe it'll help us solve conservatism too, that disease.
Yeah, there needs to be a cure like ASAP.
Yeah.
There are some very interesting circuit like computational patterns of how neurons connect together into basically like I'm trying like not to make it sound overly nerdy. Like basically there's very specific patterns of connections that are very closely correlated with conservative principles and values, specifically around like fear-based thinking, like kind of.
The only research that I know is the connections that are formed in early childhood if the child is exposed to different realities. So if, for example, if the parent takes the child to the playground and encourages them to interact with different kids from different backgrounds, or if not. So usually kids that are more isolated, that are more basically have a gilded cage around them and have like a very, very structured environment.
I have a theory about this.
Usually they don't develop as much empathy and as much curiosity for the differences than those that are exposed from an early age to, hey, this is a kid from a different country. This is a kid that has parents that have a different skin color than you. Like this kind of exposure, which is really, really important.
Yeah, it's like Kohlberg's moral reasoning model, right? You can see it when you talk to conservatives, like the fact that conservatives are the least likely to be able to engage in hypotheticals. This is a deficit in moral reasoning. This is you have not developed the ability to think about the world in the same way that other people has. It's a lack of theory of mind. You don't understand that people can have experiences that are different than your own, like all of these things. And it's so obvious, and it's so just like I wish you understood. Like it's religious people as well. Like it's bad because God says it's bad. It's like that is literally the moral reasoning of like a 5 to 9 year old.
They have this tendency also. Notice almost every single one of like they have this tendency to black and white shit. Like there can't be it's 70% of this population or 80. It has to be no, every single gay person, every single trans person, every single immigrant. Like it has to be that or zero. Every single there can't be percentages or there like language like more likely. It's like alien to them. Like I don't understand it.
or
And
typical.
you guys know what's the easiest way to combat this when raising a child? Is raising them bilingual. Is exposing them from really, really young to a different language. Because learning a different language implies learning a different culture and learning a different reality.
Avatar, I'm so glad that you said theory of mind, because like that's like exactly, I think, the pin, like whether
Literally.
or not
Can I,
like,
can
it's
I self
survival
promo?
method.
Can I self promo?
Please,
I started a blog. It's called nowheretogo.online, and I actually wrote something about the problem. I wrote a blog post called Maslow's Hierarchy of Needs, and Maslow's Hierarchy of Need and Carl Rogers' Organismic Self and Why Society is Ultimately Fucked. And I think personally that it's a great article, so everyone should go and read it.
You'll have to link it,
What's
like
it named again?
Nowheretogo.online.
Okay.
At Google.
By the way, like I am a psych major. I'm literally about to start a 5-year master's degree. But like I have studied psychology on and off for, hold on a second. How old am I? 27. I've been studying psychology since I was 16. So on and off for the past 11 years. I have a HNC. It's an open HNC, just to be clear, in case anyone thinks I'm lying about my qualifications. It was open, but the modules that I took were all in psychology.
Katie, you're in my Discord?
Nope.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say post it in there. Never mind.
I hate Discord. I'm never
Okay,
on
yeah,
Discord. Literally, the only Discord I ever engage in is Artemis's Discord, and I come in there like once every couple of months, and I'm like, hey guys, I'm still alive.
Discord is not very good for neurodivergent people. It's many notifications.
I don't even go
Somebody
in my
made
own
mine for
Discord.
mine. Yeah, I'm barely ever in mine. Somebody made mine for me. It has like 1,000 people in there. I don't even go there except to do like some announcements and stuff like that.
Yeah, I like drop sources and stuff in there and resources and that's it, pretty much.
New guest, how old are you?
44. How old are you?
How you doing?
How old are you?
Well, I just asked that age just to make sure that you're old enough to be in the live.
Yeah, well,
Are
I'm
you
curious your
opposition
age.
with
Make sure
respect
you
to
actually have
the...
knowledge in life.
What happened? I couldn't hear you.
What's your age so I know you actually have knowledge in life?
Well, how does it follow that if somebody is like of a certain age that they have knowledge?
Well, clearly because science, which you all seem to believe in, your brain
Because
isn't formed
science?
till you're 26.
So wait,
how
so
old are
like,
you?
can a 16-year-old know
How old are
things?
you?
Answer the question. Can a
How old
16-year-old
are
know
you?
things?
Sure.
Stop running. Oh, they can? So can a 16-year-old know a proposition that a 40-year-old does not know?
I'm 49,
Sure.
so I'm 5
Okay,
years
so it
smarter
doesn't
than
seem
you.
like it's predicated based off of
So
age.
you're obviously
Now,
still a
anyway,
child,
okay,
clearly.
cool.
Anyway,
Okay,
what about the
cool.
background?
Awesome, thank you. Now, what's your argument?
It's wonderful that they're being eradicated.
What?
Oh.
He's a degenerate.
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
see.
I love it.
Anyway, so can I get an argument for why trans people should not use the woman's restroom?
Well, because they're trans and they're not real, so.
Well, you reference them,
I'm
right?
disappearing
So
like
that's just
Marty
like
McFly and
that's
the
just a
Polaroid.
self-defeating statement of saying that
Look,
they're
there's
not real
Lane
by
up there
also
with her man
referencing
voice.
them, right? So yeah, so you kind of defeated yourself already on that argument. But
Oh,
why,
I
what's
did?
the
How's
argument
that?
for why? Yeah, because you identified the person and then said that that person didn't exist. That's just a self-defeating statement, you dumbass. Now, I'm going to ask the argument again. I need you to give me an argument for why a trans woman should not use the
Okay.
women's restroom or a trans man should not use the men's restroom. Go ahead, get that
Very
argument.
simply.
Let's try
Because
again.
they're not men and they're not women, so.
Well, okay, when you
By the
say
way,
they're not...
that wasn't my man voice. This is my man voice.
I love her.
Yeah, so
What's
do you
funny
know,
is that
have you
if
heard?
people
I don't know
didn't
why.
see
Like I don't know why you're
Lady,
over talking
they'd think
me
she
right
was a
now.
man.
So anyway, so do you think? Do you actually do you know what a
He
circular
looks
argument
like a
is?
man.
You know what a
Big
circular
forehead.
and you probably
Yeah.
don't look like a man.
Did you say
They're
big
coming for you,
forehead?
buddy.
Big
Now,
forehead.
hold on,
big
real quick.
nose,
Let's not entertain
Big
his
forehead.
like stupid shit.
jawline.
So,
Yeah.
Save. My question to you is: Do you
Jawline
know
that's been
what?
reconstructed.
Do you know what?
You
Begging the
still don't
question
look like a
is.
girl.
Okay, so nobody wants to debate today.
No, I look like
You
a,
do.
a
Yeah, go ahead.
female.
All right.
I look
Loser.
like an adult female.
Oh,
I don't look like a girl.
friends,
I am
I'm gonna
so
need.
sorry you have to get picked on. Like that just it pisses me off that he thinks that
That shit is like the dumbest thing. Like that like hurts the least.
and
The
I'm sure
polite
it
ones
does.
hurt more.
Just out of curiosity, Lainey, are you a girl?
No.
Oh my god.
You ask me if I'm a
Thought
woman.
he had something.
Ask me if I'm a woman.
Are you a woman?
No.
Oh my god.
Are you an attack helicopter? I know they love that as a follow-up.
No.
I'm gonna need to drop down to have my lunch. Love you all.
That's fine.
Mila
Love you
will
back.
keep chatting. Katie, before a piece of advice from someone who has been in research for quite a while. Learn to do the data analysis from the get-go, because most people only start learning that way too late.
Mm-hmm.
Start now. It's easier now, believe me.
Yeah.
And the article was great. Just read it. It was awesome. Love you all. Bye.
Bye, great meeting you.
Bye. Somebody asked about my accent. Currently, my accent is I have a cold.
Same. I have a sore throat
Which
right
country is that from?
You too.
I want carbon to make my throat
One of the
sore.
cold
Oh my
ones,
God.
probably.
Oh, jeez.
Jesus Christ. Boy. All right, y'all. Well, I've been on for 8 hours. We have 81,000 likes. It's a long stream, and I'm really tired. And I'm probably gonna watch this Ironheart, like, third episode. I didn't watch all of it, or I might watch like something. I don't know. I might watch that prequel to Hunger Games, because I just watched Hunger Games for the first time.
Oh, you're in for a treat.
Yeah, so I'm gonna watch this prequel because the next prequel is coming out next
Are you
year, I think.
anti-capitalism yet?
Yeah, that it's very on the nose too. It's very on the nose, and I've realized like over
One day
time,
you'll
like
be
a
a
lot
communist.
of a lot of like movies,
Thank you,
do
Grandmaster.
like it seems like a lot of conservatives don't know that they're the ones being picked on in a lot of movies.
Bro,
It's
they
pretty
have
funny.
no idea. Oh my god, they literally have no clue. Like, I'm sorry, I'm a massive Doctor Who nerd, right? And
Yeah.
obviously, recently everyone's like, Doctor Who is too woke. Doctor Who has always been fucking
Always.
woke, bro.
Star Trek, always. Star Wars, always.
Like, we don't like you guys. We never have, right? Like, hello?
Sci-fi in
Christ,
general. Whoa.
Christ is king. Oh my fucking god. Okay, I'm done. I'm done
That's
now.
cute.
Listen, guys, we're gonna call it a night. I'm done. It's just like there's nothing but trolls now. Jesus Christ. Okay, listen,
Calling it
guys,
a
I'm
night
gonna
when
call
it's
it a
literally
night.
8 a.m. for me is crazy.
It is Jesus 2 a.m. Oh my god.
Good afternoon.
Oh, it's 8 a.m.
6 a.m. here.
It's 1 in the afternoon. It's lunchtime.
You guys made my night. It was so nice getting to meet everyone and talk to everyone. Like
Yeah,
I
it was
never.
nice to meet you, Mila. I give you a follow too.
Yeah, oh my god, you're great.
Oh,
I almost never follow people the first time on a panel with them, and I was like, I like this person.
Oh, thank you. I'm following you too. You guys have been like I never get to have like conversations like this, so it's been like super fun to like engage with like-minded people and learn new things. So thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime. Katie, Defense, love y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Bye.
Take it easy.
Bye.
Everybody else, thank you so much. I will see you guys on the next stream. Yeah, take it easy. Love you guys. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support. See you guys on the next one. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't do anything I would do. Take it easy.
Bye.